Your interactive radio and television program is back on your screens, and we're talking about MP's Diary. It is a program that looks at various constituencies dotted across the country, and just to appreciate some of the challenges that these constituencies face, and also interact with the local people. My name is Posen Tindovi. My sign language interpreter for today is Chola Kaoma. Today, we engage a very, very interesting constituency. It's one of the biggest constituencies we have in the country, and it's based in Lusaka, the northern part of Lusaka district. It has about 8 wards, and a total number of 7 members of parliament have served this constituency before the one that we interact with today on the program. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Honorable Christopher Shakafuswa. Thank you so much, Honorable, for joining us on MP's Diary. How is Mandevo constituency?
Thank you, Posent, and good morning, listeners. Good morning, viewers. Mandev constituency is fairly good. We are struggling and preparing for floods with the onset of the rains. And so far, I think we're almost 70% in terms of preparation. I can say that we are okay. The people of Mandevo are okay, except we have a lot of challenges.
You've been a civic leader before. You were a councillor, and now the area member of parliament for one of the biggest constituents in Zambia. How would you describe the 1 year plus you've been in office as a Mandevo area member of parliament?
Well, the 1 year has been a good year, learning year. Remember that CDF was increased from 1.6 to 25.7. And so we have had to put up structures from the governance structures from zones, ward development committees. We've had to constitute the CDF committee itself, and from there the members went for orientation. We had to wait for new guidelines, and of course we've been able to receive applications for boarding bursaries, skills, and community projects. We are receiving currently applications for loans, and so it's been a learning curve, a lot of challenges, but we're almost getting there.
When we went to your constituency, that was this week, the common name that we found on the ground was you are known to be Dangote. Maybe for the sake of the viewers and our listeners out there, how did that name come about?
Well, I think it's because of my generosity. Within Mandevu, Mpulungu, I think when our children want to do sports, I've sponsored a number of tournaments the past 10 years using personal resources. When there are funerals, other challenges, maybe we have emergency, a house breaks down, I've been able to buy cement, build the house. At Kabanana Primary School, where I did my lower primary level, we were able to start the construction of a 1x3 classroom block using personal resources, and it's because of that, I think, which I've continued to do up to now. I've sponsored almost 6 tournaments this year using personal resources, and so because of my generosity to give the people, they gave me that name.
You took over from a cabinet minister, former cabinet minister, Honorable Jean Kapata, and I also talk about some of the 6 other members that have served the people of Mandevu, the likes of Mr. Dingiswayo Banda. We also had Ebrasha Piri, Pencil Piri, and the famous legal practitioner, the late Roger Chongwe. Professor Nkandulu as well as one of the members that have served the people of Mandevu. Not forgetting Patricia now. Where do you draw your inspiration among these great names that have served the people of Mandevu constituency before you?
Well, I think I draw my inspiration from the previous Member of Parliament, Honorable Jean Kapata, who did quite well in terms of building police posts and other infrastructure in Mandevu. Mandevu is a vast constituency. We were actually the biggest constituency, not in terms of size, but by population. In terms of the random survey that was done in 2019, Mandevu had 459, 599,000 people. And we are yet to get the new figures from the census. But I can roughly say we are over 500,000 people. And so the poverty levels are quite high. There's so much underdevelopment in Mandevu constituency. But with the little resources that were allocated to Mandevu in terms of CDF, Honorable Jean Kapata was able to build about 11 police posts. She did quite well by lobbying for roads. I can tell you that since independence, we had we have very bad roads in Mandevu. And so she lobbied for a few roads, not to say that we are now okay. We still have very bad roads in Mandevu. And so in terms of inspiration, I got inspired by what she did. The other members of parliament, well, I'm not able to recall perhaps what they did, but I know that Honorable Jean Kapata also lobbied for some schools and clinics in the area.
All right, this is an interactive program where you, our viewers and our listeners, are accorded an opportunity to interact with us live on television and live on radio. We're also live on our Facebook page. The best thing that you can do is to like the Facebook page and let us know where you're watching us from. And you can also send us a message using that platform, and the area member of parliament will be able to respond to your questions or contribution. This is MP's Diary, and the number that we'll be using when the lines open is 07728322122 and 0978772801. Not too long ago, Chipata Clinic was upgraded to a level 1 hospital. And for quite some time, that facility, a very beautiful piece, I must say. We did take our cameras and our microphones to that part of the infrastructure and appreciated some of the challenges that the people face there. And let's head to Mandevu and interact with the people and just to find out what they go through in that constituency.
Many challenges which we are facing in Mandevu constituency are mainly the road networks. They are not good. And also the drainage system is not good. And also the plots which the people have here in Mandevu, when they are extending, I think they don't consult the WDC or the council. People are just extending their plots anyhow. Even in the road network where it has been reserved for roads, people are just extending anyhow. So it's very difficult also maybe when it comes to the time when they want to upgrade our road networks. And also sanitation and water and sanitation is a very big challenge here. Most of the plots here, we use pit latrines, which I think if the Zambia people were to come here and evaluate also and see the water tables down there, they are contaminated. Obviously, that is an obvious case. And also at Chipata First Level Hospital or General Hospital, there's no mortuary. We have stayed for almost 2 to 3 years now. There's no mortuary. Everyone who dies, we take them to UTH, which has been a very inconvenient thing to most residents here in Chipata. As you may know that if you have someone who has just passed on, maybe has been sick for a long time or she has been sick, we don't have many resources. So for them to book for a cab to go maybe to UTH, it becomes very difficult. Sometimes we find that it has happened at night. So that's a major challenge which we want to see that maybe the MP can work on the mortuary and also the sewer system in the Mandevu constituency.
My name's Ntoka Sharon. Yes. At Kabanana Community Center, Health Center there, everything is just okay. Like we may say, like the way they welcome us as patients when we go there, even the treatment is just okay. The care, the people that works there, they've got a heart for people. I would say that. But the only challenges that we have is that we do not have medicine. When we go there, the things that you need to do is that when they have to inject someone, you need to buy the medicine and all that stuff. But like when you talk of the shelter, again, the shelter is small. If they can extend, it will help us. Yeah, but everything so far, we may say everything is okay. Only the thing that we need people maybe to come and look after is the area of the shelter and the maternity leave. If they can put up a maternity leave over here, that will help us.
Well, there you have it. And unfortunately, one of your councillor there, we couldn't get the audio. You also talked about the issue to do with the mortuary. It's a big thing. The institute was upgraded years back. It's been operating without a mortuary. And also heard from the lady there at Kabanana Health Post. There's no shelter, no maternity wing. What are you doing as the area member of parliament to make sure that these facilities are equipped with such important wings of health provision?
Thanks, Percent. Yes, Chipata Level 1 Hospital, a very a good hospital, upgraded, and the equipment that they got for the mortuary couldn't fit because the structure is small. What have we done? So we've identified land just adjacent to the old mortuary. The land is being evaluated as I speak. The evaluators went to do the evaluation last week from the government. We've also approved the construction of a new mortuary using CDF funds, which is at procurement stage. So I sympathize with the people of Mandevu. They've been going to deposit their dead bodies. Someone passes away from Chipata Level 1, and then they have to hire transportation to take them to UTH. And so this will come to pass by next year. We could have done a new mortuary for our people. And also the issue of medication in hospitals is a big thing. I can only urge the Ministry of Finance. We have seen from the 2022 budget, no medication has been procured in all hospitals. I visit all the health facilities, and this is a challenge to the new Dawn government. They need to improve. They promised the people that they'll buy medicines, they will do better. We need to see them buy medication. I'm supporting the budget line for medication, which is 5.7, and we 5.7 billion, and they're saying that 4.6 billion will be used to procure medication in 2023. And so the people of Mandevu are hopeful. They are tired of going to hospitals just to get prescriptions. This must come to an end.
Well, when you talk about, I know the biggest issue when it comes to Chipata Level 1 Hospital was the issue to do with the mortuary. And when you say that it's at evaluation stage, maybe just shed more light. What do you mean?
Procurement stage. So with CDF funds, a project is identified by residents through the Ward Development Committee, filling in project forms. From there, the Ward Development Committee submits the projects to the CDF committee, after which we go through as CDF committee and shortlist those projects that will have an impact on the people. And we picked on the mortuary at Chipata Level 1 among other community projects. Number one priority was the mortuary. And from there, you get the technical team from Lusaka City Council, the local authority, to go on the ground, to go and do the technical evaluation where they come up with a BOQ. From there, they call back the CDF committee to look at the figures. We approve, then the town clerk writes to the ministry for approval. Okay, and the minister approved that we do these community projects, including the mortuary.
Because what we found on the ground, there is a house next to the clinic or to the hospital. I'm sure our viewers were able to see a wide infrastructure there, which is yet to be procured by the hospital or by government. So that's the reason why I really needed clarity to find out, because we did interact with the owner of that property and said it's not yet concluded.
What I was outlining is the CDF guideline procedure. If it was my money, Percent.
So how long will it take for you to conclude everything?
How long?
A decision maker?
I think we are almost there. By December, I'm hopeful that Lusaka City Council will advertise and come up with a contractor to do the mortuary. In terms of purchasing the land, we wrote to the government evaluation department, who were on the ground last week. It's them that come up with a figure on how much you can purchase the land. On our side, as CDF, the minister has already approved that once this figure is given, we go ahead and purchase this land.
So being the area member of parliament, what duration have you given yourself to deliver a mortuary to the people of Mandevu?
For me, I think by now the construction would have started, but there's too much bureaucracy in the implementation of CDF, and it's very irritating. I can tell you, and I'll give you an example. We got funds from last year's CDF 2021 to grade roads in Mandevu. The process started in March. Up to date, the letters keep going back and forth. You know, it goes.
But
to
you're
the
among
ministry.
the 156 members that are privileged to change these procedures and laws. So what are you doing as members of parliament to make sure that you don't just keep on complaining because of the bureaucracy, the procedure?
Of course, we are engaging government, and government obviously has been complaining about these procedures, but they are not keen, you know, to amend these CDF guidelines. I can tell you, person, that the engine to development for any government is local government. The moment they stay with these guidelines, they are going to be frustrated at the end of the 5-year term, because just to do one project, just the bureaucracy takes you 1 year. 1 year. From March, we've been wanting to grade roads in Mandevu using ZNS. I can tell you that government, on top of the CDF guidelines, they've issued a Treasury Circular number 7 of 2022, which again requires that after the minister has approved, you're supposed to write to the permanent secretary and through the director of finance within the province to again approve the contract. AG has to also okay the contract. So you find that there's so much bureaucracy in terms of implementation, absorption of CDF.
Still the question remains unanswered. When would you want the mortuary to be done as area member of parliament?
For me, I would want the mortuary delivered second quarter of 2023.
All right, let's engage our viewers and our listeners out there. If you're listening us on Parliament Radio, feel free to call us. And those of you that are following us on Facebook page, we are live on that platform, and indeed not forgetting Parliament Television. The number that we're using is 09077 2832 0978 772801. Those are the numbers if you wish to get in touch with us via a text message or a phone call. My guest on today's program is the area member of parliament for Mandevu constituency, and this is Mr. Christopher Shakafuswa, who's just helping us to appreciate some of the challenges and the successes that the constituency has scored. We went to Katambalala Market. It's just near your constituency office, and we did interact with the women, mothers that are trading at that facility, and they had their own message that they wanted to use us to deliver to you. But let's head back to Katambalala and interact with the women there.
Now, please, makamaka, number one thing ni chishala ichi. Chishala chativuta maningi chamechana kalapa chilipa na bauchi wala kuti bangendo vitaya. So mvula panelo kapa. Chamba utepa vikusi vamba kungena na munyumba hapa pasi banogulisa bazimaya hapa kuti bazisitandi zako. Vikusi vikwela kumasaka, vikwela kundio manje sio chenga chapo ino chauti bantu bazigulisa vindu bagulisa bantu baenda pesa vikusi kundio kumanyumba kunoenda. So china ucha number 2 chameni pempa ko kuboma kuti tandize uti yangane ko kuti bashaka fosa. Kuti batitandizire ko kuno. Ma toilets tilibe tina mavuto pano ni pamake mwa special pa market place pantili pano. Palibile tuna toilet. So bantu bayuza toilet yanga na ibe yazula. Toilet yazula. So sinizi kulingana kuti ndera muntu mukazi nilibe na maminzi za kuti nizamanga bwanji toilet inangu pamene yazula inangu iyi. Palibe ma toilets nde mavuto emete nayo manzi onse ayo tima butika banzatu banawa mange banawa ikira matapu manyumba kuside kunangu. Maja kuno area ino kulipe matapu mazima njepe kumakeya so chapezanta kumanda kumaboho abantu matapako manzi so ndiye vuto ikulu yamene boma itiyanganeko mwanzi
vuto yanenili nayo ni ya vishala hii kugulisa hapo vishala hivi nifuna batitandizire kulingana batiyoleleko vishala hivi kulipira tilipira koma kuti bayole vishala vikanga vikusi vichoka umbenda kuti muvakudya wamene lisha bwanji nokungena mumanyumba mwa bantu so please tapapata batitandizire abantu ndrama batenga koma kuti bayole vishala sibayola every day ndrama ngati waenda na ndrama chongo chinkhala so koma chani chidabwisika kuti sibayola vipaka sibayola muli vikusi vosiyana umu vingena manyumba mwa bantu vibwera kuvakudya tizagulisa bwanji
so ndine niyanganira mukatambala mukupyanga tisebenzera pansi pa bacontractor batu balwanshimba so balwanshimba wanaleka ino place nokamba kuti umplace umu nchovuta abantu kulipira chinkhala chovuta so na ndrama ichepa kuti kazichosa vishala so wanatisiyira ise kuti tikachita bwanji tikazipyanga market na mawekers then kuti wapasi wati mawekers na kuchosa vishala vipochosa pe trip ni 600 kwacha wasemu contractor ndio amabwa kutitengera tikawapasa ndrama then watichosera ngati libe ndrama ni siviza choka so now no time ni rain season so now chamene ngafuneko ni kuti bakulu kunitandi zako ni transport chabe amene iliko cheaper ndi amene tiputisa because nikakongana na abantu no iya mfakireko abantu bambiri muno bavutika so nikachita increase na price which means like navutisa abantu kona
muno tilina vuto manzi mu market mulibe ma toilet mulibe na country mulibe samuntu ino ya rain season tizavutika umu mulimatika na matenda chingadwali na business futi inankala down sili bwino iyayi vintu vitivutako mkati umu.
Those are the voices and visuals coming from a constituency called Mandevu, and we do have a privilege of hosting the area member of parliament for that constituency. You have a background of a civic leader. You were a councillor before, and I know it's not your role to go and collect garbage, but the question is, how is your working relationship with the local authorities to make sure that there is sanity at the market?
Thanks, Posin. I think before we go there, I need to just update the people of Kabanana Ward that the issue of the mother's shelter and maternity wing was approved, and we're using CDF for 2022 to build them a maternity wing at that facility. The people of Katambalala Market, I have a soft spot for them. I actually love those people because they gave me so much support. I'm aware of the challenges that they are facing. Coming to the local authority, Lusaka City Council, very disappointing council actually, because they collect levies from most of the people in our community. But if you look at the service delivery, very poor. I challenged Lusaka City Council today just to show us, apart from CDF fund, what resources have they plowed back to the communities in Lusaka? Nothing. Again, the issue of garbage. It goes back to the people that generate garbage. You generate garbage, you need to pay for the collection. So I'll still go back and engage the chairman or the market leadership. We need to improve the collection efficiency of garbage because we're in the rain season, and if it's not done, it's a recipe for diseases. On the toilets, yes, and we received a project proposal to build the toilet for the market. We're just trying to see whether to buy some land or reallocate some marketeers to build them the toilet. And I'll look for funds as well. I know that that market is not gazetted. It's actually a road, but the people have been there and they've been trading for a long time. So we will build some, infrastructure just to provide some shelter for them during the rain, in the sunny period, so that they're able to trade, in a habitable environment. I know they're talking about capital. We will engage them so that we can use CDF grants to equally recapitalize their business. Like I said, I love those people at Katambalala Market, and we want to see that their lives improve through supporting their business. I know that during COVID times, their business went down because all of us got affected, because of the COVID period that we went through.
Okay.
So I want to assure them that we shall work together to do proper toilets. We need to improve the collection efficiency of garbage at the market. I'll sit down with the councillor. I was with him even yesterday we were talking about the same. Because I'm aware that we did a pilot when I was at Lusaka City Council for tariff bundling, especially in Raphael Chota ward, where our residents pay for water and garbage collection in the same fees. But our manager at Raphael Chota Chipata Water Trust has not been helpful, and so we're trying to engage Lusaka Water and Sanitation Company to see that this can be done properly.
All right, let's accommodate callers as well, wherever they are, so at least we can hear their views regarding Mandevu constituency. The number that we're using is 077-2832-122, and the text message line is 0978-772801. Let's see if we do have somebody on the line as we interact with Mandevu Member of Parliament. The number is 077-2832-122. Issue to do with, did you talk about the shelter as well?
Yes, yes.
They spoke about issue to do with shelter and the toilets, and those are the things that you've handled so far. So when are we expecting to see running water at Katambalala Market?
I think this can be done using
just hold your thought, Honorable. Let's accommodate our caller there. The number is 077-2832-122. You're live on MP's Diary. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello?
Your name and where calling us from?
Hello?
Hello, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello?
Hello, good morning. Okay, we're having some connectivity challenges there. The number that we're using is 077-2832-32122. That's 077-2832-122. And the text message that we're using is 078-772801. Let's see if we can accommodate some text messages that we... All right, we have somebody on the line. You're live on MP's Diary. Our guest is Honorable Shakafuswa. Yeah. Your name and tell us where you're calling us from. Hello, good morning.
Hello?
Go ahead with your contribution.
Hello?
Go ahead with your contribution. We can hear you.
Hello?
Kindly proceed
okay.
with...
To start with, I want to
your voice
okay.
is very clear.
I want to say thank you for the Honorable as he is explaining issues that side. So, the question is, sometimes it's the hospital management that matters. The issue is, you find that the hospital management, they don't know the area councillor. The hospital management, they don't know who the area member of parliament is. It's very difficult to even be part of the CDF if you don't know your local leaders. If you have challenges at the hospital, you need to engage local leaders so that as they sit in their CDF planning, they need to know what is the need for the hospital. Many hospitals in Lusaka has been upgraded to the levels they are not supposed to be, because they do not qualify. I heard the Honorable Minister say they don't have a mortuary at the Chipata. That challenge is everywhere. And the hospitals, they went ahead and upgraded them. The question is, what qualifies them to be general hospitals if they do not have a mortuary? What qualifies them to be a general hospital if the bed capacity for a general hospital is 24 or 12? I do not know the bed capacity for Chipata, but I know some hospitals who are called the general hospitals by name, and yet they have a bed capacity of 12.
Our request that you wind up.
That huge.
Our request that you wind up. Your name again? All right, we didn't get the name, but I'm sure you've picked one or two things regarding his contribution. The number is 077-2832-122. Let's accommodate a set of three calls, Honorable, and you'll be able to respond to those. We have somebody on the line. You're live on MP's Diary. Your name and tell us where you're calling us from. Hello, caller.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Your name and where are you calling us from?
Thank you very much for accommodating me. I'm calling. This is Shibuleka.
Shibweka.
Calling from the Cover Belt.
Go ahead. We are discussing Mandevu.
I'll use my local language, which is Lenje. Bashaka kusoma libyani.
Kavoti mulibyani.
Walumba. Now, the problem that we have is the opposition. They don't offer credible checks and balances. Ingeta kwambai mwebo mubashite mwebo ba opposition mwebo. Ninga kamuchita kwambai kamuchafirisha babeteo kubaruita mbalite kusebenza shintu ninga chitokwenda kaboto. Mabona. Let me give you an example. Now that was about agriculture. That's a third project. What are you doing as opposition leaders?
Hello, Mr. Chiweka.
What have you offered?
Hello, Mr. Chiweka. Let's. Hello, Mr. Chiweka. Hello, Mr. Chiweka. All right. We are not. Mr. Shakafosa is not here as an opposition member of Parliament, but he's here as Mandevu member of Parliament. So whatever we discuss here should be about Mandevu constituency. Let's not go astray. Let's have our discussion within Mandevu constituency. We have somebody on the line. You're live on MP's Diary. Tell us where you're calling us from and your name, please.
Hello.
Your name, please.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from? All right, we seem to be having some challenges with our connectivity there, but let's see if we can accommodate another caller on 077 283 218. Good morning. You're live on MP's Diary. Your name and where are you calling us from? Hello, your name and where are you calling us from?
Good morning, Pose.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
This is Monga Posen calling from Lusaka. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Monga. Which part of Lusaka? We are Monga, we are discussing Mandevu. What's your question?
All right. Good morning, Honorable.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Monga.
Mr. Monga, reduce the volume on your set. We'll be having challenges to communicate.
All right.
Make sure that
Mr. Shakafosa, I understand I understand you're part of the local government and housing committee in the House.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Monga, reduce the volume on your set.
And I heard you complain about the bureaucracy that happens in the procurement and also.
Kindly help us by reducing the volume on your set. It'll be tricky for us to communicate because there is echo, so it's quite tricky. Once we get some feedback, we'll definitely drop your call because we'll be wasting a lot of time. We need to accommodate as many calls as possible, more especially people coming from Mandevu. You're live on MP's Diary. Your name and where are you calling us from?
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Your name and where are you calling us from? Hello, good morning. All right, it seems like we're having...
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning, sir.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
I'm Joseph Chua, calling you from Zambezi.
From Zambezi. What's your question regarding Mandevu, Mr. Joseph?
Yes, thank you very much. Looking at those interviews that you have been revealing for Mandevu constituency there, I've been seeing people were complaining, the woman was complaining like the council, they are collecting levies every time, but when you talk of to garbages, they're not coming to collect. That's why, if you look at what is happening here in Zambia, that's why we find we are saying we are a developing country where we seek guidance from the developed countries to help us with money. Mm-hmm. But the money that we are being collecting from those countries, we are not using it accordingly, because Zambia has a lot of money. And as a city council of Lusaka, that is the job that is supposed to be make sure to say all the garbages in Lusaka, in all the markets have been removed. This is the rainy season. If there will be an outbreak of cholera, for instance, if there is an outbreak of cholera, that means the money which is supposed to be used to do some other jobs in the country will be used to buy drugs. That's why we are saying we need to be promoting what? Primary health care, so that we eliminate such kind of programs. So I'm ensuring you, the Honorable MP sitting there, to make sure that let him step on the offices of the council to make sure all the debt that we are seeing in Mandevu, actually what is seen in Mandevu, even right now here in Zambia as I'm speaking, it's being seen there. So let them speak with the councils so that all the money that the councils are getting from the marketeers are used according to the jobs that are expected, not whereby they get the money, they go and eat, or they get the money and invest in their businesses. No. Thank you very much, sir. That is my contribution this morning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph, all the way from Zambezi there. The Honorable Member will be able to respond to those concerns that various people have raised. But let me also combine with the issue to do with the road infrastructure in your constituency. We did visit, and what we saw, Honorable. Anyway, let's also share with our viewers and our listeners and hear some of the complaints regarding the road infrastructure in Mandevu.
Zina ne Gilbert Temo, tuna tempa kurudia tu nyonongeka kuno kwa ilange. Tifutika kupitana mamotoka tijomba jomba so atinga pempe kushare watukonzereko.
The road heavy achitaova, we need help wangatani zireko so that baikonze heavy it's waste mwe. Because mamotoka manje ngala damage ngala stack pamene pakati pa road.
So nifuna ba MP batutire mu road je. Cause ma road manga time ya mvula yavuta. So manga mairo mvula amene inaloka mairo ija. Sikwezo vintu navutika manzi so manyumba enango so jabe.
Koma chamene tifuna ba member of parliament batu batiganizilepo. We have a very big challenge concerning na road amene ichokela pakabanana police post, maploti kabanana maploti police post amene ichita joint ku kabanana main. So the road is very bad. Because I remember during or before after elections, the same member of parliament, he called the clergies, the all pastors in that community, and he promised that coming January that road will be worked on. But up to now, and even the pastors, they are still waiting to see that promise. I don't know if it is Mr. Skapwasha, the one who called the pastors, but I remember the pastors were called. But up to now, the road as I'm saying right now, I'm left from that side to join police post. Yanale kamanje bapitira kuja kuda na kweve kwapanga ma potholes yambiri na ma drainage yonse kuja is. We have a very big challenge otherwise. Ngabe ngatiganiza kuli road nishina ma congestion yamene yankala ku road ya SOS nishazasira.
Honorable, you called the clergy in your constituency and you promised them that you'll do a road once you voted. The road near Freight Joe in Garden area, it's in a bad shape. Not forgetting that critical road that comes from your office going to Highland. What's your developmental agenda regarding the road infrastructure in your constituency?
Of course,
and before you also respond, let's also mindful of the callers that we took. I hope you'll be able to remember.
We can start with the last one from Zambezi. I agree with him. The local authority has engaged franchise contractors, community-based enterprises to collect garbage on their behalf. Again, I urge the people, those that generate garbage must pay for its collection. It's a two-way thing. You can't generate garbage and expect somebody to collect it for you on your behalf for free. That mentality has to come to an end. I'm talking to my residents in Mandevu. Mwapanga garbage. Lipidani company ameifunika kuchosa vinyalala. Otherwise, ndimwe mzadwala na vana vanu. And ngamwibe mwai muzafa. Interaction with the hospital management. For me to know that there was land nearby, the equipment that was bought for the mortuary was not compatible with the mortuary, is because I've been engaging with the people that run the health facilities. I visit all government institutions to acquaint myself, number one, with the problems that they are having. You can see their frustration, especially hospital staff. They are there to save people, but they don't have the drugs, to help the people. Away from that, what was the first one?
In the clip that we aired, to do with the roads and the drainages as well.
The roads and drainages. Members of Parliament lobby for development, okay, from the ministries that are mandated to bring infrastructure development. We have the Roads Act number 2 of 2002, which gives the mandate to do roads to the Ministry of Infrastructure. Local Government Act number, Amendment Act number 2 of 2019 gives the mandate to do roads in urban areas to the local, to Ministry of Local Government. I've gone through the budget for last year, this year, and I'm going to debate today. There is no allocation to do roads in urban areas. We've been asking the minister, when are you doing roads in our areas? There's zero amount to do roads in urban areas. It's a pity that the government will not take seriously, the different needs of different localities. Yes, the other person was talking about FISIP, and I laughed because I feel his pain. We were just asking questions to the Minister of Agriculture, but we in Mandevu have other challenges of roads and not FISIP, and so there's need, for government to see that they take development to all the areas by prioritizing the needs in that particular area. In Mandevu, in particular, we need roads. We don't do agriculture. Just a small portion of our people undertake agricultural activities. Right now, our number one priority is not FISIP. We want roads and drainages. But it's disappointing that when you go to the budget, the ministry mandated to do roads does not prioritize.
So what is the immediate
roads.
Plan? Because
the immediate
you only
plan,
expect roads in 2025.
The immediate plan is that using CDF, you cannot take all the problems to CDF. We are buying a grader, we are buying a tipper truck, we are buying a paving machine. Okay, we want to do those inner roads so that perhaps we can supplement, of course, government efforts. Come next year, we'll grade our own roads. We will pave roads. Our target is to pave at least 2 kilometers of roads in each ward, and this is why we are buying our own equipment, because we have seen our colleagues, they want to spend 11 million this year of CDF to grade roads. The rains come, the soil will go, the roads will go back to being bad. For us in Mandevu, we are talking about sustainable solution, and we think that when we buy our own equipment, pave roads, this will give us a sustainable solution. But we also need some roads to be rehabilitated, upgraded to bituminous standards.
The Garden Road near Frejo?
Of course, the Garden Road. We've written to RDA. This is not a new thing. The Garden Road was done, I think, 3-4 years ago. But it started as a portal. Again, the mandate to mend portals is Lusaka City Council. So you find that Lusaka City Council just is very good with collection of levies. To mend portals, I can ask you, Posent. I was deputy mayor, and of course, that position is just ceremonial. They will not go down to mend a simple portal. They want to use all the monies they collect to pay themselves salaries for not doing work in the communities. So I'm calling upon the Lusaka City Council is run by a colleague of mine, Chilando Shitangala. But the management of Lusaka City Council have to rise above the occasion. They need to start taking service delivery
Let's
to
get
the communities.
2 or 3 more calls before we wind up today's MP's Diary. The number that we are using is 07728322122. Our guest is Mandevu Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Shakafosa, who is just helping us to appreciate his constituents and also to learn from him his developmental agenda for the people of Mandevu. Let's see if we have somebody on 077-28322122. You're live on MP's Diary. All right, we don't seem to have a caller there. Now, Mr. Shakafosa, 58 years of independence. Mandevu, few places have piped water. What does that make you feel? But before you respond, let's get to Mandevu and interact with the women. And we did find a group of women trying to find this very important commodity.
ine ndine akasa mpanza ndingala kuno kuchipata maploti so kuno tili na vuto ya manzi timavutika manzi so mateo tibweresera ku vauta soyaji na chimotoka ichi so kuno kuti vabwere pamapitelo 2 weeks timachitogula manzi wanikwacha chite back timozi so tili na mavuto ya manzi vatiyanganepo vatitandizireko iyi problem yankhala maningi kuno kumaploti sisila so vatiyanganireko please tapapata
awe ise tilikuwa na problem number 1 ni manzi yativuta kuno ku Kabanana side and service yativuta maningi manzi vatiyanganireko pa manzi ero 2 ma drainages yafuasa maningi then vantu vambotayira manje vambodumpingira mu vintu so vatiyanganireko pa ma drainages especially na manzi maningi so nanko nditapa manzi shobwa ku motoka ngasiyana na bwera motoka ni shikulibe sometimes na motoka ipitisa apo ma weeks kuti abwere so vatiganizireko ku manzi makamaka nde dandaulo yatu ntinayo ikulu.
The issue of water for the people of Maploti there, Honorable. 50 years of independence, people are still looking for that commodity in a constituency that is within a capital city.
Well, I think these are the issues that motivated me to stand as Member of Parliament so that we can provide sustainable solutions, water and sanitation. I'm always, even yesterday, I was in the office. Monday, I had a meeting with Lusaka Water and Sewerage Company. Even yesterday, I had a meeting with Lusaka Water and Sewerage Company. Because Chipata, you find that our people were just getting water on one side. The other side, they were not giving them water. And so you find sometimes it's just negligence of duty, you know, by those that have been charged with the responsibility of providing water. The officers that work at, Chipata site office in the ward, in the constituency. The ground table for water is running dry, and so the sustainable solution is through the Kafue bulk water program. We are in talks with Lusaka Water and Sewerage Company so that we can buy pipes and connect Chipata compound and other areas to the tank that is at Independence Stadium. On the other side, the northern side, that is Maichola area, we have similar challenges. But when I was councillor, we lobbied 19 million kwacha. As we speak, there's a place called Amai Kamuzu. We've erected a tank, a very big tank. And as I'm talking right now, those that are driving along Guerrero Road, we have a team which is busy digging and laying pipes to go and connect with the tank that has been mounted at Amai Kamuzu's place so that we can give our people clean and safe drinking water. It's a process. This started in 2019.
The other huge cry was the issue to do with the drainage. We did see some blockages in some drainages. Even the Bombay drainage, it's not serving the people of Mandevu like it was intended to.
My people are quite also disappointing. I'll be very honest, and I want to appeal to their soul. There is a facility, Bombay drain, built for you, because the water used to come in your houses. What happens when the rain comes? You have 5 kwacha, which is charged for the collection of garbage, but you instead want to go and empty the garbage in the drainage, and in the end, the drainage is blocked. It brings down, the lifespan of the drainage. As you can see, the drainage is getting spoiled because of the indiscriminate dumping of garbage in the drainage system. I know that we have areas where we are yet to do the drain, like Justin. We are doing a drainage from Justin Kabewad into Raphael Chota, Kabanana, and Pulungwad to take the water again into this same drain. But the disappointing part, imwe vantu vamumandevu vinyarara vemumatenga vija kwedotaya muma drainage. This will reduce the lifespan of the drainage system, which is meant to remove water, from the communities so that manzi yaenda mudam. But mwenda kudumpinga vinyarara mu drainage. In the end, it becomes a breeding area for mosquitoes which bite you and give you malaria, and malaria is the biggest killer. So in the end, our people die because of,
So what's the solution?
Solution, development. It doesn't play, and it doesn't make sense that the people cry for a drainage. You give them a drain, then vainotenga vinyala, no tairam, no blocking. People need to own this development. It's high time people start appreciating this development by helping. Sometimes we go together and clean the drain and avoid dumping waste in these drains. That is the solution. The people need to change. It's a mindset change. I'm calling for our residents in Mandevu. They need to stop this indiscriminate dumping of garbage in the drainages. It upsets me as your member of parliament because instead of resources, taking the resources to do water and other services, year in and year out, we have to use the same resources to go and clean the drains, which are supposed to be maintained by our residents.
All right, let's accommodate 2 or 3 more calls before we wind up today's presentation of MP's diary. Let's hear from the people of Mandevu and the surrounding area regarding the constituents that we are discussing today. And this is Mandevu constituency, and the program is called MP's Diary. Our guest is the area member of parliament for that constituency, and this is Mr. Christopher Shakafuswa. The number is 0772832122. That's the number that we are using if you wish to take part on today's presentation of MP's diary. The number is 0772832122. The other biggest challenge that we got, Honorable Member, is security in your constituency. Mothers, fathers did complain that there are a lot of junkies, and the high levels of unemployment in your constituency have led to people losing property. What measures have you put in place to make sure that security in your constituency is tight?
Well, like I said, my predecessor did quite a good job to build a number of police posts in Mandevu. I want to urge parents to take advantage of the skills grant. Okay, currently we had applications, and more than 300 of our youths are in various, technical schools learning. We have more than 4 million kwacha per year, and we want to absorb these same junkies. These junkies didn't fall from the sky. They are our children. As parents, let's play a role. Come to our office, go to your area councillor, get the forms. We want to train these youths to be bricklayers, to be carpenters. We want them to run mobile money, business. We want them to do chicken rearing. They can do a lot of skills. They need to take advantage of the government policy on skills development. I commend the skills bursary because it's a solution for junkies. So the solution is by the parents, the guardians, coming to collect these forms so that our children, even if the good thing with the bursary for skills is one does not need to have done grade 12. Even if you didn't go to school, you can still go and learn bricklaying. You can still be taught to do carpentry and joinery. You can still be taught to be a mechanic. There are these hands-on skills courses that people can learn, and after they graduate, we use CDF to give them startup capital.
Do you at some point, when you are seated alone, reflecting on the huge problems that you face, or the people of Mandevu face in that particular constituency, feel like giving up, or you have a huge responsibility that you never anticipated?
My brother, I was born in Mandevu constituency, in Kabanana. And the many problems that I see the youth face today is part of the reason why I'm called honorable today. It's part of the reason why I gave myself to be elected, because I need to be a solution to my people. I'm here speaking because I was given an opportunity to go to school, to get a degree. I want to use, number one, the government policy, number two, the interaction, to make sure that I bring change for my friends who didn't go to school, those who have gone to school. It's through working together, interaction, that this will be done. I can't give up on the people of Mandevu until I see a positive change in our people. We need to see less junkies in our society. It is this reason that every weekend I'm seen sponsoring sporting activities, to get away people from illicit activities. Our girls, our boys once we give them things to do, sports, bursary, training, this will entail that they'll be busy. We give them capital to start up businesses. With time, we'll see people, doing things that will give them disposable income, things that will make them responsible citizens.
What is top on your agenda? The most thing that you'd want to deliver to the people of Mandevu, maybe in the next 1 year or 2 years?
I think I want to do roads, want to improve water and sanitation. I also want to tackle the issue of junks.
You've mentioned three things.
These three things.
Which thing tops among those three?
Well, I would have loved to do roads. I still put it as a priority, number one. Number two is water and sanitation. Number three, we want to create, recreation facilities and make sure that we absorb many youths as possible to get into bursary skills, because this is a game changer for them.
As we come to the end of today's presentation of MP's Diary, what could be your word of encouragement to the people of Mandevu that have lost hope?
My encouragement is the frustration I face in the administration of CDF funds. 18 million in the account right now. Procurement process, 8 months, nothing is moving. Be patient with us. I have a plan for the people of Mandevu. But the CDF guidelines are not giving us hope. I'm asking government to urgently relook at the CDF Act and CDF guidelines. You need to give back to the power to the people to make their own decisions, to do projects on their own. Unlike where you have given funds down, but you still want to remain with the powers only when the monies should go down. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The biggest winner with CDF are the banks. They're the ones holding this money, lending it out overnight, making a lot of profit out of it. You see the impact at grassroots level? Zero. Why? Because of so much bureaucracy in the administration of CDF fund.
The question still stands. I know we're winding up, Honorable, but you are members of Parliament, and you have the mandate to change certain things that you feel as members of Parliament are bringing a disservice to the people.
Government must be willing, number one. Government has got the numbers in this house. I think you've seen, even where you take a very positive motion, but because if they are not willing,
but these are members that are facing similar challenges like you. They would want
what is laughable?
CDF to be dispersed.
What is laughable about this is Minister of Local Government is a seasoned member of Parliament. I think he must be in his fourth term. The issues I'm talking about right now, he's facing them in his constituency. Today, Sunday Chanda looks like a darling, but I think because his constituency is rural and there's only one district within, the district only has one constituency. For Mandevu, Lusaka City Council has 7 constituencies. You have actually, this is the solution. You have one procurement.
Let's talk about Mandevu. Let's not go to.
No, what I'm talking about is the solution to CDF. We need to implement the decentralization policy. We need to complete civic centers within constituencies, technocrats devolved at constituency level, so that once you identify a project, you have dedicated members, of the council.
Who's supposed to do that?
It's the government.
With the help of?
Of course, I'm talking here, I'm helping them. These are the checks and balances.
But you have an opportunity on the floor of the House to bring those suggestions and motions.
We talk about these things, and when you're talking sense like this, you're always having point of order, point of order. We talk about these things to help the government. The other guy was complaining about FISIP today. We used to deliver fertilizer in June. Up to now, fertilizer, they're talking about 57% delivered. We're almost going to December, and then this is a time for planting. So when we provide checks and balances, we expect government to listen. We are part of government. We want solutions that will help our people. And what I'm proposing here, that we complete mean civic centers, especially in Lusaka, is to improve, the absorption rate of CDF funds. This must be done. Otherwise, we'll go to 2026 government would have only done a few projects and the money will be lying in CDF accounts. So this must be considered. We need to actualize the decentralization policy. We need to give the power to the people within the constituency to make decisions. And once this is done, the government will be a darling of the people.
Honorable,
when the people benefit, I would have also provided the solution.
Honorable,
and this is why we are elected.
Thank you so much for making an appearance on today's MP's Diary, and the crew would like to wish you all the best as you save the people of Mandevu.
Thank you so much, boss, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the people of Mandevu.
There you have it. That's the area member of parliament for Mandevu constituency, and this is Mr. Christopher Shakafoswa, who was just helping us appreciate the many challenges and some of the successes that the constituency has scored from the time it was created in 1973. My guest, like I mentioned, was an area member of parliament for that constituency, and the sign language interpreter has been Chola Kauma. On behalf of the entire production crew, my name is Paulson Tendovi. We'll be back next week on Thursday as we bring yet another interesting constituency on MP's Diary.
This is greatness on high rotation. This is the DSTV Nation.
Take it away.
We start with the moment, and we own it. We devote it. We black and we proud. BET, and it's loud. The music, the magic, just fanatic. It's Illmatic. Then we amaze and we blaze with the craziest craze and the craziest kids that cook and create in the craziest vids, learning stuff that we wish that we did. Then beware, we're in for a scare. It's a ghostly affair. You laugh and you scream, split at the seams. This is greatness made for your screen. Now, hold up, stop the track. Launch an attack with the quack. We gonna fight and ignite, show some might and a light. This is the best thing on TV tonight. Now, we're all flying with wings, cause we got the same heat that DSTV brings.
No way!
With so many fantastic shows on so many amazing channels,
They are bringing the heat.
GoTV couldn't get any better, right?
Right.
Wrong! Cause we're bringing a whole bunch of brand new channels.
This is a whole new level.
Just for you. Hooray! Like Movie Room.
Akumi Entertainment.
Mnet Essentials.
Sounds like a scoop. I love it.
Nicktoons and Nick Jr. Studio Universal, and many more.
Awesome.
So upgrade or stay connected from 3 October for brand new channels. And even more to love. On GoTV. Love it.
This is Doha. This is Qatar. This is the World Cup 2022.
It is time, once more, for the world to stand still.
Stand still? Nah.
We move.
We come together tonight, 1 billion of us, in every corner of the globe where the beautiful game matters.
Here for the show-stopping magic of a moment.
And the explosion of
Hope and glory.
brothers, sisters.
Forgotten people, my party them.
We come here for heroes.
And for heartaches.
Heartache? Oh, come now, Peter, we're not here for that. Not this time, mate.
Get and stay connected to DSTV and watch all 64 matches. Here for every fan.
Your room is so messy.
Live on Super Sports.
Mom, Dad, little brother, big sis, grandpa, and grandma. Everyone's going to be smiling when you upgrade to DSTV Family. Because there's something for everyone. Like unmissable, must-watch international series.
Why is he in here?
Fascinating documentaries, real-life crime and medical dramas, as well as the hottest lifestyle programming.
I'm earning some cool husband points here.
The best of Bollywood, including blockbuster movies and award-winning telenovelas.
So much love in the air.
Authentic local stories celebrating the heroes, communities and traditions of Africa.
That's so good, Abby.
And of course, fantastic European football action with La Liga and Serie A. And to make you smile even more, you get this family-sized entertainment for a lot less than you think. So, upgrade to DSTV Family today using the My DSTV app and keep everyone you love happy.
He's done so much for me, I cannot tell it all. If I had 10,000 tongues, it still wouldn't be enough. Cuckoo, not one my really. When you hear completely. Cuckoo, my roving more. It's the can you love? We sing What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. Come on, everybody. What shall I render to Jehovah? Hey! For he has done so very much for me. Nara, 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 yeah. Narekele, narekele mo. We'll sing Nara, 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 yeah. Narekele, narekele mo. Narekele to the Nara, narekele, yeah. Narekele to the Nara, narekele to the What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done. What shall I render to Jehovah? Lift your hands. Narekelemo. One more time. Tell the church. Hey. Narekele. Lift your hands. You alone deserve the glory, Jesus. You alone deserve the praise. For the last time, what shall I render? Come on, let him know. Jehovah, for he has done so very. For he has done so very much. He's done so much for you. What shall I render to Jehovah? To Jehovah. Come on, everybody declare. For he
Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Every hustler getting paid. Where the hustle go come the pay. Your own in no go take. Amen. If you don't find work, do your own. God self go do his own. And flesh go cover bone. Amen. Amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. 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 Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Sister where one man sings until where they fight begin. One day you go born twins. Amen. Amen. You're not where don't losing job. Landlord come they do like God. One day you go be landlord. Amen. Amen. Good news go locate you. Watch and see it no go take. If you believe it, say amen. No. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Long life go follow you. Strangers go favor you. Great men go honor you. Amen. Amen. One day you go sign the check. Oh. You self go drive that Benz. Oh. This life go still make sense. Oh. Amen. Your children go make you proud. Oh. Bad people no go pull you down. No. One day you go run this town. No. Amen. Amen. You self go spray me money. Baby go call you honey. You self go host the party. Amen. Amen. Dangote go be your friend. Otedola go be your friend. Adenuga go be your guy. Amen. Amen. Elubelu go be your guy. Abdusamad go be my guy. Rabbi you go be my guy. Amen. Amen. Your life no go end in shame. Your business go bring you gain. If you believe it, say amen. Amen. Amen.
CR7, Messi and Mbappe. What we mean is we're looking for GOATs. GoTV has hidden goats all over your city. To find out what to do once you find them, visit the GoTV social media pages and stand a chance to win crazy prizes or the ultimate grand prize, an actual goat. Then catch every crazy moment of all 64 games of the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 live on SuperSport on GoTV. Love it.
You must focus. Block all distractions.
You have always taught me to give all I can in whatever I do. I will come back home.
You must focus because things are not going to get any easier. In fact, they're going to become more difficult. And you have a house full of men who not only know how to distract themselves with your family's hard-earned money. Remember, Matilda, all you have is yourself. That is all you must remember. Halita.
PS, good morning, and your team, you are welcome to this meeting. We'll proceed with our meeting. We'll begin with introductions. Honorable members from my right, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, PS and your team. My name is Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chikankata constituency. I'm also the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. You are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jonathan Daka, Member of Parliament for Chadiza constituency and also a member of the Public Accounts Committee. PS, you are welcome with your team.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Controlling Officer with your team. I am Imango Mnyima Jr., Member of Parliament for Nalolo constituency in Western Province, Nalolo District, and a member of this committee. You are welcome here with your team.
Good morning, PS and your team. I'm Honorable Umai, Member of Parliament for the good people of Chavuma. Thank you.
Accountant, Auditor General's Office, you can proceed.
Bewe Francis, Deputy Auditor General. I'm accompanied by Mr. Shadrack Shitumbo, Assistant Director, Ministerial Audits. Madam Martha Mkamlemba, Senior Auditor, Ministerial. Mr. Simon Mnyama, Senior Auditor, Planning and Information. Mr. Luinda Sinyani, PLO. And Mr. Taika Uta, Assistant Auditor, Ministerial. I submit.
Thank you. Accountant General's Office.
Good morning, PS and your team. My name's Elijah Manunga, sitting in for the Accountant General.
Office of the Controller.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, PS and your team. My name is David Kajokoto. I'm Assistant Director from the Office of the Controller of Internal Audit. Thank you.
Parliamentary Clerk.
Good morning. My name is Talumlenga. I've been accompanied by Tilole Kolungu.
Thank you. The Honorable Member was just seated. You can proceed, sir, and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, PS and your team. My name is Alikando Mufalali, nominated Member of Parliament and member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you, PS. My name is Warren Chishamambazi, Member of Parliament for Bwanamkubwa constituency in Ndola district from the Copper Belt province, and I'm the chairperson of this committee. PS, let me now invite you to introduce your team. You can proceed.
Thank you and good morning, Chair, and all the other honorable members of this committee. Yes, my name is Brilliant Habenzo. I'm the Controlling Officer and Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Technology and Science. I'm accompanied on my left, Director Alex Mumba, Director VET, and on my right is Assistant Director Planning, Mrs. Mutelekesha Kondwani. I'm also accompanied by the Chief Accountant, Mr. Kombe, the Senior Accountant, Dr. Ngosa, and then I'm also accompanied by Director General, Teveta, Mr. Takaiza. I'm accompanied by the Senior Planner, Mr. Chiwe, and then the Internal Auditor, Assistant Director Internal Audit, Mr. Lovasi. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, PS. I do believe you've come with a competent team which will help you answer some of the questions which will be answered by the honorable members to that effect. PS, let me take this opportunity now to confer you with immunity in accordance with Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia. That's the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, which gives you immunity to whatever which you are going to submit before this committee. But however, the same law can work against you if you willingly intend to mislead this committee. And thereafter, this is also read in line with Standing Order number 175, which ensures that you follow the deliberations as guided by the chairperson, who's myself. So you proceed to read the query as it appears in the Auditor General's report, then also the amounts stated where applicable, then your mitigation measures you are taking as a ministry. Then thereafter, the honorable members will ask you questions which we expect your competent team to answer effectively to that effect. So PS, let me invite you to proceed and make your submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. So the issue at hand is Head 65 Ministry of Higher Education in Dissolution and their audit findings. So the first finding relates to budget, funding and expenditure. And so the question at hand is that in the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year ended 31st December 2021, a provision of 2,118,597 was made to cater for various activities, against which amounts totaling 1,736,997,691 were released, resulting in an underfunding of 265,120,906 as at 31st December 2021, amounts totaling 1,725,649 million and for 2 kwacha had been spent. Our response, Chair, is that we wish to inform the committee that the underfunding recorded during the period under review was due to non-release of funds by the Treasury, to which Ministry had no control over. We further wish to inform the committee that management has observed consistency in terms of disbursement of funds by Treasury in the current year, that is 2022. So far, Treasury has disbursed all the amounts expected within the period. The second matter concerns contracts for supply of equipment. In paragraph 28 of the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Republic for the financial year ended 31st December 2020, mention was made of 10 selected contracts with a contract sum of 10,604,056 relating to the supply, delivery, installation, commissioning and training of key staff on the use of the equipment for 18 training institutions. As at 30th June 2020, the contractors had been paid amount totaling $9,620,423, leaving a balance of $993,422, and all the equipment valued at $10,614,056 had been delivered to the central warehouse in Lusaka by the 10 suppliers. A review of the situation in June 2022 revealed the following. Number one, failure to deliver equipment to training institutions. Equipment valued at $1,808,197 continued to be kept at the central warehouse in Lusaka as at 30th June 2022, 20 months after they were supplied in 2020. As a result, installation, commissioning, and training of key staff could not be done. Our response, Chair, is that the cause of this is that we wish to inform the committee that failure to deliver the equipment to the training institutions was due to the fact that the ministry decided to relocate or to reallocate equipment valued at $1,808,197 that was initially meant for operational trades institutes to those under construction earmarked for completion in first quarter of 2020 and second quarter of 2023. These institutions include Sesheke, Lundazi, and Porokoso trades, with an appendix 1 to that. The action that we've taken is that we wish to inform the committee that the ministry has intensified supervisions and monitoring of the above-mentioned infrastructure project to ensure they are completed and handed over on time. We further wish to inform the committee that the ministry has already mobilized funds and initiated the procurement for transportation of this equipment. There's Appendix 2, which speaks to that, Chair. The second issue is failure to utilize training equipment. Equipment valued at $239,106 delivered to various institutions between July and August 2021 was not in use as at 30th June 2022, 1 year after delivery. There's a table to this. Table 1, which speaks to failure to utilize equipment and training equipment. At Ukumi Trades, the orders observed that Ukumi Trade Training Institute, there was mechanical and fabrication equipment, automotive and heavy-duty equipment, bricklaying and deplastering equipment, mechanical and electrical equipment, carpentry and joinery equipment, valued at $169,183. And the orders remarked that the equipment was still sealed in boxes and kept in various stores room. Inquiries with management revealed that the institution is yet to contract workshops, to construct a workshop to house the equipment. In Livingston at Libes, a block making machine, power float, vibrating, compacting machine valued at $19,125. The remarks from the orders in case the equipment was packed in a classroom and was not in use, despite bricklaying courses being offered at the institution. Inquiries with management revealed that the shelter constructed to house the equipment was not secure, hence the decision to pack the equipment. At Sorwezi Trade Training Institute, the 3D wheel alignment machine, the bandsaw vertical 5 horsepower motor, ornamental iron making machine, and the hydraulic pipe square tube bending machines, 2 of them, all valued at $22,116. The remark was that the equipment was not in use as the key staff had not been trained by the supplier as at 30th June 2022. Lukasha Technical and Business College, Luansha Technical and Business College, that is LTBC, from Workers Cropper, valued at 11,181. The remark is that the equipment was not in use as the key staff had not been trained by the supplier as at 30th June 2022. Cabo Institute of Technology, there's a surface grinding machine for cylinder valued at $6,462. The remark is that the equipment was not in use as the key staff had not been trained by the supplier as at 30th June 2022. At Notec, the tire changer and the wheel balancing machine valued at $11,039. The remark is that the equipment was still in the box at the time of verification. No reason was availed by management as to why the equipment was not in use. There are some diagrams that were attached there to show all these things. The response chair is as follows. At Ukumi Trades, we've stated the cause. We wish to inform the committee that failure to utilize the quarried equipment was due to delayed completion of workshops to house it. The room that was available did not have appropriate security. The action that the military has taken is that we have allocated funds in the 2023 budget to support the institution with funds to complete the workshop. For Lisbon Institute of Business and Engineering Studies, LIBES, the cause for the query that we wish to inform the committee that failure to utilize the quarried equipment was due to delayed completion of workshops to house some of the equipment. The school had no room with adequate space and security. Action taken that management at LIBES has enhanced the security to the structure and the equipment is currently in use. There's a picture in Appendix 3 which speaks to that. For Solid Trades, we wish to inform the committee that the failure to utilize the quarried equipment was due to delayed training of key staff. Action taken that management at Solwezi Trades Training Institute engaged Notec to train key staff. We further wish to inform the committee that the officers have been trained and the equipment has since been installed and currently operational. We have Appendix 4 to that. For Wansha Technical and Business College, we wish to inform the committee that the institution was not utilizing the quarried equipment due to delayed training of key staff. Action taken that the staff have been trained in the use of the equipment and it is currently in use. We have got Appendix 5 which speaks to that. For Cabo Institute of Technology, we wish to inform the committee that the institution was not utilizing the quarried equipment because at the time of audit, they already had similar equipment in use. Action taken that management at KIT is now utilizing the equipment following the increase in number of students sponsored through the the Continuous Development Fund. There's Appendix 6 which speaks to that. For Notec, we wish to inform the committee that failure to utilize the quarried equipment was because there were other equipment of similar type already in use. Action taken with the increased number of enrollments, the institution has commissioned the equipment and it is already in use. There are also pictures that we have attached. So procurement of equipment, we see incomplete accessories was another issue. Here, inquiries with management of selected institutions revealed that although training equipment such as industrial stoves, the 3D wheel alignment machines and spindle motors were procured and delivered, the equipment could not be put to use as some accessories were missing. A review of the contract revealed that the missing accessories were not part of the contract, hence were not supplied by the contractors. In this regard, the procurement of this equipment was wasteful. And there's a table 3 that speaks to this query, where they say the supplier Gradico supplied industrial stoves with ovens, 10 of them in quantities valued at $3,066, for one, coming to a total of $30,655. The missing accessories or parts on this one were special pots and pans. Theotoka Laboratory supplied 3 DU alignment machines, 10 of them in number, at a cost of 4,082 per unit, giving a total price of 40,923 for the 10. And there were specific lifters which were missing. Divine Express supplied spindle motors, 10 of them in quantity, have valued at 7,983 each, giving a total of 79,828 for the 10. And there are specific cutters which were missing. The response: the accessories in question were not part of the contract as they could be sourced locally. The action that was taken that we wish to inform the committee that the expenditure that was incurred on acquisition of the equipment was not wasteful, in that training institutions have sourced the missing accessories and the equipment is currently in use. Management of assets, that's failure to secure title deeds, was another issue. It is stated that Section 41, Number 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, Number 1 of 2020, requires controlling officers to ensure that all public properties under their charge are secured with title deeds. Contrary to this act, title deeds for parcels of land on which the ministry headquarters was located had not been secured as at 31st July 2022. Our response is that we wish to inform the committee that the ministry could not secure the title deeds because the property in question belonged to the Ministry of Education. There is Appendix C, number 7 to that, which speaks to it. The next item is on infrastructure development. During the period under review, the ministry had 42 projects with total contract sum of 2,580,681,213 kwacha relating to construction of infrastructure in various districts, out of which interim payment certificates in amount totaling 1,551,619,380 kwacha were received from contractors, and amount totaling 1,145,938,235 had been paid as at 31st December 2020. In 2021, the ministry received funds in amount totaling 287,570,625 from the Treasury for infrastructure development under the University Education Program, out of which amount totaling 284,758,792 kwacha were spent, bringing the total amount paid to 1,430,697,027 kwacha, leaving an amount of 120,922,353 on outstanding IPCs. The following were observed. Number 1, delayed completion of works. Although the projects had revised completion dates to 2017 and 2018, the projects had not been completed as at 31st July 2022, 4 to 5 years after the expected completion date. In this regard, only 7 out of the 42 projects were complete and in use, while the completion status of the remaining 35 projects ranged between 5%. This had been the cause of the delay to complete all projects below 80%, as the ministry had prioritized those projects above 80% completion stage. Action taken: that the ministry was granted authority by the Ministry of Justice for price adjustment and revision of completion period for projects under construction caused by kwacha depreciation. To this effect, 5 TVET projects were successfully renegotiated and new addendum were signed in October to November of 2020. The ministry has been setting aside an annual budget provision of at least 5 million. In addition, in the year 2020, a total of 20 million from Skills Development Fund project and 44 million budgeted was for TVET and Science and Technology and Innovation projects respectively. Further, the military has started the process of handing over all the university projects following the realignment of University Education Directorate to the Ministry of Education. We have got Appendix 8, which speaks to that. The second one is interest on delayed payments, waste of expenditure. Clause 14.4 of the General Conditions of the Contract, GCC, provided that if the client made a late payment, the contractor would be paid interest on the late payment in the next payment. As at 31st December 2022, amount totaling 1,551,619,380 kwacha had been certified, out of which amounts totaling 1,430,697,027 kwacha had been paid to various contractors, leaving balance totaling 120,922,353 kwacha. Due to delays in settling IPCs issued by contractors for periods ranging between 24 to 42 months, the ministry accrued interest in amount totaling 98,388,274 kwacha as at 31st December 2021, which is wasteful expenditure. Our response, Chair. We wish to inform the committee that the ministry incurred interest on delayed payments due to inadequate budget allocation and disbursement by the Treasury. Action taken. The ministry has been paying all interim certificates within 7 days of receipt, and this is in line with the contractual obligations of 28 days period. This has been possible due to the availability of funds from both the Skills Development Fund and the main budget allocated to infrastructure. Further, the ministry has started the process of handing over all the university projects following the realignment of University Education Directorate to the Ministry of Education. The joint site inspection is almost finalized, and the team will hold a meeting to hand over all the 25 projects by 30th November 2022 after finalizing the comprehensive handover notes. The ministry will in future avoid the contracts with the interest clause on delayed payments. The other issue is on overpayment for works. Shanghai Construction Limited, a company engaged to construct an examination center at Teveta at a contract sum of 37,874,427, was paid 41,381,308 kwacha for IPCs issued, which was more than the contract sum, resulting in an overpayment of 3,506,911. Inquiries with management revealed that the contract was not valid. Further, Speed Dragon Enterprises, a company engaged to construct Mumbwa Trade Training Institute at a contract sum of 48,535 kwacha, 327, was overpaid in that the contractor was paid 23,540,064 kwacha, while the certified works were 22,703,963 kwacha, resulting in an overpayment of 836,101. Our response on Shanghai Construction Limited that we wish to inform the committee that there was disregard of variation rules by Teveta management. The action taken is that on 15th October 2020, the ministry wrote to management at Teveta about the lapses in the irregular payment and the processes highlighted above. The statutory body was guided to ensure that all procurement expenditure was authorized by the Ministerial Procurement Committee. Similarly, the ministry, in consultation with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, wrote to the consultant to request him to prepare a fresh financial statement which should take into account the authorized variations and contractual claims in order to ascertain the actual financial position of the project. The financial statements were to exclude currency fluctuations on building materials since the contract did not have such a provision. The Ministry of Technology and Science, TVETA, and the Ministry of Infrastructure and Urban Development as consultants have scheduled to resolve the matter by 30th November 2022. We have Appendix 9 speaking to that, Chair. On Speed Dragon, we wish to inform the committee that overpayment was due to delays in sharing of information on payments made between the ministry headquarters and TVETA. TVETA took over payment of outstanding certificates through the Skills Development Funds for infrastructure projects in training schools in 2019. However, information regarding a part payment of 836,101 that was made to the contractor on one certificate was not shared in good time, resulting in overpayment as TVETA cleared the certificate in full without taking into consideration the amount that was paid by the Ministry of Higher Education. The action taken that the overpayment in question was discovered in October 2018, and the ministry wrote to Speed Dragon Limited notifying them of the overpayment and that the amount overpaid would be deducted from the subsequent payments. However, no subsequent payment has been made to the contractor to date because the contract is expired. The ministry has not initiated the renewal of the contract because the project is among the suspended projects with progress at less than 80%. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, PS, for your submission. Honorable members, that's a submission from our PS, from the Ministry of Technology and Science. Honorable Nkosa, can proceed. Starting from the fifth. Yes, can proceed.
Well guided, Chair. Good morning, Controlling Officer. Controlling Officer, I take note that in your submission on page 1, getting to page 2, you have indicated that the delay to deliver equipment was due to the decision by the ministry to reallocate the equipment to training institutions under construction. These institutions are in Sesheke, Lundazi, and Mporokoso. At the same time, we have seen from your submission in Appendix 1, where you have indicated that you instructed that the equipment from Mporokoso and Lundazi be redistributed to other institutions with readily available workshops, as the two institutions were likely not to be commissioned in 2022. This is coming from your submission. When you see Appendix 1, it has 3 pages, and this is indicated on item number 3 in your minutes, where you have said the PS further instructed that the equipment that was allocated from Mporokoso and Lundazi Trades Training Institutes should be redistributed to the institutions that have workshops readily available. This was because the two institutions are likely not to be commissioned this year. You have provided to this committee 2 contradictory statements. Can you kindly clarify on that issue? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Any other question? Honorable Lumai, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, in the same vein, I want the PS to tell this committee, what did you want to achieve at the time you were planning to procure these equipments? Because, Chair, it appears the ministry sat to budget for these equipments and they did not know where to take them, who to use them. And these equipments are bought, Chair. Now they are marooned in the warehouse in Lusaka. So what was the primary purpose to purchase these equipments?
Thank you. Honorable Mfarari, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Controlling Officer, can we have a look at the contracts, these contracts to deliver this equipment? I'm saying so because why was it too easy for your ministry to ask the contractors to supply in Lusaka, not in Sesheke, not in Livingstone, and not in Kabwe? Why did you want to take the job of the contractor who was supposed to deliver on site, and you decide to deliver in Lusaka when you knew where you were supposed to take the equipment?
Thank you. PS, you can answer those 3 questions, then we'll proceed with other honorable members.
Thank you so much, Chair. Okay, I will pick the other questions, where I need help. I'm going to be calling my colleagues to help me there. So the first question relates to the fact that we are submitting that the equipment was still marooned in the workshops, basically because it was reserved to be taken to Sesheke, Lundazi, and Mporokoso. But then there's another submission indicating that the controlling officer had instructed that equipment that was supposed to go to Lundazi and Mporokoso, should be taken to trade trainings that were ready, we are ready to use them. Yes. So what happened was that the initial decision was made when we noticed that we were going to finish the construction of the 3 institutions at a start. We had not foreseen that along the way there would be some challenges from the contractors there, and so that's how we initially decided that instead of us commissioning these 3 trades institutes without any equipment there, basically because also we did not have the money that we are trying to look, which we are going to depend on, and our skill development fund had not been released by the
Chair, the controlling officer is not addressing why the 2 statements are contradictory.
PS, as guided, just try and clarify. I think the issues with the 2 statements, you can proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much, Chair. The 2 statements would seem to be contradicting in the sense that there were 2 decisions that were made at 2 different times. The first decision was made to ensure that we operationalize all the 3 institutions. But along the way, we realized that we are not going to manage to operationalize Lundazi and Mporokoso when we were written by Ministry of Infrastructure that there was an extension request that was made by the contractors on the completion dates for Lundazi and Mporokoso. So as a result of that, we now had to readjust the area decision that was made, so that the equipment should not just remain marooned waiting for Mporokoso and Lundazi. So that's how now that other decision now came in to say that can we then have this equipment go to some other institutions which are readily available. I submit, Chair.
The question by Honorable Umai and then Honorable Mfarari's question, can they be addressed?
Okay, thank you so much. So the question relates to what was the purpose of purchasing this equipment. Seemed like we were only buying equipment when we did not even know where we were going to use it there. Thank you so much for that question. Yes, it would appear like this basically because you find that the workshops are not ready and the equipment has been bought. That was not really the case in sense. we had planned that we are going to ensure that all the workshops are in place before the equipment comes. However, there was no release of the SDF from the Treasury, so we could not finish working on the on the workshops so that they are in place before the equipment came. And so as a result of that, the equipment came and just got marooned there. Even when we had planned for it, it could not then be used, and this is why it seemed like as if we did not have planned to even use the equipment. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, PS. I don't know who will help you with a question which has been asked by Honorable Ferrari. I think that question has not been answered. I think you've tackled the question from Honorable Lumai.
Chair, I'm going to let Director Vet, assist me on this one.
Thank you, Director Vet. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, members. In the contracts for the supply of the equipment, Chair, it was destined that the equipment would be shipped to Lusaka. Thank you.
Just a follow-up question, maybe from before Honorable Mfalari comes in. Your contracts for these equipment, the aforesaid equipment, what did it state? That the CIP Lusaka or CIP Sesheke or Mporokoso just state that the Auditor General will come in to see if they've authenticated that those contracts, they stipulated that. You can proceed. Before you proceed, Honorable Mfarari, you have, I think, a follow-up question.
Yes, Chair. I'm not satisfied with the response from the Director, in the sense that I guess you were there, Director, or you were part of the system. What was in your mind? You knew that the equipment was supposed to go to Sesheke or to Kwimi or to Solwezi. But you go into a contract where you tell the supplier that you deliver in Lusaka. Instead of you, the supplier, delivering in Nimongu or in Senanga or in Solwezi. Why? What was it that you wanted to achieve? Maybe we could go back that way. By you delivering in Lusaka instead of taking them to... Now, right now, the other time you were telling us here that you were struggling with transport, you didn't have space. So what was it that you wanted to achieve by telling the supplier to bring to Lusaka?
Thank you. Honorable Himanga or Mnyima, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Through your PS, I don't know whether you delegate this question or you have the answer. Was there a needs analysis for this equipment done, or it was just procured? Was it needed for these required institutions? The reason why I'm asking is that even at time of audit, some of it has not yet been distributed, which comes to my second question. Where is it now? What's the status? Is it distributed, or why is it not distributed up to date? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. PS, you can proceed and answer those questions, or you can delegate them to your colleagues. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll delegate the questions to the Director Vet.
Director Vet, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, maybe I need to make a clarification here, if you can allow me. The clarification that all the equipment is gone. All the equipment is gone. I need to clarify this. All the equipment is gone. The only equipment we are discussing here is the only equipment that we had reserved for Sesheke, Lundazi, and Mporokoso. That's all. All the equipment in question, is it 90-something%, is all gone and working in the institutions. The only equipment that brings the question, and I think that's the reason why you are raising that matter to the PS here. The only equipment that we have is a small section of the equipment, which the auditors, yes, rightly picked up, purely on the basis of the policy the public policy decision that the ministry made. And that is the one you heard, which the honorable member asked, which PS was trying to clarify. As a ministry offering TVET, with all the government pronouncements, we made a decision that we keep a certain section of the equipment for Sesheke, for Porokoso and Lundazi, given that we had a budget constraint. The only limitation which is there is, even as we were coming here, if this infrastructure had been completed by the contractors, we as ministry were to ship this equipment earlier than anticipated. But as explained by the controlling officer here, we could not do that, one, for security reasons, that if we get this equipment and we just go and leave it at the college when it's incomplete, definitely we begin to answer other questions. That is a clarification, Chair, if with your permission, which I wanted to make. The only equipment there is just for these 3 institutions. The rest of the equipment is in the colleges. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think the question for Honorable Wamnyuma is not answered. Needs assessment.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, a needs analysis, Chair, was done, and that is the reason why equipment in different categories was bought. Our colleges, the 28 currently across the country, they offer different disciplines, different hands-on skills. And consequently, even the equipment, if you went to different colleges like Nortec, Carbon Institute of Technology, etc., all of them have equipment that is on the basis of what they're offering, hence answering the question on needs analysis. Some courses are a common denominator. You may have carpenter and joinery in Mongo. You also have carpenter and joinery in Chipata. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Lumai, then Honorable Mfarari.
Chairperson, I want to remind the Director Tevet that while we can be happy to listen to the good English, but I want to tell you that the report here, you yourself, you called for this meeting on 30th June 2020. And these equipments were supplied in 2020. You called for the meeting on 30th June 2022 when you were discussing these matters. And you called for this meeting after the PS here got a report from internal audit. So hence, the issues this committee is raising, why did you procure equipment? And the equipment arrives in Lusaka, then you tell this committee that the reason was the ministry decided to relocate these equipments to institutions which were not yet completed. So the honorable member here has asked you a simple question. Did you do a needs assessment on this same equipment? So you saying that 99% has been done, this has been done, when you have told this committee, you have given us your reports here, 30th June Chair 2022, appendix number 1. So it is the internal audit which discovered that these equipments were not distributed. So why are you trying to change the goalposts?
Honorable Ferrari, then Edge will comment. Honorable Daka, you
Chair. Chair, I'm taken aback by the director here. Last year, Director, you were here. Let me just give an example of Sesheke. What did you tell us over the equipment that was supposed to go to Sesheke? Maybe if he can reflect what he told this committee over this equipment, because I was specific with Sesheke, and I'm the person who asked about Sesheke. Can he tell us what he told the committee about the equipment for Sesheke? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Through PS, Director Tavet or Director Tevet? Okay, you can proceed and answer those 2 questions from the honorable members. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Honorable Mfarari is very right. The ministry still indicated, and I still state the same statement. We had reserved the equipment for Sesheke. The policy assumption, Chair, was that by now, Sesheke would have been commissioned. In fact, the commission of Sesheke had been slated sometime in September, October. So, unfortunately, that didn't happen. And my PS here can attest to it. He's right. I was here. You raised this question, and we indicated the same. We had reserved part of the equipment for Sesheke. The assumption, Chair, which is a truthful assumption, is that we were supposed to have shipped that equipment on the understanding that Sesheke would have been completed. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. I think the more details can be spoken to by the Permanent Secretary. That equipment is still there. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. The question for Honorable Lumai, I don't know if PS you are taking it.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think I still refer the question to Director Betty.
Director, you can proceed.
Chair, I may have lost my apologies for that.
Thank you. Honorable Lumai, just rephrase the question.
Chair, the Director told you, Chair, that they had done 99% of these equipments. And the only issue at hand was a minor thing. And I've told the Director here that this issue, like Honorable Kando has stated, I think I sat on the same chair here last year, and his submission was the same. And today, the same 99% submission is coming again here. Now, I've told him to say, Director, while you may speak very good English, but the committee here is looking at the report that these equipments were supplied in 2020. And you, Director David, you called for a meeting on 30th June 2022, which is the year under discussion. And it is you, with the PS, who told this meeting that the internal audit had presented a report regarding the same equipment. So now you are trying to change the goalpost as though, even at the time this report was being availed to you, you had already distributed these equipments when not. So I wanted to know, why is he trying to change the goalposts? Because I expected the answer from the Director to say, yes, we have erred, we are going to do things in a better way. Because the committee is at pains that you can procure equipment, and the Treasury gives you money, the equipment is kept in Lusaka. Now you change these equipments, instead of directing the equipments where they were supposed to go. Now you are telling us that the ministry decided. Here you have said, we wish to inform the committee that failure to deliver equipment to the training institutions was due to the fact that the ministry decided to reallocate equipment valued at $1,808,000 that was initially meant for the operational trade institutes to those under constructions. So, Chair, at the time when they were procuring these equipments, they were meant for specific institutions. So now the ministry has decided to relocate, and yet these institutions which are operational, they are starving. So I wanted to understand, why is he trying to change the goalposts in his submissions?
Thank you. Honorable Daka.
Thank you, Chairperson. PS, how effective is your planning department? And out of just interest, who heads your planning department?
Thank you. PS, you can proceed. Director Tavet, you can answer Honorable Lumai's question. Then PS, you take Honorable Daka's question. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I wish to submit that I take the concerns raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Chavuma. We hear them, but you may wish to bear with us, Chair, that we just varied the equipment so that the rural areas, such as the insurance we have mentioned, would also have a bite in terms of training. So in the event that we erred somewhere, we seek your understanding, but the moral objective as a government department, when we discussed with the controlling officer, was that the 3 rural institutions at least would have a bite or from the equipment that we had bought, given that our budgetary allocations also have a limitation. So if the committee finds that we erred somewhere, from our hearts, we say it's a decision that was made in the interest of the Zambian people for the rural areas such as Sesheke, Mporokoso, and Lundazi. I submit here.
Thank you. PS, you can proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yeah. How effective is the planning department and who is heading it? That's a question that has been raised to me. Maybe I would...
Assistant Director Planning, how effective are you? There's a question for you.
Honorable members, I'd state that the planning department is effective. And it is headed by a director planning who is currently in office.
Thank you. Honorable Daka, follow-up question.
Controlling officer, I'm finding it very difficult to understand the response from the assistant director. Because if you had an effective master plan, there's no way you can sequence your activities in the manner in which you did, where you deliver equipment which cannot be utilized. What do you understand by when we say effectiveness? Effectiveness means by the time something is being delivered, it's ready for use. So which means there was no planning at all. I asked a very simple question which looked very simple. It's not all about answering or responding to it. Some certain things you have to accept that they were not done properly. Mr. Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think I'll let PS answer that, then we'll proceed to the next item. PS, you can proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Honorable Daka, for your observation. However, if you follow from the submission that we had, that there was a planning that was done on how this equipment was supposed to come and then get to these institutions where it was supposed to go. Unfortunately, that plan within the Gantt chart and the critical path analysis that was done there, there was need to also upgrade and repair the workshops. But that needed money, and that money was supposed to be coming from the Skill Development Fund, which money was not released by the Treasury. So it ended up actually affecting the repair of some of these other the workshops here. And so to just bring the workshop, the equipment and take it to these workshops, which were not yet, in good state, became a challenge. And so this is why, in a way, it seems like maybe the planning department might have some lapses. I know that there are many issues probably to that, and it will not just be like maybe the only reason where one would see some kind of lapses in the planning department there, but at least maybe for this part there, maybe that's the only explanation I can make. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Auditor General's Office, your comment. I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think my comment has been overtaken, but I wanted to mention that if at all there was any needs assessment, then it was defective, because in some cases like at Inotec, the institution couldn't use the new equipment because they already had. So it means that maybe they didn't even need after all. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are proceeding now to the next question. We've labored on this issue. I think PS, the issue Auditor General has raised is very important. We've seen that in most of your submission. And that's why I think there was issue of planning and also checking to ensure. Because imagine if you take them the same equipment they have, why didn't they buy what they don't have? It's as simple as that. Yeah, why? So it borders on planning. Why should we, if they've got a block making machine, we get them another block making machine. Yes, it's a new version, but it's doing the same thing. Yeah. So I think it's important moving forward that those things are looked at in your planning to ensure that you give them what they don't have, what they are lacking. I think that's the way to move forward, because then we are saying we are moving from this stage to the next stage. But if you are providing them a tractor and another tractor, then basically they'll be offering the same services. So it's important that we look into that. So proceed to the next question, honorable members. Honorable Wamunyima, then Honorable Mfarari. On the next question, I think, which is C, management of assets. I hope so. You can proceed. Failure to? Okay.
Can be combined with the missing incomplete accessories.
Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think initially on the first item, the reason why I asked for a needs analysis is because I'm actually interested in you bringing that analysis and so that we can just have a look at it. You have at Ukwimi Trade Institute on page C, you procure and you don't have anywhere to put the equipment, and you say you did the needs analysis. So what sort of needs analysis allows you to procure equipment you cannot secure where to put it? So why did the ministry procure and distribute this equipment before securing the place where it should be housed? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Farari, can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Failure to utilize training equipment and missing accessories. Chair, I want to put it to the controlling officer for his team. The excuses that you are giving in your submission do not actually they are not true to some extent. I'll give an example, even what the excuse they are giving about machines that were bought for NOTEC. You don't expect students to queue over one machine and you're saying you're training. Because in these training schools, there's one machine for 30 students. And when you procure 2, it means you want students to share. But you are now admitting that no, because there was another machine. It's not true. You want students to queue up. I have been there myself. The machinery, NOTEC, Livingston, you have to allow 5 to be taught, then you move out to another group. You are procuring to ensure that at least you have something that each student stands. And in normal circumstances, the machine that you're even talking about here, if it's diagnosis machine, each student should have a diagnosis machine to allow himself to learn. Now you're telling us, say, because there was a machinery there which was there, and that's why the machine was not installed. It's not true. Including the Livingston one where you are saying the space was not enough. I know the workshops for Livingston, they are big and huge. All equipment can fit. Even this small equipment I'm seeing on pictures is very small compared to Livingston workshop, whether for mechanics, electrical, or bricklaying. They are big things. They were built many years ago. They are big. Now you come here and tell us, no, there was no space. It's not true. There is space, Chair. So all these excuses they are giving here, they are not valid as far as I'm concerned. Let them admit that they didn't just follow up, there was no supervision. Because this equipment is very simple to install. It's very simple to utilize because they don't consume a lot of space. So the answers, PS, which your technical team is giving us, it's not valid, especially for Livingston, for NOTEC. Those things do not arise for space. There are big places which are already there. The answer for Sesheke, the last time the director was here, he was telling us that there is a room that they are going to put equipment there, which equipment has not moved up to now. And they were saying by next month, everything will be in Sesheke. I was asking that question because I said, since you are getting machinery to go to other places, can you get the machinery for Sesheke so that it can be stored somewhere there? They said, yes, we have secured the room. Today they come and tell us the machinery is still in Lusaka. So they are not being truthful. On the 3D technology, I don't know, PS, it looks like 3D technology is now all over. You order the 3D equipment for alignment. And out of the equipment that you ordered, you are saying the accessories for the 3D equipment could be obtained in Zambia. And that's why you didn't tell the contractor to say all the accessories required for this 3D equipment for Notec, for the 3D equipment for Solwezi should have been acquired. In Solwezi, it's very simple to find the accessories for 3D technology. It's not true. The order was not complete. That's why I was saying, Chair, can we have the contracts so that we see what was supposed to have been procured for this 3D equipment? 3D equipment, 3D technology is not too old. It's modern, and it's improving every day. So I'm surprised I hear the technical staff PS telling you that these missing accessories actually could be procured within. It's not true. And how compatibility issues arise because you cannot get equipment from this source, then you expect that every accessory can fit. It's not true. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mfarari. I think PS have also, I actually underlined that issue on page 6 and I indicated lame excuse. I think let's not have such excuses because if you are procuring equipment like Honorable Mfarari is saying, why should we get it in halfway? We say we buy, then we come and buy accessories locally. Unless we are talking about consumables to go into the machine for some processes, then we understand. But if you are buying equipment, let's have a complete equipment with all the accessories so that as and when it's installed and commissioned, it starts working. But if you start telling us now, no, we thought it was not part of the contract because it could be sourced locally. What kind of rationale is that, PS? I think it's not. It's basically a lame excuse on something which either your technical staff overlooked, or I don't know what cost we're trying to save. Not even saving costs, because why should you buy equipment then no accessories and then in turn you fail to utilize it? I think that's actually wasteful expenditure, like they're saying, because the value for money, when that thing is sitting, it's not being utilized, it's an issue. It's an issue. Then why do that? So I think that's not a befitting answer to this question. We want a proper answer. Why was it not part of the contract? If you had done your assessment and you knew a complete set of this machine needed these accessories, get it all in all, like Honorable Mfarari is saying, with compatibility issues and all that, then install it and it's done. We don't have these things. We're not going to be arising because you had money, you had the budget for everything. This is government. We are not dealing with individual budgets to say, no, I thought I'll get a tire from Soweto because if at least I can get a car, it will arrive then. No. We are dealing with government resources. Can you tell us why your officers behaved in such a manner, in a befitting way? Is there any other question, honorable members, on the same item on accessories? And Honorable Wamnyima, so you take the 3 questions and you proceed.
Chair, on this Livingston, like Honorable Mfarari has asked, you see they are saying in their response, they are saying that the delayed completion of workshops to house some of this equipment was the reason why some of it was not distributed. However, in table 1 on page 2, management at the institution has reported under audit remarks indicated that the shelter constructed to house the equipment was not secure. So which one is the correct position? Is it because it's not secure or because there's delayed completion? Why are you giving conflicting statements when your action taken indicates that management at the institution has enhanced security to the structure? And why did the ministry procure and distribute? It all comes back to the same question, Chair, again. For these, why were they procured if there was nowhere to put them? What was the basis of the procurement? Was it procurement just for expenditure? Or what was it What was this procurement all about?
Thank you. So I'll allow you, PS, to take my question and Honorable Mfarari's questions are interrelated or similar. Honorable Wamnima's question, I want your Assistant Director Internal Audit, excuse me, to just give us what was the status report, because he's the one who generated that report when he went to Sesheke, just in summary what he found, and hence the decision which was taken by management. So PS, you can proceed, then your Assistant Director will come in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I totally agree with what you have mentioned. I think there were serious lapses in the way these contracts were managed, and we sincerely apologize for that. What I can say is that in future we endeavor to ensure that things are properly planned. It is very true that you cannot begin procuring things in halves. Yes, accessories are missing and equipment comes there, and then it gets packed, whereas you're still trying to locally secure the so-called missing accessories. There's return on investment. It means that government is losing money out of that equipment there. It was a serious mistake. I think we must take responsibility and not try to hide behind the finger, even where something is very clear. Yes, that was something that is regrettable, and we ensure that in future, such type of projects are properly planned, where a complete checklist is done. People are able to know where the equipment is going to be sitting when it comes, what are all other accessories that are needed before it is even being executed. I submit, Chair. On the other questions, on issues to do with the conflict statements, on what?
Yes, you can just hold on. You can just hold on. Kodak. PS, you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yes, I was saying that we take note and appreciate the counsel that has been given here. These are public resources which must not be taken for granted, and I fully appreciate that it doesn't make sense to procure equipment with missing accessories, come and keep it in the boxes, and then you are losing on the return on investment. You're not getting any return on investment, and even if you are going to procure these accessories at a later time there, it doesn't still cure the fact that there was some kind of lapse in terms of time.
No, it's just, sorry, my apologies, Chair.
Thank you, it's okay. PS, proceed.
Okay. I was saying that it doesn't it makes sense in whichever way, people might want to look at it there. These are public resources which must be taken care of. When equipment is procured, you are looking at return on investment, and it is tied to time. So even if the accessories later on are procured, the issue is that this equipment over time, and especially in the TVT sector there, where we expect to upgrade it at a later time there, it becomes obsolete before you even upgrade it there. So the submission that you've made and the counsel that you've made there is well noted, and will ensure that in the future things are properly planned to avoid that type of a waste of expenditure, Chair. I submit on that one there.
Thank you, PS. And just a word of advice, I think don't let your technocrats even as you are making some of this submission, mislead you or write something which is not befitting, because it's you who's coming to present before this committee. I think it's important that you interrogate and you tell them this reason is this one is a lame excuse. Let's remove it and let's face things the way they are. Internal audit, you can proceed and quickly summarize what you found in Sesheke.
Thank you, Chair. Our report, as Sesheke came in, when we identified that equipment was not delivered to certain institutions, and then management response was that there was reallocation that was made. So for Sesheke, the position still remains the same. Delivery is yet to be made, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, we proceed to the next item. I think we've spoken about issues of accessories. We'll proceed to, is it C, management of assets, failure to secure titles. Then we'll proceed to, after that we'll proceed to D, issues to do with infrastructure. So I can proceed if there's any questions on failing to secure title deeds. To that effect. Yes, Honorable Daka.
Controlling officer, I will take you to page 7 on title deeds. And Chair, I think this issue to do with title deeds, this committee has been dealing with it year in, year out. I don't know how now, I don't know what these controlling officers would expect from us, what kind of force would use for these people to understand that you can only secure property when you put it on title. Controlling officer, why is it taking so long for you to procure title deeds? Take this committee to speed. We would want to really understand a matter which is so important. Year in, year out, we are dealing with one and the same things. What is so difficult in procuring these title deeds? I submit, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Daka. Any other question on title deeds? I think it's a straightforward matter. And PS, just tell us what you are doing about this issue. Then we can proceed to the next item, because we won't be seated here dealing with title deeds, and these things are straightforward. We understand the Public Finance Act number 1 of 2018, what it says, and the requirement by you, controlling officers, what you need to do about these facilities. PS, tell us. You can proceed.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Honorable Daka, for your question. I think my director HR became reluctant because of that letter that was written, and did not inform me, say that she was not going to go ahead and do the process the title deeds, basically because of the response which is attached in the in the appendix there. However, even the very same Ministry of Education does not have title deeds for that very same land as stated there. And so this is something that we were actually discussing with my team yesterday, that we will not leave it to the Ministry of Education to say until they acquire the title deeds there, because if they don't have it, then they cannot claim ownership of the land. It means that it remains insecure. So I wish to inform the committee that my ministry will take this, and I hope that we will not have this issue next time, still being raised on the issues of the title deeds. We will ensure that we move with it so that we can procure title deeds for that land where we are housed. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Is your director HR here? He doesn't want his job, or she doesn't want her job. Because she's supposed to be here, or he is supposed to be here to answer those questions. Then let's proceed to the next item. We need to see that thing resolved, PS, because it still be an outstanding issue in our report. So it should be resolved. Honorable Mkosa.
The other issue, Chair, is that PS, you need to appreciate that whether the building belongs to Ministry of Education or Ministry of Technology, this is one government, and I believe you are occupying the premises. So take it upon yourself to liaise with your Minister of Education counterpart so that you commence the process of getting a title deed. Whether it will be for Ministry of Education or Ministry of Technology, we want a title deed. You are occupying the premises, and I believe you are not paying rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mukosa. PS, you have any reaction to that effect, or we proceed to the next item, I think?
Chair, we can proceed. I think it's enough. We've been guided enough on this one, and we'll proceed as guided.
Thank you. Let's look at the issue of infrastructure, which is D. Delayed works. Interest on delayed payments can be combined. Overpayment can be combined to that effect. So this is the last item. We can tackle it in such a manner. So there are three issues which we can look at, honorable members. You can proceed. Honorable Amnyima.
Thank you very much, Chair. On page 7 on item I, the delayed completion of works, and in his response, the controlling officer has indicated that the ministry was granted authority by the Ministry of Justice for price adjustment and revision of completion of projects under construction caused by kwacha depreciation. Have all the 35 projects under construction been revised, and what is the cost implication of the adjustments on the treasury? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any other question? Honorable Daka, this is your strength. Can you ask questions? You can proceed.
Controlling officer, these adjustments that were made, did you do a rate analysis to justify the increments or the adjustments? What kind of adjudications did you make in order to make these adjustments?
Thank you. Honorable Mkosa.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take the PS to page 8 on the issue of interest on delayed payments and wasteful expenditure. In the response by the controlling officer under action taken, he has indicated that the ministry has been paying all interim payment certificates within 7 days of receipt. So I would like the controlling officer to shed more light on which IPCs have been paid within 7 days, since the IPCs that have been queried have been outstanding for periods ranging from 24 to 42 months. Does he mean that the contractors have been paid? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those questions. I think we've asked for questions. You can proceed. I'll ask mine after you tackle the three questions. You can proceed, PS.
Thank you so much, Chair, and honorable members, for the questions. I'll direct the questions to Assistant Director Planning. She's here.
Assistant Director Planning, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. I will start with the question that was on the delayed completion of works. We were asked if if we have done price adjustments for all the 35 projects under the ministry. We had 25 under university education, and the difference was under TVET. All the 25 projects under university education, yes, we had done price adjustments, but this we did in 2018. However, after the dissolution of the Ministry of Higher Education, these are among the infrastructure that we're handing over to the Ministry of Education. But prior to the handover, I just want this House to know that the contractors were actually acknowledging that they would need another price adjustment because of because the prices had again changed from the 2018. Now, the others that we remained with were the TVET ones. Of the TVET, which were the difference, we looked at the funds that we had. So in 2022, we only adjusted prices for 5 projects, which we budgeted for in 2022. And these are the projects that we're currently running. This is Ukwimi Trades, Lundazi, Ukwimi hostels at Ukwimi Trades, hostels at Chipata Trades. We're doing Lundazi Trades as a new college. We're doing Sesheke Trades and Mporokoso Trades. These we did the price adjustments, and the projects are running. And these are the projects we're referring to when we say that we are paying within 7 days, because these we made sure that the funds are available. And the moment the certificates are submitted, we pay them urgently. As regards the ones for university education, the 2022 budget was under Ministry of Education. So these for 2022, we didn't have anything to do with the payment of certificates. The next question was relating to whether we did a rate analysis when we were doing the price adjustment. Yes, we actually did a tool that included the rate adjustments. It had the basis on which prices we're actually going to adjust. We were very selective, where we only picked prices for works that had not been undertaken. And this was done with the support of the Ministry of Housing and Infrastructure at the time, which is now Ministry of Urban Development and Housing. And we came up with a tool that we used to come up with the price adjustment. And this is the basis on which the price adjustment was done. The question on what the cost implication would be a document that I think would be able to submit at a later date, because we don't have it right now. But yes, we did the adjustment and we have it. For 2023, we have targeted to budget for the next phase of the projects, because like we've been hearing, we had targeted to complete, especially Ukwimi, Sesheke, and Chipata. So in place of those, we're planning to take on others, which we plan to adjust for the 2023 budget. I think I answered 3 as part of 1. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Daka.
Chair, through you, Chair, controlling officer, these price adjustments, were they provided for in the contract? And if they were provided for, at what point did this price adjustment kick in?
Honorable Mfarari.
Thank you, Chair. On the same infrastructure, overpayments. In your response, through you, Chair, PS, in your response on overpayments, you are saying there were issues with Teveta, and in one instance, actually, you're even saying that the overpayment was due to the fact that I think the headquarters paid and Teveta also paid, and then you ended up overpaying someone. How were the IPCs being distributed here? Was the headquarters having an IPC, Teveta is having an IPC? What was really going on here for you to overpay someone? The Ministry HQ, actually your response is, the cause is, we wish to inform the committee that overpayment was due to delays in sharing information on payments made between the Ministry HQ and Teveta. Teveta took over payments of outstanding certificates through skills development funds and so forth. Now, how were you distributing your IPCs when making payments for you to end up overpaying someone? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mfarari has actually tackled what would have been my question. I don't understand a ministry which overpays a contractor. On 2 separate occasions, you've overpaid them. You've overpaid this Shanghai something and the other company. Where's the chief accountant or the director of finance? How do you overpay, and now our money is seated with this contractor and you don't know when the next payment is? What are you doing about this money? Are you charging the contractor interest for keeping our money? Or it's business as usual? We're waiting, we'll cut when, since we're still owing them. You've paid them in advance, which is an illegal way of doing things. Accountant General will comment on that, but we want, what are you doing about this money, and how possible do you overpay two people? If we said it was once one contract, I would say it's a mistake. It's an honest mistake. But you overpay this one, you overpay with all those guidelines in the government, internal audit. I also want to comment, when you are checking some of these things, when accountants are paying, how, on what is your basis of payment? Taveta is not like it's in another country. It's within Lusaka headquarters. You can easily say, can we have such information before we pay? Even if the contractor comes, we tell them we are waiting for verification, because these things she needs to be verified. Once they're verified, then, but how do you overpay 3.5 million? Chief Accountant, I want you to answer that question. Explain how you overpaid. So since you are a junior officer, the PS will start with the questions which you have been asked through the PS, then you come and answer that question. And I want a befitting answer. So PS, you can proceed.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair. The last question will be handled by Chief Accountant as guided. The other questions, I'm still giving them to Assistant Director Planning.
Thank you, Assistant Director Planning. She's answering very well. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for the compliment. And thank you, PS. Okay.
The chairman has guided. The Assistant Director, proceed.
Okay, thank you very much.
But don't invite more questions.
Okay. The question was whether the contracts provided for the price adjustment. No, these contracts were fixed contracts at the time. But the technicality that was there was that most of these contracts were signed at about 2013, 2014. And at the time, the prices were very, very low. I'll give an example of maybe cement was still going at less than 50 kwacha. So as the contractors started doing projects, the prices were changing, much as the contracts were fixed. When we reached a certain stage, I think the prices had more than doubled. The contractors started writing to the ministry that they would suspend the works because for them they were entering into a loss. So after there was a general outcry, the whole countrywide. So when they were writing, we submitted the letters. We wrote to both ZPPA and Justice, and we got authority both from ZPPA and Ministry of Justice that it was justifiable that we could review the contract because they were not profitable. The other condition was that we were then just going to have abandoned contracts which we needed to retender. So we got authority to go ahead and review. So that was the basis on which the prices were adjusted. And when they were adjusted, they were just specific to the prices for local products, and for where anything had to be imported, that's where the exchange rate was applied. But it was specific to the prices and just for the works that were outstanding from the time the adjustments were made. I submit.
Honorable members, the tea is ready, but don't drop the quorum. Those who would want to pick a card quickly, then you come back. Honorable Daka, I have a follow-up question before they answer the other question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Controlling officer, this committee doesn't rely on speculations. We want facts. So where is the proof? We want evidence that actually you sought clearance or authority from either ZPPA or Attorney General for you to amend the contract for purposes of including the price adjustment. Where is the proof? Because in your submission, we can't see any attachments to that effect. Can you lay the proof on the table before this honorable committee?
Thank you. Before Honorable Amnyima and Honorable Mkosa come in, can they...
Sorry, before and much more, Chair. What is the reason behind why you didn't put it as part of your attachment in your report? Would want to know. All that this committee is interested in knowing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Accountant, you can proceed through the PS, then Honorable Amnyima and Honorable Mkosa, you come in. Then Chief, PS, you answer this question, just take note, together with the two questions which the honorable members will ask. Chief Accountant, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I must begin by stating that I will not depart from what my controlling officer has submitted in his memorandum. So, what caused the overpayment? I'll start with construction of Teveta Annex by Shanghai Construction Limited. The overpayment was as a result of disregard of variation rules. Chair, I want to mention that there were some variations to the initial contract. As indicated in our submission, the initial contract sum was 37.8 million. Then after variations, the amount increased to 41 million. So because of these variations and certificates that were submitted against the valid works, Teveta management ended up overpaying. So basically the overpayment was caused by failure to handle the variation properly. Then on Speed Dragon, this is the contractor who handled the construction of Mumbwa Trades. Chair, we've indicated in our response that there was a lapse in terms of sharing of information. We received the IPCs, and I must mention that IPCs are first distributed to the
Chief Accountant, we don't entertain excuses here. We want people to, you're Chief Accountant, you know what you're supposed to do in your duties. We don't need to start reminding you from this house. And also Teveta is here, who will give you a chance to respond. What do you mean disregard of variation guidelines? Who disregarded them? And Honorable Daka, you can proceed with your intervention.
Chair, I want the Chief Accountant to shed more light, because I don't understand how a variation can cause an overpayment. Because simply a variation means there's increased scope. And if there's increased scope, which means there's increased cost, which means the initial value of a contract is moving upwards. How can you justify an overpayment with a variation? Because all payments have to be made within the confines of the varied works. How do you pay over and above the contract sums? Because that's the query. Why did you pay over and above? That's the issue. We are not interested. Variations justify any payment, because it means the goalpost has been moved from A to B now, which means all payments have to be confined within the new contract sum now. But and the query which is here is that why did you pay over and above even the revised sum? That's the question.
Chief Accountant, proceed. I don't want him to lose.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we did not pay above the valid amount. I've already mentioned the initial amount was it was 37.8 million. Then after variations, it went to 41 million. The payments did not exceed 41.3 million. No. I submit, Chair.
Yes, since honorable members they really want to ask, Honorable Mukosa, then Honorable Wamnyima, then Honorable Mfarari can proceed. Then Chief Accountant, you need still to answer. We haven't finished. Then Teveta, you come in. Honorable can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe what I need to ask is for the Chief Accountant to confirm if there was an overpayment, because from his response, he is denying that it's not an overpayment. There was a variation, and the ministry paid the correct amount. So, are you denying that there was an overpayment? Then, if the answer is yes, may you kindly avail us with the variation order so that we see the document that is going to help us reconcile between the two amounts. Then Chair, the other question, I do respect the principles of perpetual succession, but I would like to find out if you were there at the time this payment was made, if you were at the ministry at the time when this payment was made. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amnyima.
Chair, what is shocking is that we are not talking about one overpayment. We are talking about two. And according to the submission on page 8, this is the controlling officer submission. It's not our submission. It reads that they are on overpayment. Before we come to the response, it reads that Teveta, Shanghai Construction Limited, was overpaid by 41 million, and inquiries with management reviewed that the contract was not valid. That was the inquiries Auditor General had with. Then the response is that we wish to inform the committee that there was disregard of variation rules by Teveta management. Now, what is this disregard? Because this submission, Chair, has got no addendums or variations. As such, based on this submission and on the response, there was a disregard of of variation rules by Teveta. Explain this sentence. I don't understand what. How was this disregarded? And the variation you're talking about, where is it? Where is the addendum?
Thank you. Honorable Ferrari.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through you to the PS, to the Chief Accountant. I just want you to simplify this matter on overpayment. I hope you are getting me. I want you to simplify this matter of overpayment as an accountant through you, through the PS. And if anything, I think I would ask the Accountant General to help us. Let me simplify it for you. This overpayment, was it a one-off payment and you overpaid, or it was cumulative to an extent that you pay today, tomorrow you are paying, then eventually when you add up everything, you realize there is an overpayment? Could you just help us in that fashion? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Honorable Daka.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Accountant, this variation order that we're talking about being disregarded, this committee would want to know, was this addendum approved or what? Because you cannot pay over and above the contract sum. An overpayment means you paid over and above the contract sum or the approved contract sum. So these issues to do with the addendum, variation orders, what and what, this committee, I already stipulated that we don't rely on speculation. Can you submit, lay on the table, approved variation orders and addendums, so that we start speaking the same language? I submit, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. PS, you can proceed. I think some of those questions are going to, you can delegate them, because you've got now, there's Chief Accountant, there's issues of now proof. You can proceed, PS.
Thank you so much, Chair. Okay, let me handle a question that was earlier asked by Honorable Daka as regard the submission of proof. Yes, from Attorney General, who've just submitted it, but then there was an earlier question, a further question to say, but why was it that it was not part of the submission that we officially made? I wish to sincerely apologize that we did not attach it. Probably we thought that the responses that we provided in the report there would not really lead to a follow-up question that would require that was an oversight on our part. However, we have submitted that there. The rest of the questions, Assistant Director Planning and Chief Accountant, they are the ones who can help me answer them, and I will direct the question to the two. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, PS. Maybe just to also highlight that what you've provided actually is not, it's just a letter. And in this your letter you provided, which you wrote to Attorney General, if I may read for you, I think paragraph 4, section 51A of the Act makes it mandatory for parties to a contract to seek prior approval of the appropriate approvals authorities and the Attorney General for all amendments to the contracts, while Regulation 149 Section 2 of the regulation cited above makes it mandatory for any amendments to a contract to be signed by the authorized representatives of both parties to the contract. Consequently, I advise that you obtain the prerequisite appropriate approval and prepare a draft addenda to each respective contract reflecting the proposed variation, which should be submitted to my office for clearance and later signed by the authorized representatives of both parties. This will ensure compliance with Section 58 and Regulation 149(2) cited above. Be guided accordingly, Attorney General. So it's now telling you what to do. Now we're saying, if we're guided to do this, did you do this? Provide evidence that you did this. You bring it before this committee. That's what I wanted now to authenticate, to say this is what you've given us, this is what it's saying. But the two can proceed to answer the questions. I just wanted to rebut this. You can proceed. You can bring, we need that evidence. Assistant Director, you can start, then Chief Accountant, you proceed later. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. I will explain the two contracts separately because the conditions under which the overpayment happened was different. I'll start with the Teveta Examination Center. This contract was signed as a build, supervise design, supervise and build contract, meaning that it had a consulting firm that was doing the supervision. Now, when the prices for the goods, for the prices on the market were changing, while the other contracts which were supervised by Ministry of Housing and Infrastructure, the procedure was followed with sought authority, and we did the variations, and the addendas were signed, even approved by Attorney General. In this case, the consultant did not go through the process. Instead, what the consultant was doing was, he started changing the prices when submitting the certificates, meaning that even if the contract signed for cement at 50 kwacha, he would change and put 80 kwacha if it was bought for 80 kwacha and submit for payment. So that's where the problem of the variation, where the procedures were not followed for variation. So when it was observed, the reason why the chief accountant is saying that it was not an overpayment is because the amounts, it is an over-certification, because the contract was 37 million, the amounts certified were 41 million. But when it was observed at the point of payment that the amounts certified were exceeding the contract sum, so that's how that was stopped. The last two certificates were not paid. And that's how we went in to investigate what was happening and established that actually the consultant was submitting certificates with prices changed. And that is the reason why I think if you check in the appendices, there's a letter where the ministry wrote to Teveta, and there's a response that Teveta had commenced to normalize this process, because for other contracts, because authority was granted, procedure was followed. But for this one, the private consultant was doing it without following procedure, so that's where the error was. That's for Teveta. The one for Mporokoso, what happened was this project was signed and the ministry was paying for the projects. In 2016, we had the Skills Development Levy Act was enacted, and in 2017 was the first year that we got funding from the Skills Development Levy. So now we had money that was coming from the levy, it was not coming straight into the ministry. It was a fund that needed to be administered with a fund manager. And the way that it was budgeted for was a bit different. So because the funds from direct treasury was not coming, while the fund from the levy was coming through, a decision was made that instead of having infrastructure half done and it starts to dilapidate, we start budgeting for it through the Skills Development Fund. And because it needed maybe a fund manager, it was administratively put under Teveta to do the management, to do the fund management. So now, it was half we had started paying for these contracts, and we had outstanding certificates which were accruing interest. But for the last certificate, the ministry had paid a part payment. It was 1.5, the ministry had paid a part payment. But at the point, this is where the error happened, because at the point of handing over to Teveta to clear the outstanding bills so that we don't continue to accrue interest, I think there was an omission of the part payment that had been paid on one certificate. So when they were sent from the ministry to Teveta to pay, Teveta was not aware of the part payment and they made the payment. So then it was realized that the part payment was overlooked, and that's how a letter was written to the contractor that we had overpaid.
Accountant, then honorable members, you come in. I know you have pending questions. Mike?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'll ride on the submission from my Assistant Director, because she has addressed most of the issues that were raised by our honorable members. But I also add a little bit of information on matters that have not been addressed. The first one is on whether this was a one-off payment which resulted in overpayment, or there were a series of payments. Honorable member, this was a one-off payment on certificate number 10, which resulted in paying above the 37.8 million contract sum. They were not a series of payments. And you also wanted to...
Point of order, Mr. Chairperson.
You can switch off the mic, Chief Accountant. Yes, Honorable.
The Chief Accountant is saying it was on IPC number 10, which means there were a series of payments. IPC number 10 means there was number 1, 2, 3, up to 9. Then the number 10 one, that's where the overpayment happened.
Thank you. Chief Accountant, you can proceed and be guided.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that guidance. From certificate number 1 to certificate number 10, we were still within the 37.8 million. Okay? It's on certificate number 10 where, after that one going through, resulted in paying above the 37.8 million. That was the initial contract sum. So I hope I've clarified that one. Then I wanted to also speak to the issue of whether I was in the ministry at the time these payments were made. Honorable Chair, I wish to state that first of all, there are two offices or two institutions involved here. We have Teveta and ministry headquarters. These payments were made from Teveta, and I'm based at ministry headquarters. So, and unfortunately, at the time this happened, I was not yet in the ministry, but I received that.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Accountant. You can, for your submission, Teveta, can you tell us what happened before honorable members come in? We have an accountant from Teveta, or we just have the DG?
Them to come back, but I'll make comments relevant.
You can proceed quickly.
Chairperson, sorry. Yes, I want to agree with the explanation that the Assistant Director has given. This examination annex at Teveta is a 2014 project, which was supposed to be an 18-month project. It should have been delivered within 18 months. But because of resource constraints, this project has dragged up to this time. I also want to agree with what is in the PS's presentation, that the contract has not been varied. Even as we speak today, is still the same contract that, as it was at the beginning. Chair, there are 10 certificates that were issued for these works, certificate from 1 up to 10. But let me hasten to say, Chair, that certificate 1 up to 7 are the certificates that where cash actually moved. They were paid. 8, 9, 10 are still pending and are withheld, like Assistant Director said, when it was realized that the figure, the amounts going towards this project are going beyond the contract sum. So I can confirm, Chairperson, that yes, the certificates are totaling 41 million, but the actual payments don't go to 41 million. I don't have the right figure with me, but they are they are less than that. I have a consultant's report which indicates and points as to how these certifications were being overpriced, and it was because of the cost of materials, like Assistant Director said, especially the certificates towards the end.
Thank you, DG. Thank you. Thank you. I'll allow nobody. Auditor General, can you give us your final remarks on this issue so that we can have a position? I know now, Bodaka, you have a burning question, but let DG. Okay, proceed before AG comes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Controlling officer, in any contract, a contract is guided by what has been signed to. In any contract, you have got a BOQ, which indicates the quantity, the rates, and the amount. What is so difficult to understand, what is this committee is finding difficult to understand, is the fact that all these guiding documents were there. How can a consultant be changing the rates? And the ministry staff could only realize that at the end, because every IPC, you are supposed to have checked the quantities, because you said you are certifying the works. You could have checked the quantities that were certified against which rates were being used to derive at the amount that we are paying. So we are finding it difficult if there was project management whatsoever under these contracts, where people can even just realize at the end. Who gave the consultant authority to be changing rates? Void of any signed addendum or approvals that the Attorney General has just indicated to yourselves, which you opted to willingly avoid or disregard. We are finding it very difficult, because these are straightforward things. The rules of how you make payments towards any invoicing or any certificates are very clear. It cannot take your officers, controlling officer, to realize at the end that the consultant was changing rates. Which consultant doesn't? I mean, what were the delegated authority works that you gave to the consultant? What authority did you delegate to the consultant? Did you delegate him to be varying the scope? I don't think so. Here it's a very clear element of incompetence in your officers. Let these officers not justify anything. This committee understands what goes on in these contracts. So, Chair, we are just laboring for nothing. This is a clear case of incompetency of the worst degree, which this committee shouldn't tolerate. I submit, Chairperson.
Thank you, honourable members. I allowed Honourable Daka, being an engineer, to just guide us on last item. Time. And people waiting outside. The AG, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. According to the information that we have regarding Shanghai construction, 37 million was the amount of revised contract sum, and the 41,381 million is the one that, according to the record, was paid, resulting in that overpayment. And this amount all along hasn't been in dispute. So if there's any information to the contrary, we will be to be helpful to give us, because throughout the entire process, I think, even the response by the controlling official, it's just states like that. So we don't know where the controversy is coming from.
Thank you, Auditor General. PS, just for guidance, would want whatever needs to be provided on this aspect provided to Auditor General. Then Auditor General will verify. Then we can look at it later before we finish our sittings. PS, let me take this opportunity to thank you for coming before this committee with your team. However, you have issues which you need to look at as a ministry. As you might be aware, our role is to provide oversight as a committee and to ensure that there's accountability, which brings in good governance and ensures that we have proper service delivery to the Zambian people. Your ministry is very strategic. Like Honorable Daka has cited a lot of issues which you need to ensure that also provide such documentation to extinguish this query from Office of the Auditor General. We do thank you most sincerely with your team for coming before this committee, and we hope not to see you next time, so that you have no queries to come and appear before this committee. Then we'll know there is now proper management of public finances. Thank you so much, and let me take this opportunity to lift the immunity which was conferred before you, that now you are free, you can go. Honorable members, there's tea outside. Let's have 5 minutes, take your tea, then we come back and finish with Lusaka province. Thank you so much, PS.
Thank you so much.
Time, once more, for the world to stand still.
Stand still? Nah.
We move.
We come together tonight, 1 billion of us, in every corner of the globe where the beautiful game matters.
Here for the show-stopping magic of a moment.
And the explosion of
hope and glory.
Brothers, sisters.
Forgotten people, my party them.
We come here for heroes.
And for heartaches.
Heartache?
Come now, Peter, we're not here for that. Not this time, mate.
Get and stay connected to DSTV and watch all 64 matches. Here for every fan.
You're really so messy!
Live on Super Sports.
So another part of the Jewish history of this town is in fact the Pioneer Tower behind me. That was funded by the Sussman brothers. They were amongst the first Jewish people to come to this country back in the 1890s. And once Livingston town was built in 1905, they were amongst the first inhabitants. And 50 years later, as part of the celebration of their lives in this country, they funded the building of the clock tower. And of course it has a wonderful view over the falls, which we can see in front of us here, all the way down there. So it's part of the celebration, and 100 years later the Sussman brothers came back, and the Lutunga came from Barotsedan to come and meet them. That is the prominence that this particular family had in this country, and of course in South Africa, because they left here, Livingston, to go to South Africa, where they set up in South Africa the company called Woolworths. So to this day the Jewish people have a strong influence not only in this country but in the sub-region. This is Nicky Iljon's shop. The Iljon family, of which there were various members of it, were one of the first inhabitants of the new town of Livingston, and this shop became one for selling bicycles and model aeroplanes. Now Nicky Iljon himself was the one who sadly closed down the synagogue when the last child had gone through there back in 1972, and they then left here to go abroad after that. Behind me you can see there's a shop with pharmacy written on it. This used to be Sossi's garage. This was a man called Harry Sossen who married into the Sussman family, and he had the leadership of the Chevrolets back in the Northern Rhodesian days. And also, I'm pointing out over here, this tree is exactly where King George VI of Great Britain stood in 1947 in his visit to this country. Behind me is the Capitol Theatre, which today is the oldest cinema and theatre left in Zambia, and it was owned originally by the Grill family, and a young man married into their family, and his name was Harry Sossen, who we've talked about earlier. And this is where famous people in the world like Alfred Hitchcock and Danny Kaye came through to see films here. It was built in 1931, and beyond it is the yellow building, Stanley House, which is where they sold the finery to the local girls. That was dresses and all the rest of it as well. And then further down the road is a very famous intersection. This was the main intersection in town, and everybody in town knew it as Fix, Flax and Orfox Corner, after the three traders who were there. There was Sam Fix, who ran a wonderful dressmaking company. Old man Flax ran the haberdashery, like a hardware store, and beyond it was the Orfox family, and they traded in everything else. And the humour at the time was that these three business folk made all their money during the day and ran it across the bank, which is on the fourth corner. And if you look down the end, that's a lovely white building over there, which used to be Barclays before it moved across the road. The three shops behind me were owned by a gentleman called Elias Kapelowitz. Elias came from Latvia just before the First World War and traded with the local people further upstream. He used to paddle with his workers 40 miles upstream to exchange goods like beeswax and honey and things like that. And he then left here just after the First World War to go back to get a wife from Latvia, and they came through. Her name was Henny, and they ran the first completely kosher household in town. And they were very influential in here. They had an open house policy, and many Jewish people came through here. But their importance was recognized later on in life when they had both died, as their family received a letter of condolence from Buckingham Palace because of all the wonderful work they'd been doing for the communities, not just the Jewish communities, out here in the then Northern Rhodesia. And I think that's a great rubber stamping of the kinds of people we had coming over here in the early years. When the town of Livingston was built in 1905, provision was actually made for a synagogue to be built, and originally the site was where the St. Andrew's Anglican Church is today. But eventually in 1928 this site was taken over and the first synagogue in this country was built. The stone was unveiled by Eli Sussman, who later on left to go down to South Africa. But this is where they had a hall where they could all get together on the Sabbath and speak Hebrew and pass on all their traditions. The middle building was where the rabbi lived, and of course this here was the synagogue. And here we are at the Jewish cemetery, a place of great sanctity for the Jewish people. The first grave in Livingston town back in 1905 was in fact grave number 1 at the far end, Mr. Gelman, Abraham Gelman. This particular cemetery is now closed as the last Jewish person left the town. It was then closed up. But our traveling rabbi, Moshe Silverhaupt, came through, and with his work and guidance we've been able to get it to this wonderful level where people come through and visit the graves. It's custom in the Jewish tradition to put a stone on the grave as you go past. It's like saying, I've been here and I've left a message. And you can see the wonderful plaque we've had installed here, which just gives you an outline of the Jewish involvement in the area. We're now at what became the heart of the Sussman Empire. That is the Mulabezi railway line. They were trading in cattle and in timber by this stage. And so what we have here is a 2-in-1. This is the first railway museum in the country and the first Jewish museum in one.
The Jewish Museum opened its doors to the general public in September 2013, just to narrate the history of the Jews, those who settled in Zambia. They came a long time ago, in the early 1920s, most of them. They came through Zimbabwe from Victoria Falls. By 1905, coming up with the opening of the railway line, which gave them an opportunity to start trading along the railway line up to Congo. So some of them from Livingstone, they went to settle in Lusaka and Kabwe in the Copper Belt. Lusaka and Kabwe, then in the Copper Belt up to Congo here. So these are the areas where the Jewish community were able to settle. Why in the Copper Belt? There were already mushrooming industries that were able to give them business, like the opening of the mines there. They were also trying to bring some multi-industries along the line of rail, which gave them business. Now, the coming up of setting this museum here is just to appreciate their contributions in terms of the local, their contributions to the local community, their contributions in terms of economic, social, and political. So the history covers the entire Zambia. Otherwise, it opened its doors in 2013 in September. So as we enter inside the Jewish Museum, we will be able to follow their chronological history. This was the first Jewish wedding which was conducted here in Livingston by the Anne Benin family and the Harris Sussmans in 1910. The first Jewish wedding in northern Rhodesia by Benin. Yes, otherwise all these activities, they are narrating the history of Livingston for the Jews that were settling here. You can see these were one of the early shops, which was for the Grill General Outfitters in Livingston around 1910. You can even see. Unfortunately, these buildings are no longer in existence, but as for this one and that capital theatre, this one, when we go right to the center of Livingston town, we are able to see the building. So, it shows, it's just narrating the history of Livingston. What did they come to do? For how long? That's the history for the Livingstonians.
Tambiangula wa mulwa kawa musawa tamba kufama ya mbuta zikutambaroka na singwa kumutondo na silengwa ndati wambere nyati wambere ngombe munukasa wa mwambeli na vanaka kwanga nyina mumuleya mukati wa kukwala ko katweze kumwambela ineki mwiye twende taliamba ina ngumela ndo iyo wayo wawesanela ndwa mbungwanye tena litilera manyelele aruina litilera omukung'atanga ndwa maya wilu yotengetenyo musila kwalanga mungambayi mwana mukamba noyenyi tokunyendera twilu nyendera mukungumba sita mwana lyambayi wakuti mwana bali mwana mukowe wese kumwala kumiona mbwe umufele tinyeje inyunyumani veuluita ko utete tokuwaulwa ko kwaona lyondo vilona sile mandumba iwa ni tundu vile njini ngasino mene timeka munu wilu kisiwa na mbonwa na vanaka kwa ngaita ena nyina kumuva kutongoka kumuyume na kutongoka wilu munu anungu mwelo mukukandela wiye twende kakwisesi kana mbwela konji ngoma na lumino voi wakulitili ngoma watifulana tinaende mwenduko mukulo ipuwa kutombwela ineki tangwe
PS, let me take this opportunity to just welcome you to this meeting. We'll quickly proceed with our meeting. We'll begin with introductions. Honorable members from my right, you can quickly introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, PS and your team. My name is Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chikankata constituency in the Southern Province of Zambia. I'm also the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's still morning, PS, and your team. Afternoon. Good afternoon, PS, with your team. My name is Jonathan Daka, Member of Parliament for Chadiza constituency, and also a member of the Public Accounts Committee. You are most welcome, PS.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Controlling Officer with your team. Imanga Mnyima Jr., Member of Parliament for Nalolo constituency in Western Province, Nalolo District, and a member of this committee. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, PS and your team. My name is Alikando Mufalali, nominated Member of Parliament and member of the PIC.
I'm Honorable Umai, MP for Chavuma.
Good morning, PS and your team. My name is Anthony Mumba, Member of Parliament for Kantanshi, and a member of this committee as well.
AG's office.
Morning, afternoon, PS. My name is Mbewe Francis. I'm Deputy Auditor General in charge of audits. I'm accompanied by Mr. Stephen Pili, Assistant Director, Lusaka Province, Mr. Donald Kasonde, Principal Auditor, Lusaka, Mr. Griven Kamanga, Senior Auditor, Lusaka Province, Mr. Simon Munyama, Planning and Information Senior Auditor, and Mr. Luwinda Sinyanu is the PRO. I submit.
Accountant General.
Good afternoon, PS and your team. My name is Elijah Manunga, sitting in for the Accountant General.
Controller's office.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, PS. My name is David Kajokoto. I'm Assistant Director in Office of the Control of Internal Audit. Thank you.
Parliamentary Clerk.
Morning, PS. Good afternoon, PS. My name is Chitalu Mlenga from the Office of the Clerk. I've been accompanied by Tilole Kolungu from the IT Department.
Thank you. I see no media PS. I'm Warren Chisha Mwambazi, Member of Parliament for Bwanamkuba constituency, and from the Copperbelt Ndola District, and I'm the chairperson of the Public Account Committee. You can proceed and introduce your team, PS. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Robert Kamalata. I'm Permanent Secretary, Lusaka Province. I have with me colleagues from Ministry of Youth and Sport and some officers from provincial administration. I may ask them to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, members of the committee, honorable members of the committee. I'm Samuel Biri, Senior Youth Development Officer from Ministry of Youth, Sports and Arts, sitting in for my director who is out on duty.
Thank you. Madam, you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members of Parliament for PAC. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ethel Sohati, Principal Accountant, sitting in for our Director of Finance, Provincial Administration.
Thank you. You can switch off the mic. We do wonder where the Director of Finance is, PS, because even last time he didn't or she did.
Honorable Chair, the Director of Finance is unwell. He's been sick for some time. Actually, he's been UTH for some time now.
Thank you. You can proceed from there to introduce yourselves in that order.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. I'm Branch Pasha, and I'm coming from the National Youth Development Council under the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorables. My name is Christian Mwanza, Provincial Youth Development Coordinator.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Amunasho Joseph, the Principal Accountant from the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Arts.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Honorables. My name is Wesley Chukwamu from the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Arts.
What is your position?
I'm Chief Youth Development Officer.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Parliamentary Committee. My name is Lillian Mulubwa. I'm an accountant from Provincial Administration.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Katua, Principal Ghana.
Thank you so much for the introductions. We'll proceed. PS, let me confer with immunity together with your team in accordance with Cap 12, Powers and Privileges Act of the laws of Zambia, which entails that you have immunity as you appear before this committee. However, if you intend to mislead this committee, the same law can work against you. And also the same law is read in line with Standing Order number 175, which ensures that you follow the proceedings of the chairperson, who's myself. I'll guide you as you did. You've already done your submission. We'll quickly proceed on some of the issues which were pending, which have been, I think, you've made your resubmission to that effect. So, honourable members, be guided that we'll proceed to the aforesaid two items, the issue dealing with stipends and also the issue of youth loans. You can proceed in that manner. Thank you. Honorable Amnyima.
Thank you, Chair. Controlling Officer, I have read your resubmission, and in your response with regards to the 16 million unaccounted for funds for interns, and in your submission you've indicated that this is retained by the Ministry of Youth, and that you merely transmitted stipends in amount of 16,023,500 based on the schedules as given by the Ministry of Youth. My question to you, I think through you, you might delegate it to the youth. Where is the attached list of these youths that were paid? Do you have it here? Or some form of reconciliation? Where is it? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mfarari, then we have Honorable Lumai. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through to the PS. PS Controlling Officer, you, in your earlier submission, your officer said the payments for stipend beneficiaries, or the names to be paid to stipend beneficiaries or interns, was coming from the ministry. Since the ministry is here today, Chair, I want to find out, ministry, can we have the names that you were forwarding to the province to pay interns? And what was the basis of you sending interns to the province and you tell them pay that one and they pay? So what was the basis of you ordering the payments for interns while you are seated at the ministry to order the province to pay? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Lomai, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to get, is it an explanation, a detailed actually, Chair, from Senior Development Officer from Ministry of Youth and Sport. Chair, we have a query regarding recovery of payments from youth groups. And these issues are bringing in controlling officers to appear as though they don't know what they are doing. And yet it is an issue of miscommunication between you, yourselves, and the controlling officers. So, Chair, I want to get a straight answer from the Senior Development Officer, Minister of Youth. What is the challenge in you recovering money you have given to youth groups?
Thank you. Through the PS, I think PS, you can delegate those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for giving us an opportunity once more to come and respond to queries that were brought in last time. And thank you for your guidance. I have with me a member from Ministry of Youth and Sport who was directly dealing with the stipends of interns. Chairperson, this time allow me to ask him to respond to the queries that the honorable members of Parliament have raised.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, PS, for delegating. Chair, regarding the question on the availability of the list of interns, or the names of interns who were paid under Lusaka province, I wish to state that the names are available, although we did not come with copies to this meeting, but this is something that can be availed to the committee. The other question, Chair, is on
Chair, that excuse that is coming from the Chief Youth Development Officer is not acceptable before this committee, because we asked for the lists when the earlier came. We said, where is the list of the people that benefited from this 16 million? Today you are coming again, you are now telling us that the list is somewhere and it can be made available. That is unacceptable. Where is the list? Why didn't you come with the list? When you on this list you are seeing that there's 16 million kwacha that was given. 16 million kwacha just goes like that, and there's no proper accountability to say this one benefited on what basis. Can we have the list of 16 for the 16 million for the youths that benefited, for the interns? We want it now.
Thank you. I think, is it, yeah, from NYDC?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, I think like honorable members guided you, it's important this committee deals with evidence to that effect to ensure that Auditor General can authenticate and say, yes, this is what we're talking about, because we'll take it that's mere speculation that there are those things. But you can proceed with your submission and take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We will endeavor to provide the schedule of the interns as quickly as possible. In terms of why the payments were pushed to the ministry, to the province, instead of being paid direct by the ministry, I think that question, Chair, can be handled by the Assistant Director Finance from the ministry through the PS.
Thank you. Where's the Assistant Director from them? Oh, we can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. When the internship program started, Chair, that was in 2021, we were overwhelmed by the work of in terms of payments, because each province would submit the names of the interns to the ministry and compile as one and then make a payment. Most of the cases we had changed with the bank accounts. Most of the bank accounts were wrong when sent to the bank and the payments will bounce. At this point, Chair.
Not only that, but with a lot of issues, the empowerment issues, there were all those issues coming of not you providing adequate information to the provinces. The provinces also, they did things in their own way, but we don't want to go backwards to those issues. I think we've guided enough, but what was the issue? What was the hurry? Honorable Mfara, you wanted to say something, can proceed.
This question about the interns, director, was the director here last time, or he's just come today? Yes.
I think when we're dealing with Minister of Youth, he was not here with the province, but with Minister of Youth last year he was there, if I'm not mistaken.
The Chair, what I wanted to ask the director, the Deputy Director of Finance is, according to Lusaka Province, you were releasing the names of who they should pay. So where is that list where you were releasing people to pay based on what? That was our question to the province. Say, you are releasing money or you are ordering the province to pay. You are the ones who are ordering the province who to pay. So where was that emanating from?
Through the PS, your assistant director or your accountant? Principal accountant. The principal accountant, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the payments of the interns, the
point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Sabao.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe since we have people from the Ministry of Youth to help us debate this issue properly, maybe they can walk us through how this process was done so that we have an idea, then we can ask some questions. Thank you, Chair.
The people who are responsible from the Ministry of Youth, you can quickly make a submission to that effect if that's the position. You are from the Ministry of Youth? Yes. Are you in charge of this project?
Not really, Chair. It's through NYDC.
It's still NYDC?
Sure.
NYDC, can you quickly just give us a synopsis so that we can proceed?
Thank you very much, Chair. So in terms of the excuse me, in terms of the process for the internship program, so how it worked, first of all, the internship and apprenticeship program was part of the bigger multi-sectoral youth empowerment program, and the National Youth Development Council was a co-implementer of this program. And the specific role of the National Youth Development Council, number one, was to issue appointment letters to the interns who were identified to be on the program. Then secondly, it was to work with the various provincial youth development coordinators from all the 10 provinces to ensure that there was proper coordination of the program, and also ensuring that on the ground through the provincial youth development coordinators, the interns were actually doing their work. And so on a monthly basis, the National Youth Development Council chair did prepare a payment schedule based on information collected from the province to ensure that these interns are paid their monthly stipend. And these schedules were then submitted to the ministry to process the payment. So in a nutshell, that is how the program worked. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If the honorable members are still at sea, Honorable Lumai, you can proceed. You want to?
I asked him a question, Chair. He has not yet responded.
Yeah, maybe through the chair, the issue was on what are the challenges on loan recoveries. Yeah, the House may wish to know that it's not really challenges, but maybe we may say the low rate of payments by the beneficiaries, because beneficiaries are paying, but it's at a slow rate. So going forward, we want to ensure that we try to do the M&D, effective M&D, so that at least we bring people on board. And during the time when we were giving out these loans, I think most of the young people thought that it's maybe a political thing, so that even if they get that money, they will not be paying back. But we emphasize it's a loan, it's not a grant. So it's just the raw rate of payments, of which we are trying to push them so that they pay. We are reminding them every now and then. We do remind the youth beneficiaries that they should pay back the loans. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Wamnyima, then Honorable Lumai.
Chair, this management response, especially on the stipends, it says the payments were based on the schedules that were sent from youth to Lusaka province. Does Lusaka province have a copy of these schedules since they were sent to them? If so, can we just have a look at these schedules? I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lumai.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me to add, as the PS will be responding on the issue of stipends, I want to understand, Chair, what was difficult for them to avail this documentation at the time of audit, so that we can also understand, because the query rose because you did not avail the documentations regarding the stipends. And Chair, to the youth senior development officer, you have said it is the low repayment rate. And also, as you go into this report, you discover that there is a problem to do with the documentation to know which youth groups got these loans. So the reason why I wanted you to tell this committee where the challenges are. Here you are from the Ministry of Youth and Sport, but you are appearing under Lusaka province. So there's an issue to do with documentation to know who are these youth groups. You find the provinces are saying documentation was with the Ministry of Youth, and then they come to appear because documentation was not availed. So where is this problem between you, the ministry, and the provincial administrations?
Thank you. You can proceed. I don't know if it's through the PS. You can proceed to answer.
Honorable Chair, I totally agree with what the members of the committee are saying. I think right from the beginning, even the last time we were here, I must admit that there were a lot of lapses that were happening during the time when we were giving out these monies. Rightly said so by one of the members here, it could be that everything was done in a hurry to an extent that they forgot to look at the pros and cons on how this money is going to be disbursed. Because even from the first time when we were here and when you guided, we discovered that the guidelines were not clear. That's the first thing, and we must admit. And this regrettably goes to the province itself and Ministry of Youth and Sport. Because, and this was caused by the officers that were in charge. Because what happened was, I will just take you back on the insurance part. What happened was, on the guidelines, it was not there. But on the forms, it was there. So it was negligence of the officers that were supposed to do it. And then when we come back to the question on the stipends on the interns, it is the same thing. The province, it was more or less, they were given as a conduit. They were just told, can you start paying? Now the province as well, without even getting the guidelines, they accepted, quickly the responsibility of paying out, leaving out the guidelines that they were supposed to follow. We don't know the circumstances that led to that. Honorable Chair, we must mention that most of us, even with my team, were not there because even in our records we don't have it. And the situation under which they accepted to give out the loans. So in short, I'm saying that regrettably, Chairperson, there were a lot of lapses. And whatever you are raising, it is unfortunate that it happened. And as a province and ministry, we sat together and say we take full responsibility of what happened. And we are going to see and make sure that we put things right. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, PS. We can proceed. Oh, this is the last item, huh? Yeah. Yes, Honorable.
Chair, I said I wanted to understand what was difficult to avail the same list of these stipend beneficiaries to auditors at the time of audit, because we are told that list is available. So what was difficult to be availed?
Thank you. Maybe the representative from Ministry of Youth and NYDC, why didn't you provide to the province that information, or was it not requested? Maybe you can clarify, then Auditor General come in.
Thank you, Chair. Through the PS, the payment schedules which were produced by the National Youth Development Council were sent to the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts and also to the provincial administration. So the provincial administration do have copies of the payments.
The Ministry of Youth, what is your comment on that? Do you have the acquittals from NYDC? Principal Accountant?
Thank you, Chair. We have the list which were given by NYDC in terms of the payments to the interns. We were receiving at the same time with the province as well. So they're also available at the province as well. Thank you, Chair.
Auditor General, yes, Honorable Omnima.
I asked a question to the provincial administration. It's in their submission here that they paid based on the schedules they received, page 9. Where are those schedules received? And we want to see these schedules with NRCs. Where are these people youths? Because this is a youth empowerment program. So produce that list, and we need to know who, because this is 16 million kwacha. And Chair, why have the people from youth, what are they appearing to just see us if they've not come with the documents? Because they have come here to augment this submission. But they've just come here, we will avail it. We want to see this record with NRCs to know this was a youth empowerment program where these youths, I submit, Chair, And they have a copy, so let them submit them.
Thank you. Maybe before, okay, Honorable Luma, you can come in.
Chair, it is simple. I'm saying at the time of audit, what was so difficult to avail this information? So that we can understand, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lomai. Is it the chief accountant or principal accountant from the province? Your basis of payment, there should be those schedules. Do you have the schedules, and why didn't you avail them to the Auditor General to ensure that this query is taken off? Through the PS, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Through the PS, yes, at the time we are making the payments, we were receiving schedules, and we sent to the bank. That bank used those schedules to do the payments. So maybe as to why they were not availed, I'll refer that to our accountant in charge of audit.
Madam Accountant, yeah, where are the schedules? Why were not they provided to Auditor General? And if you lost them or you sent them to the bank, I'm sure you should have a copy, honestly, because there's a duplicate. Isn't it? Mr. Manunga, before you come in, Mr.
Chair,
Manunga.
The head cannot refer to the accountant. Let's be very honest. The accountant works under the direction of the head. And when audit is being done, it's the head who is audited with the controlling officer, not an accountant. So let the head take responsibility.
There is that guidance, Madam Principal Accountant. Where are the schedules? What transpired? You can tell us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As we have already mentioned, that I'm standing in for the director who is out, and at that time I had some other assignments, so I was not fully involved in the audit. But then we have our accountant who was fully involved. Yes, I submit.
Thank you. With the chairman's discretion, Chief Accountant, Madam Accountant, please help us on that aspect.
Thank you, Chair. Through the PS, the schedules, we regret that the schedules are at the office. However, the schedules were availed to the auditors, except that they didn't have the sufficient information that the auditors were looking for. I submit.
Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. The query about the 16 million is that the funds were unaccounted for, in that the details of the recipients were not availed for audit. So what details then did the auditor look for other than the schedule? Because just a schedule is not enough. We are looking for analysis, as the Honorable Mnyama spoke. We are looking for appointment letters. We are looking at the processes that were held for appointment letters, to come up with a list that appointment letters were supposed to be issued to. So it's an entire process. Why do we want all that information? Just to ensure that the right recipients are the ones that obtained the resources. You could be on the schedule, but you don't have an appointment letter, or you are not a youth. So it's an entire, entire list of attachments that we need. That's when now the query will be resolved.
Thank you, Honorable Mnyima.
Chair, through you, Chair, to the PS, I just want to know from NYDC, to Ministry of Youth, to PS, what process was used to ensure? What I mean is that how are you verifying that the correct beneficiaries were being paid. Submission from your accounts officers that they did not have sufficient details. You have submitted that the schedules yourself that they did not have sufficient details, but you still paid. Why did you pay without sufficient details? And Chair, I am on firm ground to dispute that these people are youths, because there is no proof that they were youths. And as far as I'm concerned, Chair, my main question is that how was this process or this fund protected from abuse by its implementers, mainly Youth, Lusaka Province, NYDC? How are you protecting this process from abuse, number one? Secondly, why did you pay with insufficient details? What motivated you to make payments to recipients with insufficient details by your own admission before this committee? I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Wamunyima. Through the PS, maybe just to understand perhaps, because I'm also not understanding, on what basis, accountant, did you make the payment? Because we understand schedules, even in the government. There's a schedule, there's your name, probably your position, your NRC, the amount, the signature you sign against your NRC and what you are receiving. Were those things also with appointments, Madam Accountant, attached as and when you were making payment? Through the PS, you can answer that question. It's a no or yes. Were those things there? Madam Accountant, who was in charge of those payments, you can proceed, and it's just a no or yes. Were those information there? Then we proceed and make some progress to this effect.
Thank you, Chair. Through the PS, I would say no. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. So, honorable members, that information we are looking for is not there. We have a position to that effect. We proceed, and this is the last issue. Okay. So, is there any other question? I don't think there's any question. She has answered. There was not sufficient. Like Honorable Amnima was saying, we don't even know why Minister of Youth came to authenticate what. There's nothing. They just came to see us. Yes, Honorable Amnima, so that we close now.
PS, I'm sure you've seen the legacy issues you have inherited. What is going to happen going forward in ensuring that these anomalies where...
For our colleagues, because they're the ones that are returning the funds, we are going to do everything possible to make sure that we increase the rate at which the borrowers are going to repay these funds. But however, it has been a learning process for us, and we hope way forward that we're not going to repeat what we are discussing today. Chair, I submit.
Thank you. Auditor General, do you have any closing remarks before I close?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. As we still look backwards, we still need the documentation. We still need the appointment letters, the NRCs, and the institutions where these youths are coming from. Otherwise, the matter will not rest. It's good that the representative from Ministry of Youth is here, and I'm sure they have a bigger role to ensure that documentation is availed through the controlling office. I submit.
Thank you, PS. Let me thank you again most sincerely for coming before this committee. Like my colleagues have said, and Auditor General, that all those issues which are before you and your administration, and also which you need to ensure that they are mitigated to that effect. I think we don't want to proceed with a laissez-faire attitude of business as usual. You pay based on what? I think it's important that we safeguard resources as we've been entrusted to sit in those offices. It's a privilege, and that privilege, you need to ensure that we serve the Zambian people diligently. So we implore you to ensure that that is done, and moving forward, that you mitigate some of these issues, being the person in charge. And also the Ministry of Youth, we know you are still coming before this committee, and we want to just also aid you that you come with sufficient evidence as you appear before this committee. So some of these things, they are with the province, but they are also coming through your main ministry, so that we don't go round circles and have lame excuses to that effect. We want to see befitting reasons and also answers to that effect. So PS, let me take this opportunity to lift the immunity which was conferred before you, that now it has been lifted and you are free to go and carry out your other issues, or to go and mitigate the issues. Thank you so much, and have a good afternoon with your team. Thank you.
Chair, permission to leave.
PS.
Agreed with the Zamanis that you will stay and be their help for as long as it takes.
You have always taught me to give all I can in whatever I do.
This is the best chance you ever have of saving your mother.
All you have is yourself. That is all you must remember.
You know how to get rid of family baggage. You have to always know where to let off steam.
You are a Rashanti. You must never forget that Rashantis are never distracted.
Halita.
Get a GoTV decoder for only 349 kwacha and catch all the 64 games of extravagant football live on GoTV Super. Abalea Kata pa GoTV. Dear Chimuela. GoTV. Love it.
They should be organized to respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Costa. Thank you so much, Chair.
My name is Kona Simunji. I was born from Mr. and Mrs. Simunji in Namamumba village in the eastern part of Narikwanda. I did my primary school at Namshishe Primary School in 1974 to 1977. Then from there I moved to Nakaembe Primary School, where I did my grade 5 to grade 7. And then from there I went to Kawamatunda School in 1982 up to 1986. From there I did my CABS. As you are aware, I've got 53 schools, with mostly primary and basic, and 6 high school schools. However, with the schools, I can tell you that we have got a lot of work to do. With the current recruitment of teachers, we will embark on buildings, accommodation for teachers. Apart from schools, we have got a bad condition in terms of health posts. We can only say maybe we have got 2 clinics in Narikwanda, that's Nakanya and Naroi. there is a health post where they cannot even admit a patient. So we have got a lot of work in terms of health institutions, because I don't believe in the models of building a health post. I believe in building a clinic which can accommodate at least 15 people, which we don't have currently. Apart from there, we have got no roads in Nalikwanda, which you can call a road. Last year, actually, we had an accident where teachers who were coming from a function in Mongo, their vehicle fall into a river. Meaning our crossing points in Nalikwanda are in a very bad state. So that one is also another area which we need to invest in. Apart from that, in Nalikwanda we cultivate a lot of rice, maize, cassava. So that area is actually, I would say, the most productive part of Mongo district. So we need to educate our people so that they move away from the plains and come and invest a lot in Nalikwanda constituency. In Nalikwanda, we have got a very big plan for them. With the CDF which has been given to the constituencies, we plan to start with the crossing points first. That's our first point. When we finish that one, we move to the clinics. If we can manage even to build mini hospitals, that would be better. Actually, I have managed to secure a mini hospital for Nakanya, which is where we are trying to see if we can put a district. On Saturday this coming weekend, I'll be in Nakanya, where I'm meeting all the chiefs in Nalikwanda, where we are going to discuss about developmental issues in Nalikwanda. My word to the people, my constraints is that I'm part of them. I know all the problems which are related to Nalikwanda. If I say I will bring development alone to Nalikwanda, that will not be enough. We shall work as a community and work with them to see that we work with our WDCs, because that's where development will start from. We work with them, we work with the chiefs, village admins, so that we see which development we should attack first. From there, we shall see that Nalikwanda is developed. But actually, the major one, we need to make sure that Nalikwanda becomes a district, so that we share resources. Because currently, all the resources which go to Mongo district, they just go to Mongo Central. Now we want to make Nalikwanda a district, so that our resources come to Nalikwanda as a district, not as a sub.
Taken from the dirt, created from the earth, gone to the fire, I am strong. Break me apart into 1,000 pieces, I will be restored. Throw me away into 1,000 seas, I'll sail back to shore. Halita.
We all were saying same thing. Zambia must be free. Who is going to free Zambia? We ourselves. How do we free Zambia? It's by coming together. So I was happy to have young men from different tribes. We all came together and we stood together. We're going to prison together. Families behind. And We stood together in prison. We stood together outside. It is a wonderful thing. We succeeded, thank God, our Creator. Unity in Zambia, extremely important. So we're saying continue, continue.
Basagumunzi kubotu Joseph na indogo na Zambia TV mubondi yanga na mukazi wanga na foni yake. Do you hear me when I say I'm ready? Ingolila nokya mumatu wanga uja kansi ni boyfriendi ango chuma foni baby yanga mumukazi wanga akatuma foni mukondwela ni munyumba mwanga mu network yanga my coverage iwe kusuwa via unambomela ni baby yanga iwe ni mu network yanga iwe my coverage iwe akatuma foni ni munyumba mwanga uno mu network yanga ino my coverage iwe kusuwa via unambomela ni baby yanga iwe ni mu network yanga iwe my coverage iwe nakula foni no kupasa ndalama zanga talk time yanga na simu yanga wale konvela unitumila ni foni yanga ndalama zanga na simu yanga tumafela tukufela ni ndalama zanga chikondi changa umuna wanga lelo awe nikupisha leta foni yanga ndalama zanga na simu yanga akatuma foni ukondwela ni munyumba mwanga mu network yanga my coverage iwe. Do you hear me when I say I'm ready? Iwe my coverage iwe iwe akatuma foni ukondwela ni munyumba mwanga uno mu network yanga ino my coverage iwe kusuwa via unambomela ni baby yanga iwe ni mu network yanga iwe my coverage iwe. Na indogo na Zambia TV mubondi yanga na mukazi wanga na foni yake. Do you hear me when I say I'm ready? Ingolila nokya mumatu mwanga uja kansi ni boyfriendi ango chuma foni babedi yanga kumukazi wanga akatuma foni ukondwela ni munyumba mwanga mu network yanga my coverage iwe kusowa pia unamvomela ni bedi yanga iwe ni munetwork yanga iwe my coverage iwe akatuma foni unkonwela ni munyumba mwanga uno munetwork yanga ino my coverage iwe kusowa pia unamvomela ni bedi yanga iwe ni munetwork yanga iwe my coverage iwe.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, he said, I believe in a better Zambia, that's why I'll keep on with the beware.
Potential imwete kachosa kaduka kalito kuyamba na kumenya na kusonta na vikumo ya wanza mbendwa nation awa moto isebenze iwe na ine tutulizane bali mavuto tutandizane batonga balozi na bangoni makumayati na bamukomboni ipeleke ziko yatu pasogolo balamba balala na baire balubale balunde banamwanga Prepare to take all at the pasokolo. Iwe na ine. Singa chinje vitu na kuyenda pasokolo. Iwe na ine. Singa chinje vitu na kuyenda pasokolo. Katika kuiza na manja.
Hey, baby, you don't seem to be fine. What's the problem?
Yeah, I'm okay.
No, you're not okay. Is it the drinks that we're taking or something? What's wrong with you?
No, it's
Today
okay.
you've been very, very low. Maybe can we see a doctor afterwards so that maybe you may have a checkup or something? Now, what's the problem, babe?
Okay, bye. I just need some time alone, okay?
Ngolea Mwiza kwa chibiwe Oh Ngolea Ija waishe Mungumi wendi natashishelesa Okuti ampala Nefiloto fendi Kaya mile no kula chitika Wena ine apasa Wambalira waikala kopye panono, wachinjamano, wachindelonga, wai, chishina rufyanyai, njeba, chishina filu kuchitai. Okay, ngakuya kuchiwaya, yomba inende kulomba kopye chimo. Yeah.
Yende palibe buto komaine ni pempa unisiye mutendele kunisiya unganisiye palibe buto komaine ni pempa unisiye mutendele pofunana mami banali ni mutendele pofunana switi penseli chikoni unisiye mutendele na kufuna mutendele
Patikisho kuntemwai, so usale pofye. Why? Limo ulapigwa kunjebe lapo, ulefa yo kumpanga ngasipe ya wilo. Uletino kwisale chiri, pakutukenze mwomfya kopulani bi. Ati fintunga vya shupa eko kabutukilewe. No, ifyo nakana, sala pofyenga, uishaneka, ndesha.
Mama no matter how long uzatenga tuzepesa wina mama Fresca is a difference no matter how long nizatenga tuzepesa wina
Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shambani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kulindira. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shambani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kukapaula. Watika gentlemani, ngunda kali kulindira. Tatanda mujana mulumwa na ngunda kali kukapaula. Butaligila kutuku mutoku mwendo, busigila kumususu wa mutwi. Oyungu gentlemani, wajini jini. Mwana wa bene mubotu, munene mulamfu lamfu. Alimushikonja kumulekelela gambwe, chichole jangu jakani pale za rambo. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtengari kulindira. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtengari kukapaula. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtengari kulindira. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtengari kukapaula. Tanwi bugogo ne, tanwe bitombwe ne, tambauli ambauli ne, alimwita umimwi nakwe. Kambaula ni pabula mubwele de, akunienda umoyo wagwe use. Oyu chisankwa mubotu, uliswili kandoli wateleya, ichichiba muyandila, basimbi banji banji. Kwasi yabe wawo pesinta basuwi kumano, kambauli himwangu bia. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kulindira. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kukapaula. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kulindira. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kukapaula. Kulale, 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 wawo ya ya. 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 Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kulindira. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kukapaula. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kulindira. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani, mtangari kukapaula. Ngoyu gentlemani, ngoyu shamani wangu, ngoyu gentlemani.
Chimololo achimololo etete nangu fyoloreshani fyakubukota fyolorwa. Chimololo achimololo etete nangu fyoloreshani fyakubukota fyolorwa. Chimololo achimololo etete nangu fyoloreshani fyakubukota fyolorwa. Vyakubukota vyororwa Shimorora shimorore dedero Nangu vyorore shani Vyakubukota vyororwa Vyakubukota vyororwa Vyakubukota vyororwa
Kawalala angape bamugwira akachoka apeza futi chisokone imapya bantu bamalira katundu noperera futi wosalekerera bintu bamushe bikupite peza futi chikanga maliso amagwa bamalada noperera pona futi kawalala angape bamugwira akachoka apeza futi chisokone imapya bantu bamalira katundu noperera futi wosalekerera bintu bamushe bikupite peza futi Shanja limbikira paka veo kuna uvipeze Shanja limba pitiliza paka ufikepo Chosamanta chipukwe ndiye veo mapuna weode ile Otayopa iwe zikompe upitilize Shanja limbikira paka veo kuna uvipeze Shanja limba pitiliza paka ufikepo Chosamanta chipukwe ndiye veo mapuna weode ile Otayopa Sima kondwela kukuona na mamuna wina ine ni mazona kukuona useka na wina sima vera mushe kukuona akugwila wina tima wanga umanivuta sanje venili nayo pali weo tima wanga umanivuta na wina kusegulako inesinifuna na wina ati kungena mmo mutima wanga umanivuta sanje venili nayo ati pali weo mutima wanga umanivuta ati sanje venili nayo pali weo wali iwe mwani pepe nili na kaso sinifuna wina kukugwila tayaso bela bela chape monga nilaso bela chepa fupi tivine idaso bela chepa fupi tivine idaso neka chape kulewa nibwela soba nipeze wakonzeka nisakupa salavu sinzazi yako musupa lavu bebe tipange na banja useni muzuba na usiku baby nisakupa salavu honey oh yeah love me isineti kulichanga wala kuno nikupase nisakupa super lavu sikuno dada ule isineti kulichanga wala kuno nikupase nisakupa super lavu sikuno dada ule
Wela pafupi sweetie nisakupa salavu sinzakulekelela chikondi changa na iwe chizakasila baby nzakukondwelesa baby nizakupasa big time love super love
chikondi changa wala kuno nikupase nzakupasa super love super love sikuno dada ule chikondi changa wala kuno nikupase nzakupasa super love super love sikuno dada ule nikulila baby ngasulipo wela pafupi baby nikupase nikulangize chikondi chonzuna lavu ya super umbela bwanji nkakupasa lavu baby super love umbela bwanji nkakupasa chikondi isinge chikondi changa wala kuno nikupase nzakupasa super love sikuno dada ule isinge chikondi changa wala kuno nikupase nzakupasa super love sikuno dada ule
nikupromisa super love yangana meso yanga sweetie kutoka manzi ya chikondi
isinge chikondi changa wala kuno nikupase nzakupasa super love sikuno dada ule isinge chikondi changa wala kuno nikupase nzakupasa super love sikuno dada ule
nizakupasa super love you for better for worse leo nikakupasa yonse niupo zenital ngati yachepa ni bwino uniuze usembera mantha kambaka kuti nikupasiretu yonse nizakupasa lavu imina kaiko kupasapo amuna aliwonse Dr. Bikron love super love ndipolo tije tupamera osadandaula mavuto yenabwerera ife wake kambaka kuti zakondana ngati lova na madandaulo ulotikambe kuti nkhosi yanafaka wa mkulu lujumbo na kachena makamaka mwana wa mkomboni na mamina usadandaula ndipolo udwale usadandaula kamba kuti nikupase Dr. Bikron love kuti malomola saiwa manyereta dokta azabola silamo ine tipitepite olo family planning nizambo kumwera yonse kukukonda chabe vakudya osadandaula kambaka kuti uzamba kudya mtundulu wonse kuti ukudya nsima ya nkuku saitipretini masoseji na chipisi ya pendinga tusibiki ndimoko pakuku
isinge chikondi changa wala kuno nikupase nzakupasa super love sikuno dada ule isinge chikondi changa wala kuno nikupase nzakupasa super love sikuno dada ule isinge chikondi changa wala kuno nikupase nzakupasa super love sikuno dada ule isinge chikondi changa
This is greatness on high rotation. This is the DSTV Nation.
Take it away.
We start with the moment, and we own it. We devote it. We black and we proud. BET, and it's loud. The music, the magic, just fanatic. It's Illmatic. Then we amaze and we blaze with the craziest craze and the craziest kids that cook and create in the craziest vids, learning stuff that we wish that we did. Then beware, we're in for a scare. It's a ghostly affair. You'll laugh and you'll scream, split at the seams. This is greatness made for your screen. Now, hold up, stop the track. Launch an attack with the quack. We gonna fight and ignite, show some might and a light. This is the best thing on TV tonight. Now, we're all flying with wings, cause we got the same heat that DSTV brings.
Mom, Dad, little brother, big sis, grandpa, and grandma. Everyone's going to be smiling when you upgrade to DSTV Family. Because there's something for everyone. Like unmissable, must-watch international series.
Why is he in here?
Fascinating documentaries. Real-life crime and medical dramas. As well as the hottest lifestyle programming.
I'm earning some cool husband points here.
The best of Bollywood, including blockbuster movies and award-winning telenovelas.
So much love in the air.
Authentic local stories celebrating the heroes, communities, and traditions of Africa.
That's so good, Daddy.
And of course, fantastic European football action with La Liga and Serie A. And to make you smile even more, you get this family-sized entertainment for a lot less than you think. So, upgrade to DSTV Family today using the My DSTV app and keep everyone you love happy.
no other way of the forces of patriotism succeeding in society without those in the leadership living in such a way as to be patriotic themselves. If leaders are not patriotic, nobody else will learn how to do good things towards fellow human beings. If you're not a patriot, if you don't develop the spirit of patriotism in life, then you are destroying the nation as a whole. So patriotism really is a force that brings out success in any situation. Patriotism is very key in terms of human beings living together, human beings working together, human beings developing things together. Without that spirit of patriotism, we can't go very far.
The National Assembly of Zambia, with support from the European Union, recently held a two-day workshop for presiding officers and senior management at Ciela Resort and Spa in Lusaka. The aim of the workshop was to provide an opportunity for the team to revisit the National Assembly of Zambia Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026 and to reflect on the changes to be undertaken in order to realize the objectives of the strategic plan. Speaking at the opening of the workshop, Speaker of the National Assembly, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti, had this to say.
The retreat has been organized for presiding officers and senior management of the National Assembly of Zambia to achieve the following specific objectives. 1. To appreciate new developments in the public financial management, PFM. 2. To initiate a change process to effectively and efficiently address the new developments. 3. To instill a shared vision and mission to achieve the strategic pillars and objectives as envisaged in the National Assembly of Zambia Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026. I would like to state that the work of Parliament is influenced by several developing trends within the global, continental, and national contexts, including the effects of evolving democracies, emerging contestations, and uneven global economic growth. This has been compounded by constant innovation, technology enhancements, and a connection to a global network. As a way of handling the increased volume of change, many parliaments around the globe are increasingly beginning to develop strategic plans to aid them in managing the change.
The Honorable Madam Speaker expressed some thoughts on how challenging it is to work in an institution with established rules and traditions such as Parliament.
Working in Parliament has its own challenges. The institution of Parliament is governed by well-established rules, time-tested traditions, and clear procedures which are usually followed with a surgical precision. This at times can entrench a sense of rigidity in our administrative style and create an environment which stifles open communication, collegiality, and teamwork. As per our rules of procedure, I often tell members of Parliament not to debate themselves. This time in addressing you, I wish to state the opposite. Let's debate ourselves. Let's talk openly. We should not feel stifled. We all acknowledge that we need change to take place in our institution. For this to happen, your role and involvement are crucial success factors. We want change which is focused not only on the technical side in forms of tools,
the rules, systems and procedures, but one which takes into consideration the people side of things. We have the tools, technical tools, we have the strategic plan, and we also have the public finance management, PFM tool. What we need to strengthen is the people's side. That is the main thrust of this retreat. At the same event, Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Roy Nguluve, commended the European Union for providing technical and financial support to the National Assembly, which is intended to strengthen parliamentary systems and procedures, particularly in the area of public financial management oversight.
The retreat has been made possible due to the funding in part from the European Union, who over the years have provided technical and financial support to the National Assembly of Zambia, intended to strengthen parliamentary systems and procedures, particularly in the area of public financial management oversight. Madam Speaker, colleagues, you may wish to note that the National Assembly, with support from the EU, has over the years implemented numerous capacity building activities within the scope of the National Assembly of Zambia projects phase 1 and 2. These activities have had impact, significant impact for that matter, on the oversight work of Parliament, and have also assisted the Office of the Clerk in strengthening the professional and technical competence of staff in the Parliamentary Budget Office, research committees, parliamentary reform program. Most of the elements of what has been achieved through these activities over the years have been captured in the strategic plan.
The workshop also looked at the highlights from the National Assembly Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026. Other highlights of the workshop were the monitoring and evaluation implementation framework of the Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026. In closing the workshop, First Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Madam Malungo H. Sangano MP, pointed out that the events of the workshop presented a pleasant surprise which did not only challenge them but also took them out of their comfort zone.
I'm certain that you all agree with me that this has been an eye-opening experience. At the start of this retreat, all of us had different expectations, but I can confidently say that we all expected a meeting filled with presentation after presentation. However, the events of this retreat have been a pleasant and welcome surprise for me. I have no doubt that you all agree with me that we have been challenged and taken out of our comfort zone. In pursuing the objectives of this retreat, a number of issues have been raised which require our deep reflection as we continue on our journey of moving the National Assembly of Zambia forward. You agree with me that some issues raised would take a longer time than others to achieve. However, I want to urge you to immediately begin to implement those issues that we identified as low-hanging fruits. Let me also call upon the acting clerk to ensure that as we begin to implement the resolutions of this retreat, that there is adequate collaboration and communication among the different departments and offices of the National Assembly of Zambia. Please endeavor to constantly remind heads of department about the resolutions we have made as we drive the institution towards a more positive future.
The workshop brought together 3 presiding officers, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti MP, her 2 deputies, Honorable Malungo H. Sangano MP, and Honorable Moses F. Moyo MP. Others were Deputy Clerk Procedure, Mrs. Cecilia Sikatele Mambwe, Acting Deputy Clerk Administration, Mrs. Loveness Mayaka, Team Leader, European Support to the National Assembly, Dr. Trevor Taft, Heads of Department and other selected senior staff of the National Assembly of Zambia.
time, once more, for the world to stand still.
Stand still? Nah.
We move.
We come together tonight, 1 billion of us, in every corner of the globe where the beautiful game matters.
Here for the show-stopping magic of a moment.
And the explosion of
hope and glory.
Brothers, sisters.
For busted people, I party them.
We come here for heroes.
And for heartaches.
Heartache? Come now, Peter, we're not here for that. Not this time, mate.
Get and stay connected to DSTV and watch all 64 matches. Here for every fan.
You're really so
Live on Super Sports.
This is greatness on high rotation. This is the DSTV Nation.
Take it away.
We start with the moment, and we own it. We devote it. We black and we proud. BET, and it's loud. The music, the magic, just fanatic. It's Illmatic. Then we amaze and we blaze with the craziest craze and the craziest kids that cook and create in the craziest vids, learning stuff that we wish that we did. Then beware, we're in for a scare. It's a ghostly affair. You laugh and you scream, split at the seams. This is greatness made for your screen. Now, hold up, stop the track. Launch an attack with the quack. We gonna fight and ignite.
For joining us on our live broadcast today, Thursday the 17th of November 2022, and to be with you on continuity, my name is Julius Musmani.
Good afternoon, I'm Claudette Zindaza Jonga, and later on we'll be joined by our two sign language interpreters, that's Jason Manda and Chola Kalma.
Right, we begin by looking at business that the House considered yesterday, beginning with an announcement that Madam Speaker made, in which she acquainted the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery with honorable members of Parliament and staff from the Parliament of Namibia and the constituted Standing Committee on Constitutional and Legal Matters, which was led by Honorable Cleotas Karondo, MP, was chairperson.
The Select Committee on Budget was led by the chairperson, that's Honorable Mike Kavire Kotora, Member of Parliament, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker warmly welcomed the distinguished guest to the Zambian Parliament.
Then the House moved on to consider a ministerial statement, and this was after the Minister of Agriculture was given opportunity to make a statement, and this statement was on the distribution of farming inputs under the Farmer Input Support Program for the 2022-2023 farming season, following a directive by Madam Speaker on a matter of urgent public importance, which was raised by Mr. Ronald Chitotela, Pambashi Member of Parliament, on Tuesday, 15th November 2022, and the Minister did update the House on the status of the exercise.
After that ministerial statement, the House went on to consider a question for answer number 92, understanding order number 24, and thereafter the House resolved into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads, that's 21 loans and investments, which was agreed to.
All right, and in the sum of 15,082,320,754 kwacha was approved. 37 Minister of Finance and National Planning, budget allocation of 7,633,020,365 kwacha was approved. Under consideration was head 25, Minister of Local Government Service Commission, which is under consideration, and business was interrupted when Mr. Murunda was on the floor of the House, and the House moved on. Instead of adjourning, there was a matter of debate on a motion of adjournment, and this was moved by Ron Member of Parliament, brought about by Mr. Joe Chiwe, Ron Member of Parliament, and his subject of debate was the need to curtail the infamous traditional practice called Kondo, and accordingly the House did adjourn at 20 hours. In a little while, we'll be looking at business for today. Do not go away.
Thank you for joining joining us once again as we await for resumption of business at 14:30. The House is expected to consider one question for once understanding order number 74, and this question is coming from Mr. Munir Zulu, who's Lumezi Member of Parliament. He is going to ask the Minister of Technology and Science whether the government has any plans to upgrade and operationalize the communication towers that have been erected in the following chiefdoms in Lumezi parliamentary constituency. That's Chief Mwanya, Chief Kazembe and Chief Stungulu. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and lastly, if there are no such plans, why?
The Minister of Finance and National Planning moves a motion that the House do now resolve into Committee of Ways and Means to consider raising of supply. And after this, we expect the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022 to come up for consideration at committee stage.
And after that, the House will resolve into Committee of Supply, and there's going to be resumption of committee work on head 25, that's the Local Government Service Commission. Mr. Mulunda will finish off his debate. He was on the floor of the House yesterday during the time that the House resolved into committee.
Right, and still to come, we expect other heads that are up for consideration today. This include Head 29, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, Head 12, the Office of the Public Protector, Head 34, Human Rights Commission, and Head 26, Minister of Information and Media. And so just about now, here's Madam Speaker.
Honorable Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We won freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us all her people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have one ruling to render. This is on a point of order raised by Mr. Lamek Hamwata, Member of Parliament for Pemba constituency, raised on Thursday, 3rd November 2022, against Reverend Given Katuta, Member of Parliament for Chiengi constituency, for making an unsubstantiated allegation that the government had used public resources to renovate the president's private residence. Honorable members who recall that on Thursday, 3rd November 2022, when the House was debating Head 1, Office of the President, State House, and Reverend G. Katuta, Member of Parliament for Chienge constituency, was debating, Mr. L. Hamwata, Member of Parliament for Pemba constituency, raised a point of order. In his point of order, Mr. L. Hamwata, MP, inquired whether Reverend G. Katuta, MP, was in order to suggest that Community House, His Excellency the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema's private residence, was being renovated using public funds without providing evidence. Honorable members, in her immediate response, the Honorable Madam Chairperson reserved her ruling in order to study the matter. I have since studied the matter and will now render my ruling. Honorable members, the point of order raises the issue of a member's duty to ensure that the information he or she provides to the House when debating is factual and verifiable. Honorable members may wish to note that members' freedom of speech and debate in the House is recognized and protected by the Constitution, Cap 1 of the Laws of Zambia, and the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, Chapter 12 of the Laws of Zambia. However, although the Constitution and the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act guarantee members freedom of speech and debate in the Assembly, such freedom is subject to the rules of the House. One such rule requires that the information a member provides to the House is factual, verifiable, and substantiated. In this regard, Standing Order 65-1B of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 provides as follows, and I quote, 65.1. A member who is debating shall, A, B, ensure that the information he or she provides to the House is factual and verifiable. Further, end of quote. Further, Chapter 3 of the National Assembly Members Handbook 2006 on the rules of debate state as follows, and I quote, members must not allege specific matters of fact as being true unless they are able to substantiate them, end of quote. Honorable members, I had recourse to the verbatim record of the parliamentary proceedings for Thursday, 3rd November 2022, when the House resolved into Committee of Supply and was considering Head 1, Office of the President, State House, in order to determine whether the alleged statement was made by Reverend G. Katuta, MP. Honorable members, the verbatim record revealed that indeed Reverend G. Katuta, MP, alleged that the private residence of the Republican president, commonly referred to as Community House, was being renovated using public resources. In her debate of Head 1, Office of the President, State House, on Thursday, 3rd November 2022. However, Reverend G. Katuta, MP, did not lay any evidence on the table of the House to verify and substantiate her allegation. As a result, her statement contravened the rules of debate as provided in the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 and the National Assembly Members Handbook 2006, She was therefore out of order. Honorable members, may I take this opportunity to once more remind you that making unverified and unsubstantiated statements on the floor of the House is a breach of our rules. As you are well aware, debates in the House are widely followed nationally through the radio, television, and on the internet. I therefore urge you to desist from making unverified and unsubstantiated statements on the floor of the House in order to avoid misleading the House and the public at large. I thank you. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, thank you for according me the opportunity to clarify the engagement by government of a number of private audit firms to verify Zambia's public domestic debt. Madam, public domestic debt has significantly increased in the recent years, thus contributing to Zambia's debt unsustainability. The debt has, for instance, increased sharply between 2016 and 2022, rising from 51.8 billion kwacha to 76.4 billion kwacha as at end June 2022. The increase in domestic public debt was driven by increased national external debt service, which impacted funding to other areas. Higher borrowing requirements, mainly to finance the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP, refinancing of fuel arrears, and partly due to increased budget financing requirements following limited external financing resources. Domestic arrears also increased due to overprocurement of roads projects and possibly overpricing. Madam Speaker, as part of the process of resolving our debt unsustainable position, this government engaged multilateral organizations in verifying the country's external debt, which was done, and decisions have been taken on this front to resolve the problem through cancellations, rescoping, and undertaking actual debt restructuring. Similarly, it was necessary that this rapid increase in domestic arrears be equally verified. The verification, like the one we undertook on the external debt, had to be undertaken using independent and specialized services which government identified should come from the private sector player. They possess the expertise and are independent to verify the authenticity of the debt. Like I said, Madam Speaker, this process was similar to what government undertook as it was validating the external debt, only that this process is being undertaken using local human resources. Madam Speaker, the firms who engaged are meant to establish and verify the authenticity of arrears owed to domestic supply of goods and services and on infrastructure projects. Procurement process followed for the firms. Madam, this government promised transparency and good governance in the management of public funds. In line with this pledge, the firms that have been contracted were engaged through a selective tender process that involved 12 reputable firms that bid for the different lots, i.e., the different categories of outstanding arrears. The tenders were floated on the 31st of January 2022 and awarded on the 12th of May 2022. The firms were engaged by the Ministry of Finance and National Planning with the authority of the Auditor General in line with Section 6 of the Public Audit Act, Chapter 378 of the Laws of Zambia, which stipulates that, and I quote, whenever the exigencies of public audit services so require, the Minister responsible for finance may, at the request of the Auditor General, engage such agents or specialist consultants as are necessary to assist the Auditor General in the execution of his duties. In addition, the Public Management Act No. 1 of 2018, Section 7(1)(z) states that the Secretary to the Treasury can carry out any other functions that may be prescribed by the Minister or that may be considered reasonably necessary for proper financial management of the Republic. Madam, the bidders were evaluated on technical capabilities, after which the successful firms were evaluated on their financial competitiveness. The total contract cost for the work is 16.8 million kwacha. The process resulted in 6 firms being selected and allotted arrears categories as follows. Grant Thornton, consultant. Sector, goods and services. PwC, consultant. Sector, road contracts. CYMA, consultant. Sector, farmer input support program. Mark Daniels, consultant. Sector, value added tax refund. Client focus, consultant. Sector, awards and compensation. And finally, EY advisory services, consultant, and these were focusing on fuel. Terms of reference for the consultants. Madam, the terms of reference for the review covers all government entities and is not limited to defense and security wings. Further, for the defense and security wings, the firm allotted for verifying arrears related to goods and services. That is, verifying debts relating to goods and services such as food rations only. It does not cover their operations. The verification does not cover their operations or equipment supplies. Specifically for Grant Thornton and PwC that have attracted public scrutiny, their terms of references are as follows. For Grant Thornton, verification of domestic supply of goods and services. Number 1, review and evaluate contracts for supply of goods and services by having procurement entities supply backup documents for the debts. 2, establish the competitiveness of goods supplied and whether government obtained value for money from them. 3, establish that goods delivered notes were obtained in accordance with contracts. 4, review the procurement process through which suppliers were contracted with a view to establish transparency and compliance to existing laws for all players involved. And 5, establish whether the interest rates chargeable on arrears reflect market fundamentals. As for PwC, the terms of contracts regarding to the road contracts were as follows. Number one, check the adequacy of bidding documents and conformity to the law. 2, conformity of contracts to competitive bidding. 3, where an addenda was issued, the conformity to the law and the confirmation that the basis is justified. 4, verify contracts that were granted down payments against the works done. Verify contracts that were granted down payments against the works done. 5, in cases where a single source was used, whether proper authority was obtained, that is, ascertain the quality of works against amounts paid, include sample site visits or physical inspection. 6, to provide for project funds, determine whether the project funds were used for the purposes intended. 7, review and analyze the potential red flags that may indicate inappropriate financial management, misappropriation of assets, and inappropriate use of funds. And 8, identify expenditures which may have been made for ineligible projects. Use of the reports. Madam, the reports, once finalized, will be submitted to the office. Once finalized, they will be submitted to the office of the Secretary to the Treasury. They are exclusively meant for management use. They will augment the reports of the Controller of Internal Audit and are meant to aid decision-making as we make payments and developing strategies for dismantling bigger volumes of arrears such as fuel. The post-audit services of the Auditor General continue post-expenditures in that his office continues to audit public institutions in line with his mandate and based on schedule as supported by the available expert human resource. Further, these reports augment the internal audit report, which are used by the Auditor General's office as a reference point when conducting their own audits. In conclusion, the process of engaging auditing firms was done consistent with government undertakings to ensure that there are no fraudulent payments and that when payments are made, they are done on account of value having accrued to the public. The scrutiny is necessary, Madam Speaker, as we know that already some categories of arrears have incomplete documentation or certificates issued without works being delivered, such as those under the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, and of course, many others. So to avoid this situation where money is paid without having verified that in fact value was delivered, it has been necessary to verify these contracts before we dismantle the arrears. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you agree with me that this is a very noble assignment that is meant to protect the Zambian public from fraud and other crimes. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the elephant in the room is the audit of defense forces. The law is very clear in providing the procedure that should be followed when auditing defense forces. The law does not isolate whether one was supplying carpenter, mini-mill, or indeed military equipment. The law provides a procedure on how, on when defense forces can be audited, and the procedure that must be followed. We want to be clear, Honorable Minister. Was the Auditor General the one that contracted the services of those private consultancy firms with express permission from the President as required by law? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you, Honorable. Yes, the law has been complied with. First of all, Madam Speaker, we also have to recognize the fact that the Secretary to the Treasury and the Treasurer in General also have a say in this matter. Given the fact that there's been allegations of fraud, and some of these allegations of fraud, as we speak right now, they are in court. We've heard of a situation whereby people claimed that they supplied, for example, fertilizers. Documents were signed alleging that they supplied fertilizers and all the payments made. And later on, it is discovered that, in fact, although all the payments were made for everything, in fact, a large portion of that fertilizer was never delivered. And people signed that it was delivered. So under those circumstances, it was imperative that the Treasury must verify all the bills, all the arrears, to make sure that even whatever institutions, including the defense, were not subjected to this kind of fraud. So if there are anyone who supplied to defense and thinking that because it is defense, they will hide behind that, I'm afraid they will not be able to hide behind that. Now, Madam Speaker, given the problem that I'm just describing now, the Secretary to the Treasury asked the Auditor General, may you please help to audit these things so that before we pay, we know we are paying not for air, but for substance delivered. The Auditor General says, yes, I want to do that. But look, I have so many other assignments before me, so many other signs before me. So I authorize you to use either the internal audit or any other consultants as per the law that I read earlier on. So this was therefore done with the permission and with the power from the Auditor General. Okay? It was done with authority of the Auditor General. So, Madam Speaker, once again, I want to repeat, the Ministry of Defense audit was not about operations. It was about asking questions. If you supplied beans, can we verify that you supplied beans? If you supplied carpenter, can we verify that you supplied carpenter? It was not about how many guns did you buy, how many bullets did you buy, where did you go to. It was not like that. It was for goods and supplies, for the rations. So if anyone thought that they would hide behind the Ministry of Defense. I'm sorry, the blanket has been uplifted, and there's nowhere to hide. Thank you, Madam.
Order, order, honorable members. Order, please don't interject while the minister is answering or while a question is being asked. The honorable member for Chinsali. Stop the clock. What's the point of order, honorable member for Lunte?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of order is based on Standing Order number 65. Madam Speaker, I would like to sincerely thank you for providing for ministerial statements through your standing orders. Ministerial statements allow we, the ordinary members of parliament, to keep the government to account. And in doing so, we ask questions that are relevant to the subjects on the floor. The Honourable Minister has brought a very important subject. The Honourable Leader of Opposition asked a specific question to do with what he considers as the elephant in the room, which is the audit of defense forces. Madam Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act has got supremacy.
Honorable member for Lunte, what's the point of order?
And that's where I'm driving now.
Yes, can you? Don't debate.
The Public Finance Management Act is supreme when it comes to management
Honorable
of public
member
resources.
for Lunte, what's the point of order?
The
Please
point
do
of
not
order is-
debate. Order, order, order. Honorable members, as we raise points of order, let's not use that occasion to counter what the minister has said. If it's the point of order, let's find out what rule has been breached and how that rule or practice has been breached. It's not a time to start debating or countering what the honorable minister has said. If you have a follow-up question, just indicate you'll be recognized and you can ask a follow-up question. So, honorable member for Lunte, specifically, what is the point of order?
My point of order, Madam Speaker, is based on the question that the Honourable Leader of Opposition asked, which is in line with Section 73 in the Public Financial Management Act, which circumvents anyone from contracting services to audit defense forces other than the Auditor General with a written permission from the President. And this question was, did Auditor General contract those services with express permission from the President? Is a minister in order to start talking about blankets being lifted, instead of stating whether the President did give permission to the Auditor General to, in fact, contract those private services to be able to audit the defense forces. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling on the matter.
Now, what the point of order is, I didn't even get the point of order that you were there. Were you saying order? Order, honorable members. If you want me to make a ruling, I have to understand what the point of order is. I can't make a point of order. I can't make a ruling from abstract. So the point of order, honorable member, that you have raised is that the honorable minister of Finance and National Planning did not answer the question that was put to him by the leader of the opposition. Is that the point of order? Yes. Honorable Minister of Finance, the question that the Honorable Leader of Opposition put to you was whether the Auditor General did consent to the audit with the express permission of the President as required by Section 73 to 3 of the Act. The Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thought I'd actually answered that when I said the Auditor General authorized the ST to engage the control over internal audit or anybody else to undertake the verification of the bills. That's what I said.
Maybe what was omitted was whether the President gave express permission.
Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, maybe a bit more clearer. It's
No,
whether
no,
the
no,
Auditor
no,
General.
no. I think the Minister has gotten the question. We are trying to clarify that issue. Let the Minister clarify whether there was express permission from the President. That's all. The Honorable Minister of Finance. The Honorable Minister of Finance, just to state whether the President did consent to the audit.
Madam Speaker, right now I'm not privy between what the President and the Auditor General may have discussed, but what I know is that for the Auditor General to have authorized this, he may have consulted with the President, but I cannot commit the President because when the discussion, whatever consultation were there, I was not part of that. So I presume that the Auditor General acted according to the Auditor General authorized. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Finance Minister, we do appreciate the intention of this noble contract. However, I would just like to find out, in your speech you stated that one of the reasons why you hired private external auditors is because you wanted to get expertise that is possessed by these private external auditors that is not available at the Office of the Auditor General. I do also understand that the Office of the Auditor General has a directorate specifically for public debt, which the directorate is called Investment and Public Debt. So I would like to find out from you, what specific expertise do these private external auditors possess that is not available at the Office of the Auditor General? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Kindly be reminded that the regular auditors for government is under the controller of internal audit. So in controller of internal audit, that is the regular, or rather, what do they call them? Internal audit is the word says. The external auditors are the Auditor General. So what happens? The ministry first approaches the Auditor General as the external auditor to say, come and audit. The Auditor General says, I have so many assignments. I authorize you to use control of internal audit or private consultants. So this is what happens, and that happens all the time. Even without this, there are some times when government wants to bypass internal control and engage the Auditor General to say, come and audit. It happens all the time. And this is what happened also in this particular case. Let's engage the Auditor General. And the Auditor General says, I'm very busy. Get back to internal audit. If you are not satisfied with that, even private consultants, because that is provided for. The Secretary to the Treasury is authorized to bring auditors, whether public or private. Is authorized to do so. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, in responding to the question by Honorable Munduvile, Leader of Opposition, you indicated that the Auditor General authorized the Minister of Finance through the Secretary to the Treasury to contract. Wow, Minister, in the Daily Nation of Tuesday, November 15, 2022, Secretary to the Treasury, Mr. Felix Nkulukusa, says bid was selective and Auditor General did not authorize the contract. Kindly clarify. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm not sure whether the Daily Nation may have reported correctly. Secondly, even if that was the case, when you say it is alleged that the Auditor General did not authorize the contract, what does that mean? Because the Auditor General authorized the engagement of private auditors. That is not to say contract with the PwC, I authorize. Contract with the KPMG, I authorize. That is separate. What the Auditor General authorized is to engage private auditors if so required. And, Madam Speaker, there's documentary evidence to that effect. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mongu Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, it is very gratifying to note that the external auditors contracted to carry out this exercise are international firms of world-class standard. And we have no doubt that the work that will be performed will be of the highest quality. Honorable Minister, my question is, will the reports of these external auditors be availed to the Zambian public so that the Zambian public can know the extent of the damage and the looting that some of these people sitting comfortably in this house did to this country? I think, thank you very much. I submit my question, Honorable Minister.
Order. Order, honorable members. I was even distracted. I was reading this note and I didn't even follow what the honorable member was saying. Let me just first consult and find out. Stop the clock. I didn't follow what the honorable member was saying. Maybe the clerks at the table can assist. Order, honorable members. If the honorable member for Mongu said thieves are sitting here comfortable, that is an... Order, honorable members. I had indicated that I did not hear what the honorable member... Maybe the honorable member can state what he said. Can he repeat?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Can we have some order in the House? I was trying to say, honorable member for Mongu Central, have a seat. I had indicated clearly that I did not hear because somebody sent me a note. So I was reading it while the honorable member for Mongu was asking the question. So I didn't understand, I didn't hear what he said. I only heard the reaction from the House. So honorable member for Mongu, whatever you said, honorable member for Shuangan, please give me time. Honorable member for Mongu Central, whatever you said that brought discomfort to the House, please can you withdraw and apologize?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What I asked the minister was, what I said was, I first thanked the minister for ensuring that the
No, what
contractors...
you said that brought discomfort in the House, please withdraw and apologize.
I've withdrawn, Madam Speaker, whatever made the other people uncomfortable. But what I said...
No, that's it, honorable member. No, I don't know if the honorable minister... Order. 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 I'm sure the honorable minister got the gist of your question. The honorable minister of Finance and National Planning, can he answer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honorable member for Monku Central. The question was, will this report be made available to members of the public? The answer is that in the first instance, this report will go to the Secretary to the Treasury. Remember what I said? This exercise is about verifying payments on arrears to determine whether we are paying for arrears that are genuine or arrears that are just empty in terms of supplies. So in the first instance, the report will go to the Auditor General, to the Secretary to the Treasury. Now, this report becomes part of the report, supplements the effort of the Controller of Internal Audit. And later on, as per standard practice, the Auditor General comes behind to audit all ministries. And the audit of the Auditor General is based on the findings of, or largely made up of the findings of the report or the work of the internal audit. So it follows that this report that will come through, at some point when the Auditor General comes through, he's going to look at this report and he may decide to use the report or not as per standard practice. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister of Finance, for those clarifications. I've been worked at both at the Auditor General's office and the Office of the Controller. Minister, I just wanted to understand, because if you look at the Public Audit Act, all the audits, statutory audits, are supposed to be carried out by the Office of the Auditor General, notwithstanding that they can subcontract, which is correct. But what I'm trying to understand and clarification is, as and when these auditors finish their work, they are reporting to the Secretary to the Treasury, which is more or less like a management report and not the Office of the Auditor General, because the Office of the Auditor General, if they've contracted, they should address a report to them, just like way back, Office of the Auditor General was not being audited, but eventually they appointed auditors, external auditors, who will audit them and therefore give the report to the Auditor General herself. Now my question is, because Auditor General cannot rely on the audit which has been carried out by another audit, but they can use this just as a basis to look at certain aspects and extent of their sampling. Now, what I want to understand is, on what basis are we going to base a decision to authenticate the payment of the external people, then when the Auditor General comes and they say the extent of their sampling we cannot authenticate, then we still have a query. How do we harmonize the two? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I've added 5 minutes for the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the report that is going to come through, as I've indicated, first and foremost, it will go to the Secretary to the Treasury, because remember, this is about verifying. This is about verifying payments. I did indicate that there have been instances which have already been proved to be credible, taken to court, like in the case of FISIP, where 100% of the money was paid, and people signed certificates saying all the fertilizers have been arrived, when in actual fact, they did not deliver the fertilizers. And we don't know for how long this sort of thing has been going on. It could be 1 year, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, who knows? So therefore, in view of this, it became absolutely paramount to do the audit, and in the first instance, because it's about facilitating the payment of arrears, which members of public here, they're always asking, when are you paying arrears? When are you paying arrears? But to pay those arrears, we need to certify ourselves that we are not paying for air. Okay? So in the first instance, Honorable, it will go to the Auditor General, the Secretary to the Treasury. But as you have correctly stated, at the time when the Auditor General comes, he will take a look and see how far he can use that information. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
The Speaker said the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, year in, year out, institutions of higher learning in Zambia churn out qualified accountants to go and practice in different aspects of finance. I am aware that we have a lot of young men and women that are ably qualified to undertake different types of audits. You are spending 16 million kwacha to give private accounting institutions to undertake work which ordinarily should be done by the Auditor General's office. In your opinion, Minister of Finance, and I understand that you are equally very passionate about the abilities of Zambians, in your opinion, Minister of Finance, is it prudent to use 16 million kwacha to contract 6 private institutions to audit those public accounts, as opposed to employing the many qualified auditors in Zambia that would have done this very important assignment? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Kangombe. The answer to your question is yes, it is very prudent, because you can imagine, to come again to the example of fertilizer, if you spend 16 million kwacha to be able to discover that as government we were cheated of $17 million, and therefore you are able to go to the person who defrauded you and say, my friend, pay back this $17 million. That is money that is worth spending. Madam Speaker, regarding the issue of whether we should have employed, of course, we must understand that this is a one-off assignment. So for one-off assignment, you cannot bring in so many people on permanent basis, because it is a one-off assignment. And please, Do you remember, even if it's PwC, it is Zambians who are there. Even if it's whatever audit firm, it's the Zambians who are there, coming from the same universities that you are talking about. So I don't see any contradiction, Honorable. Thank you so much.
The last question, Honorable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we find it very difficult to buy into this statement because when we were posing questions to our Honor, the Vice President, the Honorable Minister of Finance was sitting next to our Honor, the Vice President, and it would have been helpful to just concede that, yes, indeed, there are these auditors auditing the defense forces. It had to take so many days for him to come here and make these clarifications that look like afterthought. Honorable Minister, yes, it's important that we follow the trail of monies. And these audits have been done before. Between 2006, 2008, there were similar audits under the President Mwanawasa government then, which was done by the Auditor General with the same terms of reference. If indeed the Auditor General accepted to allow these special audits to be done, it's basically passing a confidence, a vote of no confidence in his own office. Because this, like Honorable Mkusa said, there's a directorate under the Auditor General who do specialized audits. And we can't deal with an illegality by creating another illegality. Because this is what we are saying here. The question from the leader of opposition is coming from the Public Finance Management Act, which, Honorable Minister, is your piece of legislation. Why are we finding a challenge and also riding on the Honorable Chairperson for Public Accounts Committee on how these reports are going to be handled when these private consultants finish their work? Because the secretaries of the cabinet may need specialized interpretation from the Auditor General. Why did we have to be so wasteful in terms of subcontracting these services which could have been ably done by the Auditor General? And we would like to know whether the Auditor General has considered that he is now unable to undertake this work. I want a clarification from the Minister, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I think I answered this question already. That the Auditor General said, I have so many assignments on my plate, and there's documentary evidence to that effect. There's documentary to that effect. So let's just cool down, okay? Let's just cool down. This reminds me of a situation whereby somebody was heavily criticized for healing a patient on a given day. Why are you healing on this particular day? You should not be healing on this particular day. Why are you healing on a Saturday, on a Sabbath? And the answer that came was, what is more important? The health of the person or the day? Similarly, I say unto thee, I say to you, what is more important? What is more important? To recover huge amounts of money, the possibility of recovering huge amounts of money that we can put into our education, put into our health, put into the roads, than us pushing so hard as to why the Auditor General did not do this or did not do that. When I've already clarified, why are we so jittery? Why are we so... So, Madam Speaker, please be advised that this is good, this is on your own good. so that if there's a possibility of saving money to give to your electorates, we can do so, rather than worrying about this and that. No. Let's focus on the important thing, the possibility of recovering money. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Let's make progress. Question for oral answer, understanding order 74. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Question 93, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Munia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi constituency, to ask the Minister of Technology and Science 3 questions. A, whether the government has any plans to upgrade and operationalize the communication towers that have been erected in the following chiefdoms in Lumezi parliamentary constituency. 1, Chief Mwanya, 2, Chief Kazembe, and 3, Chief
Honorable members. There's a phone ringing right now in this house. And there's a lot of discussion. How can the questions, how will you understand the answers? And then follow up with supplementary questions if you are not even paying attention. If you are not interested in this, we can move to the next item. And I remember having said that any day that a phone will ring in this house, we will stop bringing phones in the house. So from today on, no phones in the house. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Whether the government has any plans to upgrade and operationalize the communication towers that have been erected in the following chiefdoms in Lumezi parliamentary constituency. 1, Chief Mwanya, 2, Chief Kazembe, and 3, Chief Chitungulu. The next question, if so, that's B, when the plans will be implemented, and the final question, if there are no such plan, why? Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the government, through Universal Access Project, constructed towers in Lumezi at the following places. In Chief Mwanya Chiefdom, at Lukusuzi, Yakobe, Shasera, Mukasanga, and in Chief Chitunguru Chiefdom, Lumimba, Kapangala, Mbuzi. The House may wish to note that all these communication towers are operational. The government has, however, earmarked for construction of a tower at Kazembe Junction in Chief Kazembe Chiefdom. This project is currently awaiting the availability of funds. Answer to question B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. The House may wish to note that the government has committed to continue supporting the construction of towers projects as well as upgrading of existing towers from 2023 and beyond. The plans will be implemented once funds are made available. Answer to question D, the last question, if there are any so plans, if there are no such plan, why? The layout plans for the construction and upgrading of towers will be informed by the recently finalized detailed coverage gap analysis. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, indeed towers were constructed, and the question carries with it, when will they be operationalized? It's for that reason that we have no communications in Chief Manya's area, in Chief Chitungulu's area, in Chief Kazembe's area. Honorable Minister, when you are driving in the game management areas and you have a breakdown with a vehicle, you are unable to make a phone call, be it Zamtel, MTN, or Airtel. So when will the towers start operating, Honorable Minister? I thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, it is regrettable that we've got such a situation. However, this all depends on the availability of funds. As soon as the funds are available, we should be able to make these towers operational. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Acting Minister, in your response, you said some of the towers are being upgraded. And last time we were dealing a case like this, the Minister of Technology said we have upgraded some towers. And when I went to one of the Valley towers with my Airtel, MTN, and CLZ, the towers were not working. So are you promising or telling this house that the towers you've upgraded in Lumez are working, or it's just one of the stories? Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to the information that I've got, these communication towers are operational. That is the information I've got here. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Petauke Central, you've persistently indicated that you have a point of order. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise a serious point of order. Madam Speaker, the members here, the male members here, honorable members, they're even failing to sit comfortable because the honorable member for Kafue is here. He has come here in the house without shoes, whereby all the attention for these members, they're just looking at her legs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I need your serious ruling under Standing Order 206B.
Honorable Member for Petauke, and when we were discussing that very important issue, you kept on insisting that you wanted to raise a point of order. And I said, because of time, there will be no points of order, but you persisted. And you mean you can't sleep when you see somebody's feet? You should have been here yesterday when they were talking about moving coffins. Maybe you would have slept better. Can we make progress? The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, when members of Parliament bring questions under Standing Order 74 or 76, it means there's a pressing matter in the constituency. And I want to ask the Minister, Acting Minister of Science and Technology, your response regarding when these towers will become operational may not be to the satisfaction of the Member of Parliament in as far as lack of timeline. Would you be in a position, Minister, working with other government departments such as the Ministry of Finance, give some indication as to when these will become operational so that the MP for Lumezi will exit with an answer to take back to these very important needy areas for purposes of communication? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Acting Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've taken note, and I'll pass on this message to the substantive minister, and he should be able to come back to the House with a ministerial statement over the matter. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lubanseshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Yes, I followed your responses that you have provided so far regarding the operation of these towers in Lumezi constituency. Now, Honorable Minister, to begin with, I would like to appreciate that indeed this is the best platform that we can get accurate information regarding to the question. My question is, have you, how much intervals do you interact with the service providers such as MTN, Airtel, Zamtel, regarding to the operation of these towers in Romezi? And in addition to that,
Honorable member, just one question. Today we have a loaded order papers. So just one question, please.
Thank you so much. I would like to find out from the minister, have you received any report from Airtel, Zamtel, and of course Zamtel that indeed these towers are in operation, so that the good people in these three chiefdoms can able to appreciate that indeed these towers are working, and also update even the nation why we are facing this challenge in terms of interruption when the network is concerned for these mobile services providers. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister Acting Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my answer to question 1, I'd already indicated that the information that I've got in front of me indicate that these communication towers are operational. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the last time a question on towers was raised on this floor of this House, there was an undertaking that a list was going to be distributed of all constituencies where communication towers are supposed to be erected. I just want to find out if that list is ready for distribution soon.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the information I've got is that following the GAP site survey, there are 998 sites that have been identified, and these will be, commissioned, as funds are available. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Mandevu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question was in line with that of my colleague, Honorable Kangombe, I think, who noted that the question on when was not answered. Today, when I was appearing on your platform, the MP's diary, I was accused that we're not doing our job to give checks and balances in this House, because we let ministers tell us that we'll provide this service when money is available without giving us a time frame. Yet the people who write these answers for them, the civil servants, I paid hefty monies, money that belong to the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, mine is just a comment that going forward, you must protect us, the backbenchers, because we ask these questions on behalf of the people that sent us here, to be told that this project will be done when, without a time frame. Yet these people are technocrats that write these answers. I think it's not good. It's as good as not answering the question. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm sure the Honorable Acting Minister of Technology and Science has taken note. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question to the Honorable Minister, or the Acting Minister, will be more, I think, the question that Honorable Nakoka asked, which I think the Minister has not answered. When is the list being availed to the Members of Parliament? Thank you.
Before the Honorable Minister comes on to answer that question, there is a point of order from the Honorable Member for Zambezi East. What's the point of order?
It's actually a point of procedure, Madam Speaker, not necessarily a point of order. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of procedure. I noticed that it has been a trend in this House that members would stand up to make comments in the window which you have given for asking follow-up questions. Follow-up questions are different from comments. Comments are as good as debates. So if any member wishes to push a comment or just debate, they should wait for tea time to make that comment. I am rising on this point of procedure. I want to know, really, is the House in order to allow this practice of somebody rising to give their comment the way they feel something should be done, anyhow and in any way, like the fashion done by the honorable member for Mandevu? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. In fact, there is no provision under our standing orders to provide for members to stand up and make comments. What we are doing here is honorable members are supposed to ask supplementary questions. When a member stands up, instead of asking a supplementary question, makes comment, that honorable member is out of order. Please, let's follow the standing orders, that when you are asked to ask a question, just ask that question. Do not make a comment, do not debate. Because at this time we are not debating. We are just asking supplementary questions on the answer that has been provided by the Honorable Minister. Please, let's be guided accordingly. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South. Oh, the Minister, sorry. No, it was a comment, so the Minister has taken note of the comment. So the next question, the Honorable Member for Mukushi. Oh, sorry, okay, sorry. It was a question by the Honorable Member for Kanchivia. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The information I've got is that the ministry will soon be engaging members of parliament so that they can roll out the plan for the deployment of these communication towers. At the moment, Madam Speaker, there is enough money to construct about 15 towers per year. So it is a question of how the master plan has been laid out so that parliamentary members of parliament in this particular constituencies can approach our ministry and thrash out the plan to be adopted. I submit.
The last two questions, the Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you did indicate that those communication towers shall be operationalized once the funds are available. I wanted to just find out how much is the cost of one tower to operationalize it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Looking at the information at hand, looks like in 100 million kwacha, we can do 15 towers. So it's a question of a bit of arithmetic. You know how much one tower will cost. I submit.
The last question, the Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Acting Minister, the area that I represent has a lot of animals, that's wildlife animals, including porcupines. People have difficulties to move such that if you are in a vehicle, you cannot overtake a porcupine. And most of these towers that were constructed and are not working are short towers where in the middle of the night, someone, if there is an emergency, will need to walk in the game park just to attempt to make a phone call. In areas like Njoka, Mtimbasonjo, all those problems have those difficulties. Are you considering involving the local people in these areas when constructing the upgrading of towers that you've mentioned? Because the situation has been you build a tower where there are no human beings, but there are animals. So do you consider going forward constructing towers where there is where the human beings and not where the animals. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, I'm not a telecommunication engineer, I'm a structural engineer, but I know that the siting of these towers are scientifically calculated, and whether they are sited where animals are and whether they are sited where human beings are is left to the experts to decide. I submit.
Thank you. With that, we can make progress. Notes of motion, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now resolve into Committee of Ways and Means to consider the raising of supply. Madam, I'm a bearer of 5 messages from His Excellency the President recommending that these motions, which are now laid on the table, be proceeded with in this House.
The question is that the House do now resolve into Committee of Ways and Means to consider the raising of supply. Any debate? The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, as a result of the budget that I presented to this August House on Friday, 30th September 2022, it is necessary to introduce the financial measures that I will outline in the committee. I thank you, Madam.
The question is that the House do now resolve into Committee of Ways and Means to consider the raising of supply. Any further debate? The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, winding up debate.
Madam Speaker, I thank the House for the overwhelming support.
I put the question. The question is that the House do now resolve into Committee of Ways and Means to consider the raising of supply. As many as are of such opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The House will now resolve into Committee of Ways and Means.
The Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that it is expedient to amend the Income Tax Act so as to include the objects as outlined from A to X of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. Madam Chairperson, I beg to move.
The question is that it is expedient to amend the Income Tax Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to X of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. The Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, the purpose of this motion is to enable me introduce legislation to amend the Income Tax Act so as to introduce changes that I announced in the budget speech on the 30th of September 2022. I thank you.
Any further debate? The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning wind up debate.
Madam Chairperson, I want to thank the House for the support.
I put the question. The question is that it is expedient to amend the Income Tax Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to X of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The Committee of Ways and Means resolved that it is expedient. Next, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that it is expedient to amend the Customs and Excise Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to E of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. Madam Chairperson, I beg to move.
The question is that it is expedient to amend the Customs and Excise Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to E of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, the purpose of this motion is to enable me introduce legislation to amend the Customs and Excise Act so as to introduce changes that I announced in the budget speech of the 30th of September 2022.
Any further debate? The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning wind up debate.
Madam, once again, I want to thank the House for the support.
I put the question. The question is that it is expedient to amend the Customs and Excise Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to E of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The Committee of Ways and Means resolves that it is expedient. Next, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that it is expedient to amend the value-added tax so as to include the objects outlined from A to D of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. Madam Chairperson, I beg to move.
The question is that it is expedient to amend the Value-Added Tax Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to D of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, the purpose of the motion, of this motion, is to enable me introduce legislation to amend the value-added tax so as to introduce changes that are announced in the budget speech of 30th of September 2022.
Any further debate? Mr. Chitotela.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, as we support the proposal by the Minister to amend the various restrictions, including the customs and the VAT, I was taken aback, maybe he can clarify, and a lot of Zambians, when he announced the increment in his budget speech for 2023 concerning the suspension of VAT and the income tax on petroleum product. I was wondering how the removal of VAT and the income tax for this year, because he said these changes will take effect midnight tonight, will affect the budget for 2023. So when the minister was, he is now come to propose to make adjustments to various pieces of restriction. I was trying to comprehend and said, but when he was presenting the budget, he said the suspension of VAT and the income tax on petroleum product were taking effect the midnight, the day he presented the budget. And that, to my little understanding, that is 2022. What will that be on the, as compared to the effect for 2023 budget? Will the suspension of the VAT that the minister announced as he was making the budget speech affect the budget figures for 2023, the gains for this year that we are gaining as a result of suspending the value-added tax and the income tax on the petroleum product begins for 2023, or it is affecting the budget performance for 2022. I support the intention of the minister to introduce these bills so that then the effect of the budget for 2023 can be accomplished. But I add this question: what is the benefit to the Zambian people based on the suspension of the VAT, value-added tax, the income tax for 2022, and the announcement was midnight tonight? I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister, Honorable Member of Parliament for Pambashe, Mr. Stotela, for that question. Regarding the VAT on the petroleum products, remember that had been suspended. That's why we were not paying VAT previously. At the time when I was announcing the budget, by sheer coincidence, it also became the time when, because the VAT should have been reintroduced much earlier in the year, around June. But the date was carefully chosen so that we waited until a time when the stability in the exchange rate came in, so that would minimize the hardships that would come to the Zambians. So by September, it was decided that the VAT should be reintroduced with effect for midnight. So the benefits out of that has to be seen in the context of the entire budget, because the revenue coming out of that is the same revenue that we are proposing to spend head by head as we discuss this budget. In that sense, therefore, the revenue coming out of the VAT, it is part of the money that enables us as a country to provide more money to your constituencies through the CDF, to pay for school children so that they don't need to pay school fees, to pay for health services, and everything else that is there in the budget. So that is where that money is going to, which we started collecting from beginning of October this year. And of course, will continue to do so in the rest of 2023. Madam Chairperson, I want to thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning wind-up debate.
I want to thank the contribution of Honorable Chitotela and, of course, the entire House for the support. I thank you.
I put the question. The question is that it is expedient to amend the Value Added Tax Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to D of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The Committee of Ways and Means resolves that it is expedient. Next, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that it is expedient to amend the Property Transfer Tax Act so as to include objects outlined from A to F of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. Madam Chairperson, I beg to move.
The question is that it is expedient to amend the Property Transfer Tax Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to F of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, the purpose of this motion is to enable me introduce legislation to amend the Property Transfer Tax Act so as to introduce changes that are announced in the budget presented on the 30th of September 2022.
Any further debate? Mr. Chitotela.
I thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, this is one of the bills that I would want to appeal to the Minister of Finance to consider waiving on the poor Zambians. Bearing in mind, Madam Speaker, that this bill is introducing the increment on taxes for the poor Zambians who would want to change their properties from 5% to 7.5%. And we are giving the liberty or the rebate by reducing the property transfer tax on the mining firms, that those would want to sell the properties, from 10% to 7%. So I feel we could have done opposite, because the revenue gain would be more. I know we are in the hurry to attract the foreign investment, more especially in the mining sector. But where we decide to reduce the property transfer tax from 10% to 7.5% on the mining firms, and we choose to increase to 7%, we reduce by 3%, and then we choose to increase on the poor landlord in Chimwemwe, in Buchi, in Kamatipa, in Ndeke village, who would want to sell the house. We increase the property transfer tax from 5% to 7.5%. We propose to increase by 2.5%. I feel, Madam Chairperson, and I want to appeal to the Minister, it is not fair on the poor people, bearing in mind the behavior by the international conglomerates, because they will see this as an advantage. After 10 years of trading, they'll be doing inside trading, a father sells to the son. You hear that big mines will be sold, and because they know that the property transfer tax has been reduced, and the benefits that comes with the new ownership of the mines and a lot of things may be there for anyone to see, and this may not result into government gaining, as we are projecting that maybe if we reduce the property transfer tax on the transfer of the mining conglomerates from 10% to 7%, and then we go and increase on the poor marketeer who may have a small house in Kaunda Square Stage 2, in Cheston, in Matero, in Kawata, in Chilenje, who may be forced by circumstances that a child has qualified to go to university, and they have no money, they want to sell that one property that they have to sponsor the child to go to university, to increase the property transfer tax from 5% to 7.5%. I think it is not fair, and I wish the minister could consider as he brings the act for amendment to at least give a bit of relief and the liberty to the poor Zambians out there that are struggling with a lot of things. And I believe that increase in terms of taxes does not attract investment. Yes, I know that may be the driving force on the government by thinking that if we reduce the property transfer tax on the mining sector transfer, we may attract sustainable investors who may want to come and invest in Zambia, but that is not always the case. You will see that this always results into trading between families, because we know of one mine, and I think, Minister, you are aware, that was held by the Canadians, that is in Zambia. The father sold it to the son. After that, the son sold it to the father. So you see that there's a lot of internal trade within the families, and if we give these benefits, it may disadvantage the state from collecting the necessary taxes, and then we infringe more pain on the poor Zambians that depends. A lot of them, I know I'm repeating myself, decide to sell some properties because of circumstances, and a number of the people are forced when a child qualifies to go to school. Maybe they're accepted in the university, they're accepted in the college, or even they have been accepted to study outside the country. They may not have money. They may decide to sell and send the child to school. And the intended purpose, Minister, may not be achieved, because when people realizes that they will pay more taxes, they may sell the house at 250,000 kwacha. On the paper, they put 150 kwacha, so that they are able to save. But if we give a tax that will be attractive for them to pay, we may encourage more people to comply. With these few words, Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Mr. Kampyongo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And indeed, we understand that it is expedient for the minister to introduce the bill to effect some of the revenue proposals, generating proposals that he announced in this August House. But indeed, after announcing those measures, Honorable Minister, you need to pay attention to the sentiments that are coming from your people, because the whole purpose of putting tax measures is to ensure that compliance doesn't become a challenge. Because where compliance becomes a challenge and people want to beat the system, it then becomes a challenge for you to realize the projected targets that you intend to get. The property market must be analyzed in terms of the effects, because some of these rates that you are imposing would go back to the people. I mean, when people transact in a property and they need people to rent, it gets to trickle down. And we know that our people are struggling, and so it's important that we cushion them in a way. So our plea to you, Honorable Minister, is to try and listen to those sentiments our people were airing when you announced these measures, so that where you can make adjustments, you can make adjustments in order for you to ensure there is compliance to the measures that you are going to put in this bill that you are going to bring. Madam Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning wind up debate.
I thank you, Madam Chairperson, and I want to thank the two honorables that you have debated. It's like yesterday or rather perhaps a few days ago, they entered into my mind and read what was read in my mind. So, in a sense, even as you were talking now, the mind of government was already made up that indeed the status quo of property transfer tax at 5% is going to remain. So the government already, even before today, the government already decided that this is going to revert to 5%. Other than for that, I want to thank the House for the support.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that it is expedient to amend the Property Transfer Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to F of the bill, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. Think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The Committee of Ways and Means resolves that it is expedient. Next, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that it is expedient to amend the Mines and Minerals Development Act so as to restructure the taxation of mineral royalty. Madam Chairperson, I beg to move.
The question is that it is expedient to amend the Mines and Minerals Development Act of 2015 so as to restructure the taxation of mineral royalty, and a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Chairperson, the purpose of this motion is to enable me introduce legislation to amend the Mines and Minerals Development Act so as to introduce changes that are announced in the budget speech of the 30th of September 2022.
Any further debate? The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning wind up debate.
Madam Chairperson, I want to thank the House for the question, for the support.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that it is expedient to amend the Mines and Minerals Development Act 2015 so as to restructure the taxation of mineral royalty, and that a bill to give effect to this be introduced accordingly. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The Committee of Ways and Means resolves that it is expedient. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Ways and Means has resolved that it is expedient to amend the Income Tax Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to X of the bill.
Day for consideration of the report.
By leave of the House now, Madam Speaker.
Is it your will that leave be granted for the report to be considered now? Any objection? I see none. Leave granted. The report to be considered now. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. I now appoint the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, a committee of one, to bring up the necessary bill to give effect to the resolution of the Committee of Ways and Means. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to present a bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2022.
Let the bill be read the first time.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2022.
The bill stands referred to the Planning and Budgeting Committee. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Wednesday, 7th December 2022. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Next.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Ways and Means has resolved that it is expedient to amend the Customs and Excise Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to E of the bill.
Day for consideration of the report.
By leave of the House now, Madam Speaker.
Is it your will that leave be granted for the report to be considered now? Any objection? I see none. Leave granted. The report to be considered now. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. I now appoint the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, a committee of one, to bring up the necessary bill to give effect to the resolution of the Committee of Ways and Means. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to present a bill entitled the Customs and Excise Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2022.
Let the bill be read the first time.
The Customs and Excise Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2022.
The bill stands referred to the Planning and Budgeting Committee. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Wednesday, 7th December 2022. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Next.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Ways and Means has resolved that it is expedient to amend the Value Added Tax Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to D of the bill.
Day for consideration of the report.
By leave of the House now, Madam Speaker.
Is it your will that leave be granted for the report to be considered now? Any objection? I see none. Leave granted. The report will be considered now. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. I now appoint the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, a committee of one, to bring up the necessary bill to give effect to the resolution of the Committee of Ways and Means. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to present a bill entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2022.
Let the bill be read the first time.
The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2022.
The bill stands referred to the Planning and Budgeting Committee. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Wednesday, 7th December 2022. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Next.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Ways and Means has resolved that it is expedient to amend the Property Transfer Tax Act so as to include the objects outlined from A to F of the bill.
Day of consideration of the report.
By leave of the House now, Madam Speaker.
Is it your will that leave be granted for the report to be considered now? Any objection? I see none. Leave granted. The report to be considered now. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Any objection? I see none. The report is adopted. I now appoint the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, a committee of one, to bring up the necessary bill to give effect to the resolution of the Committee of Ways and Means. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to present a bill entitled the Property Transfer Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2022.
Let the bill be read the first time.
The Property Transfer Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2022.
The bill stands referred to the Planning and Budgeting Committee. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Wednesday, 7th December 2022. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Next.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Ways and Means has resolved that it is expedient to amend the Mines and Minerals Development Act of 2015 so as to restructure the taxation of mineral royalty.
Day of consideration of the report.
By leave of the House now, Madam Speaker.
Is it your will that leave be granted for the report to be considered now? Any objection? I see none. Leave granted. The report to be considered now. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. I now appoint the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, a committee of one, to bring up the necessary bill to give effect to the resolution of the Committee of Ways and Means. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Speaker, I beg to present a bill entitled the Mines and the Minerals Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2022.
Let the bill be read the first time.
The Mines and Minerals Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2022.
The bill stands referred to the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Wednesday, 7th December 2022. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, committee stage.
The House will now resolve into committee.
The Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022. Clause 1, short title, any debate, any objection. Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, interpretation, any debate, any objection. Clause 2 is agreed to. Clause 3, continuation and renaming of Professional Secretaries Association of Zambia. Any debate, any objection? Clause 3 is agreed to. Clause 4, functions of institute. Any debate, any objection? Clause 4 is agreed to. Clause 5, constitution of institute. Any debate, any objection? Clause 5 is agreed to. Clause 6, President and Vice President of Institute. Any debate, any objection? Clause 6 is agreed to. Clause 7, meetings of Institute. Any debate, any objection? Clause 7 is agreed to. Clause 8, Council of Institute. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 8 is agreed to. Clause 9, functions of council. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 9 is agreed to. Clause 10, registrar and other staff. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 10 is agreed to. Clause 11, classes of membership. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 11 is agreed to. Clause 12, prohibition of practicing without registration. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 12 is agreed to. Clause 13, application for registration as member. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 13 is agreed to. Clause 14, determination of application for registration as professional secretary. The question is that Clause 14 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that Clause 14 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 14 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 14 as amended. Any further debate? Mr. Mtayachalo. I can see an indication on the gadget. It was by mistake. Well, we move ahead. I put the question. The question is that Clause 14, as amended, stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 14, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15, certificate of registration. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 15 is agreed to. Clause 16, disqualification from registration. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 16 is agreed to. Clause 17, title for registered professional secretary. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 17 is agreed to. Clause 18, changes in detail. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 18 is agreed to. Clause 19, suspension and cancellation of registration. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 19 is agreed to. Clause 20, re-registration. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 20 is agreed to. Clause 21, prohibition of practicing as professional secretary without practicing certificate. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 21 is agreed to. Clause 22, holding out as professional secretary. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 22 is agreed to. Clause 23, practicing certificate. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 23 is agreed to. Clause 24, display of practicing certificate. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 24 is agreed to. Clause 25, renewal of practicing certificate. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 25 is agreed to. Clause 26, suspension and cancellation of practicing certificate. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 26 is agreed to. Clause 27, prohibition of transfer of certificate of registration or practicing certificate. Any debate and objection? Clause 27 is agreed to. Clause 28, duplicate certificate of registration or practicing certificate. Any debate and objection? Clause 28 is agreed to. Clause 29, registration of Secretarial Bureau. Any debate and objection? Clause 29 is agreed to. Clause 30, register. Any debate and objection? Clause 30 is agreed to. Clause 31, maintenance of non-practicing professional secretary on register. Any debate and objection? Clause 31 is agreed to. Clause 32, publication of copies of register. Any debate and objection? Clause 32 is agreed to. Clause 33, offenses regarding registered professional secretary. Any debate and objection? Clause 33 is agreed to. Clause 34, Code of Ethics. Any debate and objection? Clause 34 is agreed to. Clause 35, professional conduct. Any debate and objection? Clause 35 is agreed to. Clause 36, initiation of disciplinary action. Any debate and objection? Clause 36 is agreed to. Clause 37, professional conduct committee. The question is that Clause 37 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that Clause 37 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 37 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate and objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 37 as amended. Any further debate? I put the question. The question is that Clause 37 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 37 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38, reference of matters to Professional Conduct Committee. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 38 is agreed to. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Business has been suspended for a health break, and that will see us through to 17 hours. And under consideration is the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022 at committee stage. And at the time that business was interrupted, the House was considering this bill at clause 38, reference of matters to professional.
Of course, the business started off with a ruling that was rendered by Madam Speaker on a point of order raised by Mr. Lamek Hamwata, Member of Parliament for Pemba constituency, raised on Thursday, 3rd November 2022 against Reverend Given Katuta, Member of Parliament for Chiengi constituency, for making an unsubstantiated allegation that the government had used public resources to renovate the president's private residence.
Right, for now, we'll take a break. We'll be looking at business as we conclude our broadcast for today. But still to come, the House is yet to resolve into Committee of Supply for the consideration of estimates of revenue and expenditure. Stay tuned.
My full names are Robert Chavinga. As you may know, I'm Member of Parliament for Mafinga constituency in Mchinga province. Born in 1981 in Kitwe. Started my school at Lima Primary School in the Kitwe Skills Camp from grade 1 to grade 7. Then later on I went to St. Joseph Secondary School in Kalushi. That's where I finished my grade 12. And from there I went to the UK where I did my criminology and investigations and came back. And then I became a hustler because it was very hard to get a job. But then I got interested into the politics issue where I was taught by the late Dr. Simon Mwewa, popularly known as Simonson, the owner of Simonson Building, who at the time I was his special assistant when I was given that job. And at that time he was president for the UNIP at some point for good some years, and later on he was working in the background with the late President Mwanawasa as the economic advisor, but was not on the books. So I must say that I used to be the runner of files between the late His Excellency President Mwanawasa and Dr. Simon Mwewa, respectively. So I think I drew my attention from that, and to cut the long story short, that's how I started my political career. But it's suffice to say that after that, when I stopped work, I was appointed, joined the New Generation Party, where I was the national secretary for the New Generation Party for 2 years, and later on I became chairperson elections for the New Generation Party in the same capacity. And also I used to sit on the political parties liaison committee at the Electoral Commission of Zambia from 2005 to 2011, and whilst I was doing my private businesses, and later on I continued with my political career. And then by 2014 I got interested to start politics, and in full time, and wanted to stand that this time around I wanted to be on the ballot, as it was too much for me to support people and I needed to try for myself, and that's it. And that's how I started. I thought of picking my finger. I would have picked Usakili, but then I didn't want. I know one of my colleagues who was there is a colleague, Honorable Pavuma, so I didn't want to disturb him. So I decided to go to Mafinga, and that's where I went to stand. I tried in 2016. I was not adopted by the Patriotic Front. And then I went back to help and support the party, and 2021 I reapplied again, and then I got it to where we are today. So that's yeah, I'm married to my beautiful wife, Reverend Endless Chavinga, and with us God has blessed us with 4 kids. Of the 4 kids, we have 3 boys and 1 girl. Mafinga constituency, it's first and foremost, it's a constituency that has the total area of 4,170 square kilometers, and this is a rural constituency which was created in 2010 by the late President Rupia Banda, may he so rest in peace. And in 2011, President Michael Sata actualized it, may he so also rest in peace, with a lot of challenges, and being a rural, and before it used to be called Isoka East, where the likes of my mother, aunt, Honorable Catherine Amgala, the former deputy speaker of the National Assembly, where she served as a member of parliament and for good 15 years. So really the challenges are quite many. This is an area where it has 3 chiefdoms, and these 3 chiefdoms, they speak 3 different languages. We have on the southern part of the constituency, it's Chief Myombe, where there are Tumbuka speaking people, And in the middle, in the center, we have Chief Mwenewisi, where the Zifungwa speaking people and the Nyikas. And we have on the northern part where the Lambia speaking people of Chief Mwenewisi. So it's a very complex constituency in that anyone who wants to be the member of parliament there, you need to balance up and you should not take sides. You need to be to make sure that you are treating everybody equally. And in this case, Honorable Catherine Amgala and my immediate past member of parliament, Honorable Jacob Oswale, was coming from the same place with Honorable Amgala in the Nyika speaking people. And now I'm coming from the other side of the Tumbuka speaking people. At first, people thought I would be in a position of changing, try to segregate, but I promised the people that I'll be a member of parliament for Mafinga, not for the tribal, not for the chiefdom, but to be able to take care of everybody. I think that was my first interest. The second issue is that the challenges that are there, of course, the biggest one is a road network. Just the connectivity from all parts, from our neighboring towns, it's quite tricky. Especially the major one is the Soka Myombe Road. This road has been a thorn in the flesh of the people of Mafinga. This one I can't even really, it's a quite sad story. You know, you'll be talking of 174 kilometers. But under the Patriotic Front government, about 60 kilometers was done to bituminous standard of 174, and then the balance of 113 is pure gravel. Now that gravel, it's a hilly gravel. So basically, it's something that everybody else, all they want is a road. And people always talk about the road. You can imagine where even the chiefs were saying how we wished that the CDF should be every year that this CDF comes in, you take it to the road. The next year you take it to the road because they've seen now. But that's a capital project. It requires a lot of money. People, we have lost lives of people, especially the expectant mothers. Maternal deaths were very high on this road because all referrals are done have to be done to Isoka especially. But now with the local initiatives of the medical team in the district, they have improvised that the rate of maternal deaths should be reduced in the sense that they have created a mini mortuaries that will be, mini theaters that will be able to take care of the expected mother. So right now we're doing at least operations that are being done within the district. And the other thing that I want to state is that being in a bad road, and we're talking of our people there, most of the livelihood depends on farming. So we expect the inputs to be transported on this same road, which is quite bad. The maize, when they are sold, they have to depend on this same one. The other thing is we don't have banks. So always our people in Mafinga have to come all the way from Mafinga to come to Isoka. But we have done some engagements with the bank. Now we have seen already, we are almost concluding what 95%. Indo-Zambia Bank is willing to come to Mafinga, and our local authority to provide the infrastructure that where they can be able to operate on. And also the other challenge is that we have the transport sector. Fuel issues has to be done. People have to move from Mafinga 174 kilometers to Isoka to come and access fuel. Now you can imagine even how costly it is even to the government institutions like the council, the Ministry of Health, the education. They have to move to the other side. Even when you need some petty cash, really even that petty cash has to be, you need to send an officer to go and get some petty cash, and that officer has to be paid allowance and the fuel again. So it has been quite a massive arrangement, but we are equal to the task. What we have said is that we shall make sure that the road network, by the time of my term, when it will be ending, that I can assure the people of Mafinga that that road will be done. My development agenda for the constituency is first, I've picked three key thematic areas. The first one is education, second one is health, third one is road network and crossing points. So on these ones, on education, we need to make sure that we move in addendum with what the policy or the guidance that His Excellency the President has given to us as Zambian government, Zambia, of the issue to do that no child should be able to sit on the floor. And I think on that one, that is a development agenda which, and we have done, even purchased already 4,000 desks for the first time that we have done. Secondly, when we talk about the issue to do with the children, vulnerable children that cannot go to school and they afford the school fees, we have made sure that we have put them on bursaries that were given through the CDF. Apparently we have done 169 girls that are on the bursaries, secondary school bursaries, and we have done 100 of the students that have gone on skills and skills training bursaries with the soccer trades in various fields. The other thing that we have done on health, as I alluded to, we have two bigger hospitals that were constructed, but then there was no equipment. So the first thing first, I've tried to lobby as the area member of parliament to the government to make sure that these infrastructures are operationalized. So already we have started receiving equipment in those areas. So we're so grateful to government that these things are being actualized and people are able to see. Then the other thing is that we have those two hospitals. Even if they are being operationalized, the government is only putting in the issues to do with the beds and the other equipment that are supposed to be used in the hospital. But we were supposed to have the mortuaries, which were supposed to be done in the third phase. So what we've done through the CDF, we had made sure that we apportioned of the two hospitals, we apportioned some monies as a CDF to make sure that we construct the mortuaries, and we are constructing now. They're being constructed. That so do the construction and installation of those mortuaries, so that we have less situations. You can imagine the people when their loved one dies at the hospital, at the clinic, they have to take it to the village. So they'll be forced to bury the following day because you can't do what. But now we need to change. If there's an accident or somebody has been killed, when it comes to postmortem, it has been very costly. We need to take the body to Isoka so that the postmortem can be done. So we are trying to reduce that kind of stress from our people so that they are able to relax and do things according to the way we want them to be done. Then on the issue of the roads and the crossing points, because the area is hilly, so we have too many streams around the district, which makes sometimes, if it's January, our pupils who are grade 1 to grade 5, it's very difficult for them to cross these points. So again, through CDF, what we've done is we've started procuring stage by stage the equipment, the earth moving equipment. We've done the grader and we're doing the compactor, and the grader has been done. The compactor is on a procurement stage, so that we're able to maintain our feeder roads in the area. And also by next year we'll make sure that we do start manufacturing, making at the council the culverts, so that we're able to make sure that all the crossing points we're able to utilize our own local resources and make sure that they are accessible and people are able to cross to the other side. So that is my major developmental agenda. My word to the people of Mafinga is that one, on the road network, that people, you have cried for a long time, At least now we're able to see the light in the tunnel. Let's be a little bit patient with it, and we know that before my term ends, that road will be done. And let's work together. All what we need is unity. The issue of killing one another in the name of Jambas that we have experienced in the past years, which as a member of parliament, I think you saw it when I promised you that we shall finish this issue, and I think you have seen I've actualized it, and we're still working with the Zambia police and other law enforcement agencies, including you, the people that are giving us information. We can only develop Mafinga when there's togetherness. We can only develop Mafinga when all of us are thinking of as one, not as this person comes from this other end. So as I promised you that I shall run as member of parliament for Mafinga, not on tribal lines. So all what we need to do is, we know and I believe that we have been able to cultivate, and those problems that we have been going through, I can assure you and guarantee you that definitely as your member of parliament, you have always been on my heart to serve you better.
The Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2022, and the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2022, were presented for the first reading in Parliament on Friday, 22nd October 2022, and were consequently referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance. The main object of the bills is to replace the penalty of death with life imprisonment and repeal the penalty of defamation of the President. In view of the fact that the proposed amendments generate matters of public interest, members of the public, civil society organizations, and faith-based organizations are being invited to give written and oral submissions on the bills to the committee, which is scheduled to sit from 14th to 23rd November 2022 at Parliament buildings. For further details, please contact the National Assembly of Zambia on 0211 292425 to 36 or email info@parliament.gov.zm.
Proceedings, and the House is still considering the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill number 18 of 2022 at committee stage, and clause 38 was under consideration at the time that health break was taken.
And after that, we do expect the House to resolve into Committee of Supply, and the following heads are up for consideration. These are Head 25, Local Government Service Commission, Head 29, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Just now we take it to the chamber.
Madam Chairperson.
Order, honorable members, it has become a habit that after tea break we have to wait for 1 or 2 minutes before the quorum is formed. This is very, very bad. It doesn't give a good picture to the Zambians who are watching us and listening to us. Can we please try to improve? When business was suspended, the House was considering the committee stage of the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, and just finished considering clause 38. We shall continue. Clause 39, functions of Professional Conduct Committee in relation to complaint or information. Can we have order? Any debate, any objection? Clause 39 is agreed to. Clause 40, proceedings of Professional Conduct Committee. Any debate, any objection? Clause 40 is agreed to. Clause 41, sanctions for professional misconduct by Professional Conduct Committee. Any debate, any objection? Clause 41 is agreed to. Clause 42, disciplinary committee. Any debate, any objection? Clause 42 is agreed to. Clause 43, functions of disciplinary committee. Any debate, any objection? Clause 43 is agreed to. Clause 44, proceedings of disciplinary committee. Any debate, any objection? Clause 44 is agreed to. Clause 45, powers of disciplinary committee. Any debate, any objection? Clause 45 is agreed to. Clause 46, sanctions of professional misconduct by disciplinary committee. Any debate, any objection? Clause 46 is agreed to. Clause 47, reports by disciplinary committee. Any debate, any objection? Clause 47 is agreed to. Clause 48, rules relating to disciplinary proceedings. Any debate, any objection? Clause 48 is agreed to. Clause 49, inspectors. Any debate, any objection? Clause 49 is agreed to. Clause 50, power of entry, search and inspection. Any debate, any objection? Clause 50 is agreed to. Clause 51, false or misleading statement. Any debate, any objection? Clause 51 is agreed to. Clause 52, appeals. Any debate, any objection? Clause 52 is agreed to. Clause 53, guidelines by institute. Any debate, any objection? Clause 53 is agreed to. Clause 54, regulations. Any debate, any objection? Clause 54 is agreed to. Clause 55, savings and transitional provisions. Any debate, any objection? Clause 55 is agreed to. First schedule on page 32. Any debate, any objection? First schedule on page 32 is agreed to. Second schedule on page 37. Any debate, any objection? Second schedule on page 37 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate, any objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022 with amendments.
Day for consideration of the report.
Tuesday next week, Madam Speaker.
Consideration of the report to be taken on Tuesday next week. Next order.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
When business was interrupted yesterday, Wednesday, 16th November 2022, the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, presented to the National Assembly in September 2022, was considering head number 25, Local Government Service Commission, and Mr. Mulunda, Member of Parliament for Siavonga constituency, had just started his debate. May the Honourable Member continue.
Madam Chairperson, I thank you. Madam Chairperson, the Local Government Service Commission is mandated to appoint, promote, transfer, and look at the disciplinary cases in all local authorities. Madam Chairperson, immediately the commission was instituted, the first thing they did is to go to Lusaka City Council, where they did human resource audit, and the outcome of that audit is in public domain. Yes. It actually confirmed what we have been seeing in terms of service delivery. And the coming of these human resource management committees across the nation will entail that at the end of the day, we are going to see good service delivery to this nation. If I take for Lusaka, for instance, there are two departments, Madam Chairperson, that are so important in every local authority, and that's the Department of Engineering and the Department of Finance. The Department of Engineering, if you take it, for instance, Lusaka City Council, when the committee appeared before, when the Lusaka City Council, appeared before our committee, we told them one thing that we have seen even today, that the Department of Engineering is not doing the best. It's not doing what they are supposed to be doing. Because every year during rain season, Zambians or Lusaka residents are forced to go quite high and do kuomboka around Kafio roundabout, around Ikawe roundabout, Kurima Tower. We always have floods. When we have the Department of...
Where is Kwahaye?
Kwahaye, it's our home in Western Province. We always have the floods in all these places and many other places like Kanyama. But you have the Department of Engineering where you have very qualified personnel. What is happening? Why do we see these things happening every day and every year? Because we have the money allocated for, in this department every year. The Department of Finance, we have seen a lot of
problems in that department to do with internal auditors, the accountants, payments being approved without attachments, without all the documents. You find that the payment is released and the money is used. At the end of the day, when they appear before PAC or before our committee, they do not have the answers. And we are looking at the human resource. We are looking at these officers. Are they competent enough to be able to handle those offices? That is the question that we are posing now to the Local Government Service Commission. We want them to put the people according to their qualifications, unlike what we have seen where people were promoted, where people are given positions, and they are learning from the people that they find working in those departments. And because those people are connected to somewhere, they are able now to get good positions. But this should not be the case, because now the Local Government Service Commission is putting those human resource management committees across the nation. And we want these committees that are being created across this country, Madam Chairperson, to make sure that they audit now the officers, they audit the human resource, they audit the local authorities, and bring performance audit in all these local authorities. Everywhere you go this time around, like I've said, the Department of Engineering and the Department of Finance, if you go to any local authority, you find the Department of Engineering is not doing enough. The drainages are not cleaned. During the Kaunda days, if you ask General Stwara, during the Kaunda days, between April and August, you find all the drainages are cleaned. They are worked upon, so that in readiness for the rain season, onset of the rain season. But that's not the case. Today, everyone around across this nation in local authorities, they will sit back. The directors of works, the director engineers, they will sit in their offices. Their duty is to move around and see to it that the town is clean, see to it that everything is functional. But that's not the case. These days they put on suits. That time, director engineering, director of works would put on jeans and boots, because they are field workers. But this time around, we want the Local Government Service Commission to look into this one. And we have seen the turnover, the staff turnover that we experienced during our colleagues' reign, the PF, where those that have been in Parliament, maybe from 2016, will tell you that they worked maybe with more than 5 town clerks or council secretaries. Every after 2 months, she's taken somewhere, he's moved, he's taken somewhere. And before they settle, there is a transfer waiting for them. And there was no discipline in that junior officers could not respect their supervisors. Their supervisors could tell them to do whatever directive they give, they could not listen because they knew that they are connected and they would just report their superior and their superior will be moved. This should not be the case with the new Local Government Service Commission. We want them to move people when they have done the best where they are and be able to improve where they are. The Department of Finance, a lot of misapplication, embezzlement have been happening in that department. And you find the final person who is the town clerk, the final person who is the council secretary, is able to sign. There was a situation, Madam Speaker, where the council secretary and other signatories signed a blank check and they gave it to the officer to go and give it to another officer. The officer on his way between the officers, he helped himself by adding the figure that was supposed to be put there. And they appeared before our committee. So we can see how careless sometimes our officers become. Or because we do not have the people that are trained, the people that know what they are supposed to do day by day. There was total negligence of duty, and this is one thing that we want the Local Government Service Commission to look into. We will not allow the commission that is just going to transfer people, the commission that is just going to promote people because they are connected to them, because they are relatives. We want the commission that is going to look at somebody and see that somebody is able to perform and be able to give that person the position that is equal up to, to his academic qualifications, and he is able to perform. That's one thing that we are looking for. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, the other thing that we have experienced in this local authority is the fact that at times the Local Government Service Commission overemployed. They overemployed. For instance, in Siavonga, at one point, they brought 16 firefighters without an office, without the fire tender, nothing, just to come and sit. And after a month, they move and take them somewhere. Overemployment. At one point, we had 5 secretaries in one office. That was PF style. Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
We'll take the last member, Mr. Tayengwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Kawata the chance to add their voice on this head that is being debated on the floor. Madam Chairperson, first of all, I want to state that all what the members of parliament have debated for is actually giving us not the remedy or the cure, but they're just giving us insights. Madam Chairperson, I want to specifically deal with the issue of Local Government Service Commission. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I think if you were to understand the role of the Local Government Service Commission, you understand that they act as an agent employer for the government. Madam Chairperson, the reason why you discover that the Local Government Service Commission has been unable to perform most of the functions, it's because of some issues that I feel that the administration has to attend to and look at. Number one is the issue of funding. When you look at funding for the Local Government Service Commission, you discover that the issue of funding is something that has caused the Local Government Service Commission even to fail to visit these local authorities, to go and do audit, to check who is qualified. Why? It's because of the funding that have been denied. If we were to give the Local Government Service Commission enough funds, enough amount, I was quick to pick up one statement that the Honorable Minister of Local Government said when he was reading the policy statement. He mentioned the issue of approving only 16 million, meaning that the money is not enough, and that's the reason why he was able to use the word only. So, Madam Chairperson, I want to state that if we can manage to increase funding to this institution, we'll be able to deal with some of these problems that we saw in the past. Like, for instance, you saw that most of these council authorities, they were even failing to pay their workers on time. They went even as far as 7 months. They were unable to release the equalization fund on time. Why? It's because of the weak structure of the Local Government Service Commission. Madam Chairperson, I want to state again that the issue of transport at the Local Government Service Commission is one thing that needs to be addressed, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the transport issue at Local Government Service Commission is something that we should take care or take note of. Madam Chairperson, there is no way that you can have a Local Government Service Commission that is failing. Because some of the commissioners that we have there, they're even hiking, and yet when you look at the condition of service, that it states that each commissioner should have a vehicle, but some of them are struggling. Madam Chairperson, I think there is need that we should take keen interest in the issue of transport. Madam Chairperson, the issue of salary harmonization. As I debated even last time on the issue of Police Service Commission, Madam Chairperson, I think the issue of salary harmonization is everywhere in these local these service commissions, especially also with Local Government Service Commission. Madam Chairperson, you cannot have a situation where the chairperson is getting 4 times the other commission, yet they do the same work. I think there is need to harmonize for us to cure all these things that they are talking about, all these things that we are talking about in this house. Is first, let's deal with the root cause. And the root cause is the issue of dealing with the Local Government Service Commission. the issues of the remuneration. Madam Chairperson, if you look at the way the condition of service for the Local Government Service Commission, the way they are revised, it has to take a committee of permanent secretaries who have to sit down and come up with the remuneration. It's not supposed to be like that. Madam Chairperson, I know that the Emolument Act was passed, but before the Emolument Act was passed, I think they should have done the correct thing by first allowing the Secretary to the Cabinet to do the revision of the enumeration for the Local Government Service Commissioners. Madam Chairperson, I want to state again the issue of appointing these commissioner secretaries. Madam Chairperson, I think if we fail to deal with some of the issues that are affecting the Local Government Service Commission, you discover that when you have a weak service commission, you end up bleeding a weak local authority, and that will spread to so many local authorities. And that's the reason why even the appointment of this service chairperson is not supposed to be done by the PSMDs. It's supposed to be done by the commissioners themselves. Because if you give powers to somebody else, the allegiance will go to somebody else. And that's the reason why, Madam Chairperson, we are insisting that the Ministry of Local Government, they should consider at least allowing the commissioners to appoint the commissioner secretaries. Madam Chairperson, even the issue of remuneration between the chairperson, between the commissioners and the commissioner secretaries, it's almost the same. There's no way, Madam Chairperson, a secretary and a commissioner who is appointed by the president can be getting the same salaries. Madam Chairperson, with these few words, I want to recommend that the Ministry of Local Government should consider looking at these matters that are affecting the Service Commission. Because once we fail to look at these issues that are affecting the Service Commission, Madam Chairperson, then we'll end up having the weak councils. That's the reason why we end up seeing most of these councils failing to pay salaries on time. They'll go to 3-4 months like what we saw in the past regime. We saw again people being employed without qualification. Why? It's because the service commissioner didn't have transport to go and do the inspection. So, Madam Chairperson, with these few words, the people of Kawata are saying we support this motion as I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have to make progress. I was informed that a lot of members actually debated yesterday. So we have to close this head. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development wind-up debate.
Madam, let me thank all the members who spoke on Head 25, Local Government Service Commission, especially that they were all in support, and they have given a few concerns which basically be summarized as stability of service, delivery, and strengthening of systems. Mr. Jamba, Mr. Menyanuzulu, Mr. Darius Mulunda, Mr. Gift Chalubalo, Mr. Mpundu of Chembe, as well as my colleague, Mr. Taengwa, did support this particular vote. Let me quickly just respond under 2 minutes that the issue of competences seems to also be the headlines of their debate, to include the fact that they were worried about the rampant transfers, some of them that they called unjustifiable, to the extent that they said that members wish to be consulted before these transfers are made. I'm afraid to say that it is not within the terms of reference for the Commission to consult members of Parliament. I, as Minister, am not also consulted by the Commission because they hold an independent function. They obviously require to be capacitated so that the information that they have on each and every employee does tally with the position that they must give that employee, And therefore, we can then be all good together if we capacitate the Commission. Madam Chairperson, the issue about political patronage vis-à-vis appointments, the issue about getting employment without qualification is now going to be a thing of the past. I can attest to the evidence that was given here about people who are of lesser competences that were employed in the councils. It's something that this commission that we have is very, very vigorously working around, and the examples that were given include the audits that have happened in the big cities of this country, which have had several revelations regarding, for instance, how people were taken in at grade 4 level because they didn't have the requisite qualifications and then started getting promotion on their way to the top. This is a matter that is been nipped in the bud, and we are quite confident that it's not going to go on going into the future. Madam, there was an alarm about commitment to duty, especially in Lusaka, where one member spoke about engineering department as well as the finance department, and the capacity generally of councils to perform the municipal service delivery. It is true that we suffer from flooding, as an example that was given by the debater, the MP for Siavonga. I think we should also flip the coin in terms of our cultural behavior, the way we as citizens interface with our environment. It is not a secret that we need to heighten our campaign for people not to litter anyhow. Because no matter how good, how competent our employees are in the council, if our citizens are going to continue to dump plastic, for instance, in all the drainages, there'll be little that we'll be doing. We need to have a revolutionary approach to dumping and solid waste management as a people. And charity begins at home, Madam Chair, that if we can educate our citizens how to make sure that litter is managed when they're done with whatever they're doing, with whatever they have been eating or maybe consuming, it forms part of a solution. As far as the situation is concerned, I think that there is also no reason why certain councils should be broke. There is no reason, for instance, why Lusaka City Council should be a broke council and compared to other jurisdictions that do not have as much development, just from the rating aspect of things. Madam Speaker, the issue of the remuneration of the Service Commission employees has been noted from the MP for Kawata, and it is something that is going to receive active consideration. The positive side, the consolation, is that now the Emoluments Commission is fully established, and instead of that committee of permanent secretaries that you're speaking about, the Emoluments Committee, which has now been established and is functional, is going to take up all those roles. Let me just say I'm completely humbled by you members who debated, and those of you who debated silently in support of the Local Government Service Commission vote for 2023. I beg to move.
Thank you. Head 25, Local Government Commission Service, head total 16,603,961 kwacha. Any debate, any objection? Mr. Zulu?
Sorry, Chair. I was just pressing for the coming ahead. Thank you.
Okay. It seems we don't have any. I put the question. The question is that head 25, Local Government Service Commission, head total 16,603,961 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 25, Local Government Service Commission, head total 16,603,961 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to head 29. Head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, General Policy Debate, the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, Policy Statement.
Madam Chair, once again, allow me to express my sincere most gratitude to you for according me this opportunity to present the policy statement to this August House on the 2023 budget estimates for the Ministry of Local Government under head number 29. Allow me to also put myself on record with many thanks to all members of this House for the support that I personally received and the Ministry at large during this current fiscal year. I'm very thankful to you members. I stand here, Madam, to present a statement in line with the 2023 budget presented to the House by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Msokotwane, which is themed Stimulating Economic Growth for Improved Livelihoods. This theme pertinently speaks to my ministry's budget, which, as you will note, as I go on, is premised on the implementation of the programs that facilitate equitable growth and socio-economic development at local level and as well as in the rural areas. This is a people-centric or human-centric ministry, and therefore it requires to be treated delicately. Madam Chairperson, 2023 budget for the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development will be implemented through its mandate to promote and decentralize a devolved and democratic local governance system and facilitate the provision of the quality and sustainable municipal services. Madam Chair, my ministry has set out to implement prioritized programs and projects that add value to the principles of good local governance, infrastructure development, and municipal service delivery for the improved livelihoods of our people. Further, Madam Chair, my ministry's budget is developed in line with the 8th National Development Plan under the Human and Social Development Strategic Development Area. The budget 2022 performance, Madam Chairperson. My ministry received a total of 4.9 billion 5364617.25 as of October 2022 against an approved estimate of 5.7 billion kwacha, representing a performance of 85.9% of the funds that were released. Further, the grants and transfers in my ministry received varying percentages of releases, with the constituency development funded project at 84.93%, while 83.3% of the local government equalization fund was released at 100%. Of the grants in lieu of rates was released as at October 2022. Madam Chair, my ministry has been able to utilize the funds released so far in the implementation of various key programs. However, assimilation of the Constituent Development Fund has been significantly low and lower than the other programs, for reasons that we both, on the members on the right and on the left, don't know how our experiences were. This was anticipated as the CDF, clearly in its current form of having been broadened by extent and by size, it was anticipated that since it's a novel initiative, we were going to have inevitably some teething problems. So the implementation under this new dispensation, we have learnt a lot of lessons, Madam Speaker, about how we can together move the processes faster, for the traction to be much faster, and to move them forward. We have put in place measures as at now to improve the CDF performance from project identification point right up to the approval stages, as I will soon outline in the forthcoming sections of my address. Madam Chair, 2023 budget estimates. The 2023 budget estimate for the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development is influenced by the following principles: enhanced provision of resource to the local level, capacity enhancement of structures at provincial, district, and sub-district structures in line with the national decentralization policy, to strengthen the participation and monitoring and evaluation of enhanced use of the resources and subsequent improvement in service delivery. Allow me now, Madam Chair, to outline the budget allocations for the ministry that I'm privileged to run in line with the foregoing precepts. Madam, 2023 budget allocation for the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development stands at 6.4 billion kwacha, to comparison to the 2022 5.7 allocated in this particular fiscal year. This represents a minor increment of 13%, largely attributed to the increment of the grants. The House may also wish to note that the government has also increased the Constituency Development Fund from 4 billion kwacha in 2022 to 4.4 billion kwacha in 2023. Additionally, 300 million allocated as grants towards the local authorities superannuation fund. Madam Chair, the ministry's budget continues to demonstrate the new dawn's commitment to delivering on its promises, to take resources closer to the people in order to improve the living standards of our citizens. As such, a total of 6.1 billion out of the 6.4 ministry budget accounts for grants to the institutions at the lower levels of government. This entails that 94% of this ministry's budget is allocated towards these grants as well as transfers. Madam Chair, allow me now to break down my ministry's 2023 budget provisions program by program. Human settlement planning. Madam, following the government's emphasis on improved land use management and planning, my ministry has allocated 9.7 million towards facilitating for the sustainable human human settlement through local authorities. This is in comparison to the 8.5 million that was allocated last year. The program will facilitate upgrading squatter settlements or compounds and enhance spatial planning. Key outputs include development of the National Spatial Framework, integrated development plans, and local area plans for districts in the country. Further, Madam Chair, the Ministry will continue to strengthen development control through enforcement and legislation. Local governance. Madam Chair, government through my ministry has continued to promote the decentralization agenda to enhance local participation of our citizens to access services. Thus, my ministry continued to strengthen its policy and administrative role by providing guidance to local authorities and enhancing their capacities for service delivery. In this regard, 6.1 billion kwacha has been allocated to the local governance program in the budget year 2023 compared to the 5.4 last year. municipal infrastructure support delivery, Madam Chair, in line with the government's agenda to transform the living standards of our people. My ministry targets to provide a sustainable municipal infrastructure and structural services across the country, all the 116 districts. As such, 71 million has been allocated to the ministry infrastructure and support delivery program. Under this program, the ministry will endeavor to provide modern infrastructure for markets and as well as bus stations or bus stops. Madam Chair, customary governance, my ministry recognizes the key role that the traditional leaders play in the role of government, decentralization and democracy. To promote their participation in governance, my ministry has allocated 144.8 million to customary governance in the year 2023 compared to 85 million that was allocated last year. This year, I beg your pardon. The increase in the allocation for this program will facilitate the completion of chief palaces and constructions of new ones in cases where they don't exist. Further, government will facilitate the efficient customary governance through provisions of chief subsidies, retainers' wages, as well as other benefits. Rural development, Madam Speaker. The ministry has allocated 70 million kwacha for the rural development program in 2023 compared to the 130 million allocated in 2022. The reduction of this figure in allocation will facilitate for rural infrastructure development. Key activities include the construction and rehabilitation of rural crossing points, rural sanitation facilities, and community roads. Additionally, my ministry will facilitate...
Honorable Minister, please wind up your debate.
Just about the tail end, Madam Chair. My ministry will also facilitate the development of local plans for rural settlements in order to enhance rural settlement management. Madam Speaker, at this juncture, I'm pleading for my colleagues to support the budget estimates for my ministry for 2023, and I beg to move.
Thank you. Any further debate? Mr. Chanda.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, the people of Kanchibia constituency wish to place on record that we support Head 29, that is allocation to the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Madam Chairperson, allow me to also thank the Minister for coming to Kanchibia constituency, and we hope that the same invitation we can pass it on to the Minister of Finance to visit the Zampam plantation. Madam Chairperson, this August House unanimously passed a private motion moved by the people of Kanchivia and seconded by the people of Nalolo to provide for improved conditions of service for councillors countrywide. It is our hope that as we debate Head 29, the welfare of the councillors and the resolution that was taken by this August House has been well catered for. Madam Chairperson, if that be not the case, would request that the conditions of service as was unanimously passed by this August House be factored into this budget, the 6.4 billion allocated to the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. This is because there cannot be effective decentralization minus an equipped and well-motivated councillor, and they too deserve a better life. Madam Chairperson, the promotion of a decentralized local governance system through operationalization of WDCs, Ward Development Committees, is critical and very crucial. Where we stand, Madam Chairperson, WDCs, especially in rural areas, do not have the necessary tools for planning as well as for monitoring and evaluation of projects. And in this regard, we would make a clarion call that the ministry considers movement of whether it be bicycles or motorcycles, etc., to enable them play their very important role in decentralization and also monitoring of crucial projects. Allow me, Madam Chairperson, to address myself to Cluster 1 of the National Development Plan Network and Framework, sorry, and that is economic transformation and job creation. Madam Chairperson, it is our position as the people of Kanchibia that even as Zambia allocates equal CDF amounts to all constituencies regardless of population, geographical size, or indeed poverty levels in constituencies, we are saying that this anomaly ought to be revisited. This is because allocating equal amounts to each constituency is saying yes to keeping poorer constituencies at the very bottom of the ladder. We are, therefore, as rural constituencies, ready for metamorphosis. We are ready to drive industrialization. We are ready to play a critical role in the creation of jobs, the millions of jobs that this country needs to create. And these jobs, Madam Chairperson, would rarely be created in urban constituencies. Madam Chairperson, as a prerequisite, therefore, rural constituencies would deserve prioritization in terms of good road infrastructure, bridges, electricity, communication networks, etc. In the context of the people of Kanchibia, it is crossing points and bridges like the Aluni Akro Bridge, the Kaonda Bridge, the Kanchibia Bridge, the Luchembe Bridge, the Zampam and Chubula Road, the Chambeshi Chinkovo Road, among others. Madam Chairperson, equalization of development across the country calls for policy intervention to reallocate more resources to needy areas that have lagged behind for a variety of reasons, like Shangombo, Mwandi, Kanchibia, Mfuwe, and many others. And Chasefu, including the people of Tunku. Madam Chairperson, the Ministry of Local Government, working with the Ministry of working with national planning, ought to ensure that in terms of this improved availability of accurate, detailed social and economic baseline data to assist in better targeting of development needs, to inform planning needs as well as procedures, and in ensuring that there is tracking of progress with regards to implementation. We therefore need a mechanism, Madam Chairperson, to help determine whether one constituency is more in need of greater support in terms of preferential funding in order to reduce poverty and improve government service delivery. Madam Chairperson, allow me to address myself to Cluster 1, Outcome 2, Strategy 1, promotion of local participation and that of the diaspora in the economy. Madam Chairperson, the use of local labor and materials is critical, especially for those of us in rural areas. This goes to allow us to do more with less. And if we're to catch up with what our colleagues in urban areas have been able to achieve. In this regard, Madam Chairperson, in terms of programming and policy, there has to be emphasis on the usage of local materials such as bent bricks, local contractors, etc. When we speak of local contractors, Madam Chairperson, local contractors in Kanchibia, and I know in many other rural constituencies, are making one particular cry, that the demand for them to have the EIZ qualification is disadvantaging them from accessing participation in these projects. It is the people of Kanchibia's appeal to the minister that the EIZ requirement falls off from the requirements as prescribed under the guidelines of the CDF. Madam Chairperson, it is also important that as we promote use of local labor and materials, particular attention is paid to high quality and also meeting value for money principles. This is very critical in that we mustn't compromise quality in our quest to promote local labor and the usage of local materials. Madam Chairperson, the second aspect of it speaks to the promotion of enterprise development. This again is very important, that even as our people desire to play a critical role in the local economy and also play a critical role in local governance, there has to be deliberate policy to support local entrepreneurs at local level with innovation, and this also entails that they must be able to get to an office where they can patent their innovations, etc. Madam Chairperson, local governance and also the participation of our people would also come to the fore in this regard. Madam Chairperson, with those few remarks, I wish to submit that we support this Head 29. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Chinyama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it's good relief. I really thought I was not going to debate, and I was still putting my thoughts together. But I will talk on one key point, Madam Speaker. First of all, of course, to appreciate the CDF once again that keeps going to our constituencies to foster development and empowerment at that level. But the one key issue that I wanted to bring to the attention of the Minister from the people of Kafue is, for lack of a better word, maybe the agony that our potential local entrepreneurs and contractors feel sidelined in the whole process of participating in the different activities and projects that are being supported under CDF. According to my understanding, even of the presidential directives, is that CDF is supposed to take money from the center in Lusaka down to the most rural parts of our country. Now, unfortunately, what we have experienced as Kafue so far is that the contracts, all the contracts, that are happening in town, somehow they end up being undertaken by our other Zambians who are based in Osaka. And this has caused a lot of discontentment, by the potential local contractors. And the appeal they have made through me to your office, Honorable Minister, through Madam Speaker, is that perhaps the ministry can help to liaise with our Zambia Procurement Authority or to do something to the legislation that will ensure that the local contractors at the local level are able to participate as envisaged, by His Excellency when the whole idea of CDF, came into being. Other than that, Madam Speaker, I want to just remind the Minister again about the submission that I had made much earlier. I don't know whether it was during the last year's budget again, when we talked about the need to do the necessary amendments so that MPs can go back and sit at the council to help, with the decision-making process at that level. And what has happened to Kafue, Honorable Minister, which is a subject you're very familiar with, could be one pointer, of the absence, of other key important players at the level of the council. And so the sooner, we deal with this, the better. Because, like I debated last time, the monies that are going there, these are government monies. And if things are not, properly managed at that level, it means we'll be throwing all these monies and investments into the bottomless pit. And it is not in our interest, I'm sure, as the new dawn, that these monies may not be properly accounted for as they should. There is also the local government empowerment fund which goes there, which as MPs we've not been very clear as to what this money is really being used for. At least the component which doesn't go to salaries, because we know the bulk of it goes to salaries, but the rest of it, it's very difficult for us as MPs to put our hands on what this money, is doing to our councils, especially when we see the garbage that somebody talked about still piling in our streets, when we still see the bad roads in our communities, and we are, getting the blame as MPs that, we are not performing on account of those things, which ideally are supposed to be done by the local council. So how can we help really to enhance, apart from also, the aspect of us going back to the council, how else can your ministry at that level support, further support, continue supporting the existing structure, so that it can deliver? I think I should not continue because for the other business, it remains, unfinished concerning the recent suspension of the Kafue local council. But if I were to relay the feelings of the people of Kafue, I think that that move has not been very well received, especially at a critical time, like this, when the roads are bad and our councillors are expected to run around to attend to issues, and then you have the entire council dissolved. So yesterday, I was privileged to interact with the local government administrator who has been put in place. And we expect and hope that at the end of his tenure with us, he'll come back as a stronger council, well positioned again to deliver to the people of Kafue. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Banda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And, I want to thank the Minister of Local Government and Housing, and I want to encourage him to remain as he is. He's one minister who receives us very well whenever we go to his office, and this has really helped us to deliver. Most of us have got no problem, with issues to do with CDF. Honorable Minister, I really want to thank you for that. A few ways that I have to add to head number 29, when it comes to infrastructure, I represent a rural constituency, and just like any other member who has spoken, I have almost the same issues to put across to the minister. Honorable Minister, with the support that we are giving to this head number 29, we are looking forward that we are going to get some infrastructure development in our rural constituencies in terms of crossing points. We have some roads that are not good, and as a constituency, we can just grade the roads, but most we cannot rehabilitate them by maybe regraveling them. We are looking forward from your ministry to have such a gesture in our constituencies. I have a number of roads. I can just mention maybe two. I have the Chivale Mukopa Road, which is about 18 kilometers. It's in a very bad state. If I were to apply CDF, almost a half of the total amount will go on that road. I have a 34-kilometer stretch from Kanona to Katota, which is also bad. We are trying, but we are looking forward to have support from your ministry. The other thing that I would want to put to your attention is the pricing. When it comes to pricing, I think as rural constituencies, we are not going to do much with the CDF, because I have a case where a classroom block, which was being constructed at maybe 600,000 or 650 in the past, has now been pegged at 1.3 million. And this is just too much. We look at a house, a staff house, now is coming to somewhere 680,000. This means we are just going to spend most of the money on a few projects. And look at the number of teachers that we have been given. Look at the number of health personnel that we have been given. We are really struggling to meet the accommodation demand. So please, Honorable Minister, if you can look into this issue, sitting down with ZPPA to make sure that the pricing is looked at so that we can do a lot in this area. Also, I want to make this point to your office, Honorable Minister, as the Minister in charge of Chiefs and Traditional Affairs. I have a challenge, like in my constituency, speaking on behalf of my chiefs. They don't have transport, and it has been a problem for them to move and attend some functions where they have been invited. Sometimes they'll be invited, like there was a case of the function that took place in Livingstone, one of my chiefs really struggled to find herself there. It took me as a member of parliament to go and drive her from the palace up to Livingstone and back. This is because issues of transport have not been looked at for our chiefs. So please, Honorable Minister, do something for them. At least I can say we have one house for the chief that was built and handed over, but we still have got 3 more chiefs whose palaces have not yet been built. We are looking forward, as the people of Muchinga, that from this allocation that has been given to your ministry, we might have something also given to those of our chiefs that have not yet been given something. So please, Honorable Minister, with these few remarks, I just want to hope that you are not going to forget us, rural constituencies, especially on infrastructure. We really need your help. And on the councillors, like my colleague have said, it's very true that for the council to run properly, we need to have effective councillors. And our councillors, you know, most of them were picked based on the grade 12 certificates. They are not in businesses like they can have some mode of transport of their own. But some of them were just coming from school and then they were adopted and then they won as councillors, making it very difficult for them to move around the wards. Some of the wards that are in rural areas are very big and mountainous. So if you can look also into the issue of councillors having something that will support their movements, that one, Honorable Minister, we are really going to be happy because those councillors are helping us to deliver. As we are here, they are there to see, move around and things like that. This also makes your work easier because every time we come to your office, what we bring to your office is something that is communicated to us through the councillors. Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. I've received the list from PF, another list from UPND. Dr. Mwale. Mr. Kapampi.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As I add a word to this vote 29, let me even declare interest to say I'm part of the local government committee. First of all, if you look at what is happening, what has been happening currently to the local authorities, it's something which everyone needs to really look at it on a very sad note. Apparently, local authorities should be contributing so much to the national treasury. Let me give an example of Lusaka City. Lusaka City Council, this is a council which has got so many sources of revenue. But if you look at what is happening at Lusaka City, it's a very sorry sight. And I would like to urge the minister to look into it so much when it comes to revenue collections. What is happening with these councils, it's like they've got issues when it comes to widening their base of revenue. And every time we meet them when they come to the committee for local government accounts, the issues which they bring up, it's almost similar in every local authority. And coming from a rural council, it also gives me a very worrisome position. Our councils in the local authority, if you look at the source of revenue, it's not much wider as compared to town councils. I'll give an example of when it comes to sale of plots. In rural areas, the value of plots, it's nothing as compared to in urban setup. So this is another area where we see most of these rural councils not performing in a very good way. And let me touch on the issue of CDF now. CDF has brought so many issues when it comes to disbursement, especially when it comes to to the procedures which have been put in place when approving projects and the likes. Like from what my colleague from Kafue, the Honorable said, most of these projects which have been advertised, because of most of our local suppliers do not meet most of the criteria which have been set by the local authorities, proving very difficult to be awarded contracts to our contractors in the rural councils. This is why I'm asking the minister to look into the issues such that our people also from the rural areas can also benefit from these funds of CDF which have been increased to a level of 25.7. And on the issue of, again, on equalization fund, this is another issue where, for instance, if there was no local equalization fund and CDF being given to the councils, I would see councils not to be performing in any activities. These are the only things which have made councils to be performing. Because had it not been for local equalization fund, councils, where can they be getting money to be paying their staff? This is one area where the councils should be made to wake up. Imagine a day whereby government decided to remove local government equalization fund. Where will be the councils be? There will be no more any local authority. So I would urge the minister and all of us in here to look into this issue critically. If you look at the olden days when councils were run by traditional leaders, councils were making profit, which is totally different when we look at what is happening now. I'll give an example of where I'm coming from Wansabombwe. When we got independence, the local authority, which was run by the Mwata, declared a lot of, handed over a lot of money to the government coffers. What is it that now the councils are not doing right, whereby we've got so many educated people in the councils, and yet during the colonial days, they were just chiefs and people they appointed, and the councils were running effectively. What is it now that we are doing wrong, that the councils are not performing to the best of their abilities? I would like to see a situation whereby councils can even declare profit and probably declare that money to the central government to help them run the economy. In most in other countries where there's some that developed, you would even see central government borrowing from the local authorities. So let's see to it that we get to a point whereby these councils are delivering their services to the people they are presenting. If anything, these are the councils are the people which are more close to the people. It's only when we get to a point whereby the councils are able to deliver the services, that's when we would even see development moving in a very fast and coordinated manner. With this few words, Madam Chair, I submit and I support the vote.
Thank you. Ms. Nyirenda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, for giving this chance to the people of Lundazi to add a word to Head 29. Like my friend said, the Ministry of Local Government, I think, is my second office because of the welcome and the way we are treated there with VIP treatment. If you change Gary, we'll come here and condemn you. But thank you so much for being, ready to receive us. That does not mean...
Ms. Nyirenda.
Yes, ma'am.
The honorable ministers are addressed by their ministerial positions.
I repent.
You can withdraw.
Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Oh, Madam Chair, that said, I want to bring to your attention one thing that we really desire you to put up. In the first place, I support this head and hope we can even give more. Honorable Minister, you need to pay attention that you asked us to get approvals for a year for CDF. We got approvals for 1 year in advance, and the money finished because some of our constituencies needed a lot of work to be done. However, when we come to the floor of the House, the answers that we are given to some of the challenges that we are facing, we are being referred back to CDF. It would be important that you sit in cabinet and agree that you told us that all the constituencies should plan for 1 year and all the money was already utilized. So when we are getting answers to say, no, there is CDF, you can use CDF, it's the same as saying there is nothing they are ready to do. In this case, I want to advise that indeed CDF has been enhanced, but it cannot be used as an answer for everything. Because now all the departments are merging at local government. Then what is health doing? What is communication doing? What is energy doing? We cannot all merge at one ministry, which is Ministry of Local Government. And just for the CDF, yes, it's a good thing. However, we are now abusing it because it is too much. We can't get answers. We want a bridge which requires 100 million, they'll tell you you have CDF. How? It is only 25.3 or 25.7. So how are we going to work on the other works? This should not be used as an scapegoat. When we are planning for this budget, we are not only planning for CDF, we are also planning for the other departments. So it's important that you also inform the other ministers that the money for CDF finished as soon as I gave them the instruction to plan for 1 year. Honorable Minister, apart from that, I would want you to look into the issue of completely decentralizing the power. You cannot say, I have given you, but I'm holding. You have never been to Mutuwanjov, but I'm coming to your office to get an approval for a bridge to be done in Mutuwanjov. Even when you are writing, it's like those letters are just for formality. They do, really, no one even goes to check where Mutuwanjov is. Honorable Minister, as you do the approvals, I think it's important that you look at that issue. Honorable Minister, the people of Lundazi are also concerned about the bus stops. This is where the money can be gotten and your council can be very comfortable. However, the state of our bus stops are really nothing to go home singing about. They are a sorry sight, and the case of Lundazi, you'll find that we are the center, we are catering for Chasefu, and we are also catering for Lumezi and other nearby areas, including Chama. But you'll find that we don't even have a good bus stop as that one which you have built in Choma, a decent bus stop where people can be able to go and board their buses properly. What is happening is that when the bus arrives at 16 hours, our people are seated until 04 when they are starting off. With these rains coming, it is a very sorry sight. The other thing I would want to echo is what Honorable from Kafue talked about, the Equalization Fund. Your members of parliament do not even know how this fund is being used. Yes, part of it is being used for salaries. There are no reports which are reaching the office of the member of parliament to help you to say, yes, maybe it's 20% which has remained, it is being used for such and such. There is need for your office to collaborate with the office of the member of parliament so that things in local government can be worked on and you will be a smiling honorable minister at the end of the day. Honorable Minister, I want to bring you to the issue of the contracts which were assigned and now maybe you cancelled or I don't know what is happening to the local roads. What is obtaining, Honorable Minister, is very sad. You will find that our people now, as rains are going to start, they are going to be cut off. Some of them have managed to sneak in. They have come to your office and they are claiming to say they have done some work. However, there is need for you to have a mechanism on the ground to really check with the Member of Parliament, because it is us whom the challenges face head on. It's important that you ask us so that we can be able to advise whether the works for those particular contractors are being done in our constituencies or not. Honorable Minister, familiarity brings contempt. If you do not control the behavior of some of, I don't want to call them cadres, some of our brothers and sisters who have a habit of going to the councils to go and protest, these people are going to put your workers in fear. There is a way that people can be able to go and request for things. But this idea of someone putting up a party regalia, marching to the council and closing off the gates for your officers, the way it happened in Lundazi, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, and also the Honorable Minister, it's important that you put your foot down concerning the behavior of our brothers and sisters. I don't want to call them cadres, but it's important that they should be disciplined in the party. Because if we let them loose, one day you have secretly moved into Lundazi and they will lock you out, which is very bad. There must be a channel in which people should be able to air their grievances. And they should be able to acknowledge that Zambia is a democratic country. There are those who are in the opposition and there are those who are ruling. Hence, they must take the MP and the council chairperson and whoever is there as their friend, whom they can sit with, drink tea together, and be able to work together. With these few remarks, Honorable Minister, I want to say that I totally support this head. I submit.
Thank you. Mr. Sia Chisumo.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. From the start, I want to support the budget by the Ministry of Local Government and the Rural Development, which has got 6 programs. Honorable Minister, your ministry is very, very important, and I'm very sure you are the right person to head the ministry. The way other friends have said, you have received us so well, and you have given us express, clearance once we are there. Out of the 6 heads which we have got 6.4 billion, which, the ministry has been given. I know the ministry has got so many things to cater, when you talk about rural development, custom affairs, infrastructure, and many, many other things which have to be covered. Madam Chairperson, I want to talk about chiefs, custom affairs. Like in my constituents, I've got 6 chiefs. The houses for the chiefs, they are not pleasing to look at because most of them have been neglected for many years. As I can see, there is some money which have been reserved for this cause. It used to be 85 million. It has now gone to 144 million, which is very, very good. And we expect in Rufanyama, Honorable Minister, for our chiefs to be taken care of about their palaces. I'm sure you have visited some of them. When you look at their palaces, even in other areas, you find the palaces for the chiefs are not okay. When we talk about rural development, Honorable Minister, I know the money has been reduced, maybe because of CDF, which has been given to us, so that we can be able to develop some areas. But, Honorable Minister, there are some areas, like in my constituents, when you talk of Ruavufubu, it's 100 kilometers across. It has got no single road. I know you have
allocated a few roads to us in Rufanyama, though they are not moving at a good pace. We have got Shananda Road, which is completed, but we still have Mugutuma Lumpuma Road, and also Lumpuma to Mkumbo Road, which have taken so long to be completed because of maybe the planning by the previous government, which, gave somebody who could not have done a good job. Honorable Minister, for these roads, there is need to look at them as we are going, because these are economical roads for our farmers, to deliver their goods to the market, and also to deliver their inputs from, town to their farms. The rural development is one component, Honorable Minister, which needs to be looked at, more especially who are coming from the rural constituencies, like Sesheke, Mwandi Road. When you look at it, though that one is under infrastructure, but there are some roads which need to be taken care of. Madam Chairperson, the CDF is something which we are happy about it. I'm sure when you talk about this budget, no one can oppose it, because we are all beneficiaries as members of parliament. We are so happy, Honorable Minister, even the one who is questioning it. We are very, very happy at the way you disburse the CDF money. At the moment, we are in the third quarter, and I'm sure most of us, we have spent the first quarter, the second quarter. We support the 4.4 billion for CDF, and it has been so helpful to us as members of parliament. In Rufanyama, we have done quite a number of classrooms, 1x2 classrooms, some clinics, under CDF, this component. We are really happy, Honorable Minister, the way the money has been coming, and maybe, Honorable Minister, there is one component which you haven't finished under CDF, the loans. On the loans, Honorable Minister, it's one component which has lagged behind. Maybe that's where you are hearing question, but the others are so, we are so happy on that one. Honorable Minister, again, I wanted to make a suggestion on the grants. If we can be allowed maybe to buy like fertilizer, oxen, and the other, even the grinding mills for our people instead of getting money. Because in some cases, some have used this money very well, but there are some people who have shared the money immediately. These cooperatives, once they are given, they share this money. So if you can give us authority, maybe to make sure that we buy items for these people so that their welfare can be improved. Honorable Minister, through the chairperson, I've seen also there is Keep Zambia Clean. This is a very, very important area. Sometimes when I'm driving along Lumumba Road in Lusaka, you see how the road is dead because it's congested. So when you mentioned in your budget about Keep Zambia, I was very happy. This component is quite good, and I've seen there is also sensitization to our people. All what we need is to sensitize our people how to keep our streets. Those who went to countries like Kigali, my sister Chikankata went together, Mumungu and others, we are so amazed how they are keeping their towns, their roads. You can't even see a piece of paper being dropped. So this one, Honorable Minister, through the Madam Chairperson, is quite a good one to sensitize people so that we are able to keep our towns clean, so that we are living in a clean environment. At the same time, Honorable Minister, through the chairperson, you have also mentioned the green and health environment. There are places like Kankoyo and many other areas where you go there, you find the trees are not growing, even part of Kitwe. So this one, like Osakire, where my friend comes from. So there is a need to make sure that the health and green environment is improved. The climate change is really something which is, changing. So, Madam Chairperson, I want to support this budget and thank the Minister of Local Government and Housing, the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, the way they implemented 2022 budget. 2022 budget has been so well, and I would like to support the budget for 2023. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Menyanizulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. As I put some comments on this head 29, first I want to acknowledge and appreciate the CDF money, which at this time I think was 75%, and I wish we can continue having the same next year and the other year, so that we can move, especially as we're coming from less developed constituencies, but very, very big constituency. Madam Chair, let me appeal to the Minister of Local Government to look at the needs of our WC chairs. Minister, you may wish to know that we've got wards in our rural constituencies, which are as big as Lusaka district. So that is just one single ward. For a ward chairman, for section heads, section representative to have a meeting with the ward chairman, some of them, they use more than 100 kwacha, so it is very expensive, and you know, the rural transports are very, very, very expensive. My thinking is that, see how you can do. I know you're going to make a plan on this one, come up with something on the management, on the administration money, so that they are also looked at, even if it means us buying them bicycles. I think that will help us out. Then coming to, with a good idea the government has brought to train our youths in different skills. We are training our youths in bricklaying, carpentry, welding, electricians, and different trades. In the next few years, we are going to have a cut of graduates from trade schools with nothing to do, because those who are coming out of bricklaying with some experience, we are telling them that they need to get EIZ. And you know how it's expensive and tedious it is to get EIZ. Constructing a toilet, a VIP toilet, we need EIZ. And these are the toilets which have been constructed by bricklayers we have in our rural areas. They do this construction. Now, because there is money at the local authority, people are demanding all those sort of structural needs, which maybe they are not even needed for a construction of a toilet. Yes, these are people who are qualified, they have been to trade schools, and for me, I think we need to see to it that let's waive out. Let's look at the bigger projects. Yes, we say if you are tendering for a bigger project, yes, we need this. But surely to construct a VIP toilet, a good number of schools, Chair, you may wish to know that in my constituencies, some of them have got no toilet. I can give you practical example of a road as you are going to Petauke, Nyatubanda Primary School. There's no toilet. There is no toilet at a school. It's now that we are putting a toilet at a school. And now, how are we going to, we want to bring the EIZ to do the seating. It will take us 3 months for us to do this, when we can construct the same toilet within a month. So this is what I'm talking about. We need to look at it so that we start changing. Chairperson, I was looking at a 2023 budget, infrastructure development, we had 70 million. And looking at a constituency like mine, Nimba constituency is the biggest constituency in Eastern Province. You can put maybe 3 constituencies, the old district of Sinda, the old district of Chama. It's the biggest constituency, not the biggest district. It's the biggest constituency and the second biggest district in Eastern Province. So, Chair, if you look at Nimba, it's so vast that it's 10
10,555 square kilometers. That's how big the constituency is. And looking at the needs of the constituency, the planning money have reduced to 3 million. So I'm wondering, Minister, you needed to go back and see to it that we plan. Some of our areas are unplanned, and we need to start planning for these areas. You've gone down to 70 million infrastructure development. You may wish to know that we don't have a sewer system in our district, and now Nyimba, at the rate it's growing, we might have some waterborne diseases, and we need to start looking how we're going to come up with the sewer ponds and see to it that the district starts to develop and looking like a better district. Chairperson, the district of ours, it's the only district in the province, maybe in the entire country, where our drivers contribute toll gates, but we've got no single tarmac other than Great East Road passing in the middle of the town. We don't have a single meter out of Great East Road, and our drivers, where the toll gate is situated, it's at a point where it's within the constituency, and the other side of the constituency is 30 kilometers, the other side of the constituency is 156 kilometers. So it's very difficult for people to appreciate the need of paying the toll gates. So what we're asking, Minister, I know you're capable of doing this, see to it that you also assist us. We only need, as a district, a 10-kilometer township load that we appreciate, and I'll tell you, the people of Nyimba will appreciate. If the people of Nyimba today, Madam Chair, are given a stretch from Great East Road to the hospital, from Great East Road to the mortuary, which we have just repaired, from Great East Road to Nyimba Secondary School, the people of Nyimba will be very grateful. Combine these kilometers, they are less than 5 kilometers. So our wish is that the money on the infrastructure development as people of Nyimba should be increased so that we get something out of this money so that we can do. Surely we all understand that the CDF money cannot construct 2 kilometers of a tarmac. And my prayer is, let's, Minister, look at us, have pity for us so that this district is also helped out. Yeah, she's a graduate of Nyimba Secondary. She understands what I'm talking about. Minister, the district is so big. Chair, through you, as you are looking at the next year delimitation, we so wish that the district, Nyimba, can have 2 constituencies. This also goes to the Vice President, that we also need. We cannot have small district in Eastern Province with 3 small districts in population. Geographically, they are small, but they have got 2 constituencies. A bigger constituency like Nyimba, geographically with and population, we are 2 times more than them, and we've got 1 single constituency. What is it that we have done for? What is it that the people of Nyimba have done wrong in this country? My wish is that the new Dawn government can look at this and help out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have to make progress. The Honorable Minister, actually, some members have mentioned, is very accommodative. So with all the issues that you have, you can visit his office. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development wind-up debate.
Madam Chair, just allow me once again to thank the members who debated in support of our budget. Like I said earlier on, this is a people-centric ministry that touches every corner, even the most bottom part of our social strata. So I'm very thankful for the kind words, first of all, for the members that have debated, who have exposed me that I do run an open door policy at my office, and everybody who comes there gets a fair share, of attention. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chanda, you are very clear and passionate about the welfare of councillors. I share your views, and I share the views truly. It is a matter that you brought before, and it's a matter that we responded as government that now that we have the Emoluments Commission that has been activated, we will certainly look at the councillors. The councillors must never, ever be looked at as a stepping stone for other people, because the issues that you bring, if there were no councillors, if there was a gap between the MP and the councillor, the MP would definitely fail to function in their role. And so in the line of duty, they are just as important as MPs, and they must be viewed as such. You raise the issue about tracking of projects, Honorable Chanda. Yes, I wish we could speak this same language, all of us. It's important for you to know that this morning at 9 I was summoned to the High Court of Zambia because somebody has said that we should not procure your monitoring vehicles. I don't know how you take that, but I think there's some mischief. There's some mischief of the person who's contending that we have not consulted,
Honorable members, order. We want to hear what the minister is
thank you, Madam,
talking
that
about.
we have not consulted members of parliament in our quest to make their jobs easy to do the monitoring and evaluation. So it's saddening to learn that there are some members of parliament who may even come to become witnesses when I'm put on the stand about the issue of procurement of project monitoring vehicles. But I'm equal to the task. I will go there and represent all those well-meaning members of parliament. Honorable member for Kafue, I do take your views as my own, that in areas where we do not have enough capacitated business people, they seem to be crowded out by those who have been doing business for a long time, those who have NCC certificates, those who have EIZ certificate, some of which certificate may have even been obtained based on political patronage, because this is precisely what my problem is as I come to address the issue that my sister, Honorable Brenda Nyirenda, mentions in terms of the roads sector in the rural areas. We have said this many times before, the challenges that we are facing, where there was connivance between the directors of works cutting interim payment certificates for jobs that were not done. So the ministry was bleeding. Money is owed, and yet there's no work that is done.
Order, Honorable Minister. As the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The committee will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply or the aspects of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 has gone through has gone through head 25 and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day for resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
The Honorable Minister, Honorable Garin Kombo, was winding up debate. Just before we go, to start from the top by looking at business that was considered on the floor of the House today, beginning with the ruling that Madam Speaker made.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker did render a ruling on a point of order raised by Mr. Lamek Hamwatwa, Member of Parliament for Pemba constituency, raised on Thursday, 3rd November 2022. Against Reverend Given Katuta, Member of Parliament for Chengi constituency, for making an unsubstantiated allegation that the government had used public resources to renovate the President's private residence.
The Honorable Madam Speaker did inform the House that the verbatim record revealed that indeed Honorable Given Katuta alleged that the private residence of the Republican President, commonly referred to as a community house, was being renovated using public processes in her debate of Head 1, Office of the President, State House, on Thursday, 3rd November 2022.
And Madam Speaker did say that Reverend G. Katuta did not lay any evidence on the table of the House to verify and substantiate her allegation. As a result, her statement contravened the rules of debate as provided in the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 and the National Assembly Members Handbook 2006. She was therefore out of order.
And Madam Speaker then reminded the House that making unverified and unsubstantiated statement on the floor of the House is the breach of their own rules, and she did therefore urge the members of Parliament to desist from making unverified and unsubstantiated statements on the floor of the House in order to avoid misleading the House and the public at large.
After that ruling, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbekwa Musokotwane, to deliver a ministerial statement, and it was on the engagement of consultants to verify domestic debt. And the Minister of Finance did say that as part of the process of resolving debt and a sustainable position, the United Party for National Development government engaged multilateral organizations in verifying the country's external debt, which was done, and decisions have been taken on this front to resolve the debt problem through cancellations, rescoping, and undertaking actual debt restructuring.
And in this brief, Honorable Minister did also inform the House with regard to the private firms that have been engaged to audit and the sectors that have been targeted, and these are Grant Fountain has been targeted. The sector is goods and services. PWC, whose sector is road contracts. CYMA targeting the Farmer Input Support Program, while McDaniels is targeting value-added tax refunds. Client's Focus is a sector targeting awards and compensations, while EY Advisory Services is in the fuel sector.
And that's just a brief of the ministerial statement that was delivered by the Minister of Finance and National Planning. Thereafter, the House went on to consider one question for one's understanding order number 24, and this one came from Mr. Munir Zulu, who's Lumez Member of Parliament. He did ask the Minister of Technology and Science the question in three parts: whether the government has any plans to upgrade and operationalize the communication towers that have been erected in the following chiefdoms in Lumezi Parliamentary constituency, and these chiefdoms are Chief Mwanya, Chief Kazembe, and Chief Chitungulu.
Right, and of course the Minister did inform the House that Chief, with regards to Chief Mwanya, we have communication towers at Lukusuzi and Yakove, while in Chief Chitungulu towers at Lumembe, Kapungula and Mbuzi, which are already operational. And with regards to Chief Kazembe, the Minister did inform the House that the communication towers are earmarked for construction. He further indicated that the government has committed to support the construction of communication towers subject to availability of funds. Thereafter, the House then considered a motion that was moved by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, and this is the motion which was urging the House to resolve into Committee of Ways and Means to consider raising of supply. And after deliberations on this particular matter arising from debate, the House resolved, and necessary money bills have been brought forward to the floor and considered to relevant committees for further consideration until Wednesday, 7th December 2022. And these bills include the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2022, the Customs and Excise Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2022, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2022, as well as the Property Transfer Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2022, which have been referred to the committee, the Planning and Budgeting Committee, for further examination. Last but not the least, the Mines and Minerals Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2022, which has been referred to the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters until for examination, and the program of work is required to run through until Wednesday, 7th December 2022.
After that, the House did consider the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill at committee stage. That's the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022. Consideration of the report will be undertaken next week on Tuesday, and thereafter the House resolved to Committee of Supply and considered Head 25, that's the Local Government Service Commission, and the total amount that has been allocated to Head 25 is 16,603,961 kwacha, and under consideration is Head 29, that's the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Just at the time of adjournment, we did see the Minister of Local Government, Honorable Gary Nkombo, actually winding up debate, and so committee work stands adjourned.
All right, with that then, we've come to the end of the live broadcast. Until tomorrow, tomorrow being a Friday, business resumes at 9 hours, and of course will be much earlier to give you the outlook of the order paper and run through the program that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. We sincerely would want to thank you so much for staying tuned to a station that brings Parliament closer to you, and from the entire team, we say lovely evening.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
This month, we're cooking up a storm. King Katumba spices it up as he sets his sights on the villagers of Ubuntu. Then, secrets and hidden agendas are a melting pot for chaos in Pali. And we join our favorite hostesses who stir up a blend of exciting conversations. Then Sita's marriage ambition leaves everyone a little steamed. And music legends serve up their most exciting memories in music. And the royal clique turns up the heat and fires up the industry. We've got the recipe for the best local entertainment on Zambezi Magic. Channel 162 on DSTV, Channel 5 on GoTV.
I have decided to name a new heir. I'm your heir. Dragons. A power man should never have trifled with. War is afoot.
Knives will come out. Now they see you as you are.
My name is Christopher Kangombe, Member of Parliament for the good people of Kamfinsa constituency. I was born in Kitwe. I basically did all my education in Kitwe. Started my primary school in where I am today at Justin Kawe Basic School in Indeke. Went to Kitwe Boys Secondary School in Kitwe, and later on I pursued a degree in electrical mechanical engineering, where I graduated at CBU. I think should have been 2009 thereabout. At that time I was already doing civic work. I was already an elected councillor in an area called Riverside in Kitwe, and of course later on I was privileged to have been given an opportunity by the people of Kitwe to work as mayor of the city in between 2016 and 2021. Then of course last year I got an opportunity to represent the community where I was raised, where I grew up, which is Kamfinsa constituency. I am married. I'm a father of 3 children. I think the eldest must be 10. Yes, 10. The second born is 8 and the last one is 5. Yeah, professionally I've worked for Mopani Copper Mines. I used to work as an assistant engineer there. I worked for Luansha Copper Mines, and before going full-time into civic work and political work, I worked for a company called Atlas Copco, where I was selling mining equipment. So I happen to have an understanding of what happens in the private sector. I also have an understanding of what happens in governance. So it's been a great honor reaching this stage where now I can come to Parliament and come and not only represent the people of Kamfinsa, but also try and urge government. You know, our role as parliamentarians is to provide oversight. I love watching football. If I was not an engineer, I think I would have been a very good football player. I read a lot. It's good to read. As a leader, you have to read, because when you are reading, you tend to understand what is happening globally, you tend to understand history, and you tend to understand so many different aspects. Kamfinsa constituency is the first constituency as you enter Kitwe. So on your right, where the boundary with Ndola ends, Kamfinsa starts. So the entire farm block, where the prison is, you go further with the boundary with, is it Mufulira, Ndola Road, that boundary, that is the outer boundary. You come to Ndeke, Kitwe, Mlenga compound, Mkuba na Twange, that is the geographical description of Kamfinsa. Of course, we have challenges in the constituency. We have challenges of water. I was raising an issue earlier with our Honour the Vice President, asking government to work on the water supply network in the constituency. We did start a project, I think in 2019, under Nkana Water and Sewerage, but the project could not proceed because a few things had to be changed. So we have challenges of water. We of course have challenges of unemployment, just like any other constituency. And with more young people finishing school, I think it will continue to pose as a challenge. And I'm hoping that we could find solutions here and also in the constituency, and of course other stakeholders. We are predominantly an agriculture economy. Most people do agriculture, but majority of them on the urban side of the constituency do trading. Some of them work in the mines. So what is happening on the copper belt, Mopani operations, KCM operations do affect directly our people in the constituency. And of course we have a lot of people in the informal sector, those that go into Sokone market to sell their commodities. So those are some of the key players in the constituency. And of course I want to thank the clergy in the constituency, because they've helped us whenever we want to sensitize the public about things like constituency development fund. We go through churches, we inform the churches, we ask them, can we do an announcement? And once we do that, the information goes out there, which is very useful. And I think that we have local strategies on how we are coping with some of these challenges, but obviously ultimately we need central government support. We've started with basic infrastructure. We need to educate as many people in the constituency. I would want the constituents to produce more engineers. I want the constituents to produce more doctors, more teachers, more journalists,